ICE raids, trade wars, a big, beautiful bill that amounts to a substantial transfer of wealth from the lower and middle classes to the richest people in the country while gutting social safety nets, the dismantling of government services, including the Department of Education and USAID, the pardons for people involved in January 6th, tens of thousands of layoffs for career federal employees, the airline disasters, leaked military plans, a failed birthday parade, and us turning our backs on all of our former allies just wasn't enough chaos. It's summer. Time, baby. The solstice has happened, and we need new drama. So now, Donald Trump and the United States have stumbled into a potential full-blown war with Iran, mostly at the behest of Israel, with Benjamin Netanyahu gleefully praising our country's involvement in a war that Israel kicked off less than 2 weeks ago.
Congratulations, President Trump. Your bold decision to target Iran's nuclear facilities with the awesome and righteous might of the United States will change history.
And this is all in spite of the fact that, of course, based on any polling, this is a wildly unpopular decision, and even on both sides of the aisle, up until it actually happened when Republicans were like, actually, that's a great idea. And the fact that also Trump's own intelligence community has stated time and time again that Iran was not, nor were they even close to developing a nuclear weapon.
The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003.
In fact, we had a treaty with Iran that was working quite successfully until 2018 when Trump ripped it up during his first administration, causing the tensions to rise ever since. And now, with his poll numbers in the toilet, no one showing up for his birthday party, and an unpopular bill struggling to make its way through the Senate, he's decided to send stealth bombers to the other side of the world to attack a country home to 90 million people.
Are you feeling a bit of, well, some of
Where'd you learn that?
But are you feeling deja vu?
I certainly am, because I was military age when this happened the first time around.
Anyway, before we get fully started, Trump announced right before we filmed that, actually, Iran and Israel, they agreed to a ceasefire.
Allegedly.
Yes, which, at this point, who knows? You'll have a better idea by the time this video goes up.
And we addressed it a little bit late, like at the end of the
Turns
video,
out they
as
didn't.
far as we know at this point.
Doesn't seem... I don't know, we'll believe it.
It's a little sus, as...
It couldn't be funnier to me, honestly. It's crazy. I've just been thinking about that. What did you really expect to happen?
some would say.
So this past weekend has been an absolute mess, and we'll get to the absurd timeline, statements, and actions in a second, but it's important to relay the weight of the situation. U.S. involvement in another war in the Middle East is stoking fears around the world, as well as here in the States, where the vibes are fucked. And a young population now fears that they'll be drafted into yet another drawn-out, deadly conflict. That's in addition to the fact that this weekend's attack also makes us a lot less safe, because clearly someone's going to retaliate, whether that's through cyber attacks, individual terror attacks, strikes on our military bases abroad, one of which has already taken place as of Monday afternoon, or just any other option that will further destabilize the world at a time when everyone has been on the brink of insanity or has already fully crossed over, going back quite a while. But let's focus on what's already taken place. how we got there and how the world, including our own
can't
officials,
wait.
are reacting
Living
to
the
Trump's
dream.
sudden decision
Yeah.
to just fuck it, bring the U.S. into what could be a full-blown war with Iran. What could go wrong?
Now, you can't call it an actual war, though, because Trump and J.D. Vance said that you're not allowed to call it a war.
Oh my!
Because if
I'm
this
so
was
sick of
the
these
US
people. I am so fucking sick of these people. Okay. Like, if we had a war every time somebody fucking died, like, woo woo. There'd be a lot more wars apparently. Like, a war technically is a classification of how many people have died in combat. That's how we actually classify them and define them.
Getting into a war, that would require
Per year.
congressional approval, which
right.
Trump obviously did not seek, because he wouldn't fucking do that anyway. And the dog is already playing basketball, regardless of what the rule book says.
Sir, what are you going to ask Congress for permission?
Excuse me.
God.
Now, it's obviously infuriating to everyone to know how utterly powerless all of us and apparently our elected officials seem to be when it comes to countering Trump in any meaningful way. Because he's just going to do whatever he wants regardless of the circumstances. And technically, the only group of people that could stop him would be congressional Republicans, who could theoretically remove him from office. Not going to happen.
No.
No matter how bad it gets, we all know that's not going to happen. And we even got a few examples of this past weekend when Republicans who had spent months, if not years, warning against U.S. involvement in Iran, who would then go on to praise Trump's decision after the fact.
Yeah, sometimes just days after reaffirming their belief that war with Iran, not a great idea. Glad we're not doing it. Well, now that we're doing it, I, of course, fully support it.
Now, it should also go without saying, because everything he says is total bullshit, but Trump famously claimed to have been that peacemaking candidate
Donald the Dove.
who would not only end the war in Ukraine within 24 hours, but would make sure that the United States didn't fumble itself into yet another lengthy conflict. Well, turns out he fucking lied, because that's literally all he does. And a bunch of dumb assholes across the country took him at his word because they cared more about giving the green M&M her tits back and being able to say slurs. So, great everyone. Happy you can say the R word in the workplace now.
So 3 months ago, the administration's director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, spoke before a Senate committee where she stated that the intelligence community continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program he suspended in 2003. And less than a month ago, Trump claimed to have warned Netanyahu not to strike Iran. Here's Axios from May 28th. Asked if he warned Netanyahu not to attack Iran, Trump said, "I would like to be honest, yes I did." Trump stressed he told Netanyahu a military strike on Iran in the current timing would be inappropriate because the U.S. and Iran are close to a deal. Trump said he believes the Iranian nuclear crisis can be solved with a very strong document and without military action. But, you know, since Netanyahu's a fucking psychopath who simply wasn't content with the one genocide that he's been waging on Palestinians, and with the knowledge that he has the United States seemingly by the balls and can just tell them what, point them in the direction, and they'll start shooting.
He's been asking for this for well over a decade, and finally convinced Trump to do it.
There is that compilation of Netanyahu over the past 25 years saying that Iran is just weeks away from having a nuke.
Yeah. Any
Just
day now.
Every few years. Also, like, another thing, I was too young to really, like, understand this side of it, but the Iraq War was also something that Benjamin Netanyahu was begging and begging with money our Congress to authorize. So, again, lots of deja vu happening.
Yeah.
But yeah, even then the U.S. position was to not get involved, though that immediately changed on a whim thanks to Trump, who seemed to be convinced not only by the attention that Bibi was getting, but that outrageous letter written by U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee, an evangelical Christian, where he claimed in so many words that Trump was saved by God in order to help bring upon the rapture, essentially.
Yeah. Not great. So, for the timeline, Iran isn't developing nukes.
Well, they might be now.
Yeah.
But if I was them, I'd be working
I'm saying
on
like
nukes.
the past like 3 month timeline.
Yeah.
Our intelligence community says not happening. Trump says, Netanyahu, please don't attack Iran. Netanyahu does it fucking anyway. Trump's like, wait, hold on. My military parade was a dud. Bibi's getting a lot of attention for this.
Why does he get to drop all the bombs?
Yeah.
Those aren't even his bombs. They're our bombs that we gave to him. Why
Yeah.
does he get to use them? I want to use a bomb.
I'm sure that was his mentality.
It's not fair.
So this past Saturday, again without congressional approval, Trump launched a secret mission to bomb
Who knew
3 Iranian
congressional
nuclear
approval?
sites, sending a
secret
cluster of planes.
mission didn't have congressional approval. All the criticism is like insanely stupid.
Heading west over the Pacific as a diversion, while sending stealth bombers to Iran to drop bunker-busting bombs on 2 sites, while cruise missiles launched from a submarine hit a 3rd.
Oh no.
Yeah, so immediately following the attack, Trump posted the following on his social media site, Truth Social. We have completed our very successful attack on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan. All planes are now outside of Iran airspace. A full payload of bombs was dropped on the primary site, Fordo. All planes are safely on their way home. Congratulations to our great American warriors. There is not another military in the world that could have done this. Now is the time for peace.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for your
Very
attention.
peaceful of you, sir.
Thank you for your attention to this matter, which is his new sign-off on everything. It's kind of a way to
It's
know whether or
weird.
not Trump actually wrote the post or whether it was Stephen Miller or someone else.
I don't know, like, what he thinks he's doing there. Like, that's something you put at the end of an email to, like, your landlord to fix some shit in your apartment for
Yeah.
3 months. Thank you for your attention to this matter. It's very passive-aggressive.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. Well, we are obviously aware of how fucking ironic it is for someone who just dropped multiple bombs on a country halfway around the world to immediately declare that now is the time for peace.
I mean, this is, you know, it sounds silly to say these words. It's literally 1984. If you've actually read the book,
Yeah.
this is very reminiscent of
Yeah.
certain phrases in that book.
But a few hours later, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse showed up on our TV sets. Trump, Hegseth, Vance, and Rubio walked up to a podium for a quick address to the nation where Trump claimed, without evidence, that the U.S. had, quote, completely obliterated Iran's nuclear capabilities.
Actually, there was 5 people up there.
Oh, Jesus was walking
That's
with them.
right.
That's right.
Yeah.
Leave enough space for the Holy Ghost. Here's the video of it.
Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier.
Yeah, so it does get weirder because, yeah, those biblical overtones are hard to avoid despite Trump fumbling through them when he gives a shout out to God for helping the United States bomb another country.
And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say
God.
we love
I
you,
love the
God,
way
and
he
we
says
love our
it.
great military.
We love
Protect
you,
them.
God.
God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
Again, guys, it's been a decade, but it is still just so fucking bizarre that American Christians go to church, listen to worship music with their hands in the air, sing songs praising the actions of a president who's destroying families through violence both here and abroad. The president who, up until 2016, had never read a single word of scripture and possibly still has not.
Did you see the prayer circle in front of the Capitol or in D.C. in general? It was bizarre. They all like joined hands, and it got to the point where they were quite literally speaking tongues.
We just thank you right now, Lord, from the east, the west, the north, and the south. You will shake America with your power and your glory. We cancel every assignment of the enemy. This nation was birthed to be one nation under God, and we are standing on the soil of the White House, and we are declaring your word. Every place that our foot will trod, you will give it to us, and we are taking the land. We thank you, O Lord. You have brought us to the kingdom for a time such as this, and this is the time. And so we declare right now, from the capital of our nation, that America will come back to God. We will come back to God. Nothing will stop this nation.
It is unsettling
Wow.
for me to watch. It is cringeworthy, but also on a level
That's
that's
a good
kind of
clip.
horrifying.
Yeah. God, this country's so weird and
Yeah.
dumb. But, yeah, I mean, this is... I would personally think that, you know, bombing starting a war.
Yeah.
When you're in the middle of negotiations to avoid a war, that's kind of antithetical to the teachings of Christ. But hey, what do I know? But back to the statement that Trump made about completely obliterating Iran's nuclear capabilities. It's gone. It turns out that wasn't really true either, and multiple officials have had to walk that back in the hours that followed because, well, there's literally no way for them to actually know whether or not they destroyed any of the uranium enrichment machinery without having someone there on site to assess the damage. This shit is literally inside of a mountain.
Now, things were verbally walked back even further when General Dan Kane, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, said the following at a press conference via NPR. Kane said the mission, dubbed Operation Midnight Hammer, represented the largest B-2 strike in U.S. history, involving more than 125 aircraft, including decoy flights, and saw 75 precision-guided weapons dropped on the site.
Dude, America
Quote,
is the...
Final battle damage will take some time, but initial battle damage
It's
assessments
just- it's
indicate that
Western
all
Russia,
three sites
bro.
sustained extremely severe damage and destruction, Kane said. In later reporting, experts who spoke to the outlet straight up said that the country's nuclear program was not destroyed. U.S. officials say that strikes conducted on 3 key Iranian nuclear sites have devastated its nuclear program, but independent experts analyzing commercial satellite imagery say the nation's long-running nuclear enterprise is far from destroyed. At the end of the day, there are some really important things that haven't been hit, says Jeffrey Lewis, a professor at the Middlebury Institute of International Studies at Monterey, who tracks Iran's nuclear facilities. If this ends here, it's a really incomplete strike. In particular, Lewis says the strike doesn't seem to have touched Iran's stock of highly enriched uranium. Today, it still has that material, and we still don't know where it is, he says. I think you have to assume that significant amounts of this enriched uranium still exist. So this is not over by any means, agrees David Albright, the president of the Institute for Science and International Security, which has closely tracked Iran's nuclear program for years.
You know, I'm cool with letting Trump believe that he did totally obliterate Iran's nuclear program.
Let him move on to whatever the next thing is.
Yeah, you know, if he says they obliterated it, well, he's the president. He knows best.
That's right.
So I guess we're done with that.
Yeah, Let's on to the next thing. What's next? Oh, wait. ICE agents were beating up the father of 3 Marine cadets this past weekend. And also, I believe someone died in ICE custody. And they also made a woman faint when they attacked her at a fruit stand. Yeah.
What a fucking shithole country.
Yeah.
So anyway, you know, maybe we destroyed Iran's nuclear capabilities. Maybe we didn't.
Yeah.
Definitely worth potentially drawing our own country into yet another conflict where we are spending billions causing death and destruction across the world while our own people can't afford housing, healthcare, or groceries in a country that's like 4 times the size of Iraq. The last time we tried this shit and it failed miserably. But let's get to Sunday morning when the presidential address, we got that out of the way.
Yeah.
Now it's time for the Goon Squad to hit the morning news shows where they made complete and total fools of themselves once again because, the initial reaction to Saturday's news, not really positive.
And also
we did what?
It seems like they had like their notes of certain bullet points that they had to hit. And of course, those were immediately refuted by the president himself.
Well, Saturday morning, they said he's giving him 2 weeks, which, like, I guess...
That was a distraction.
Yeah, but, I mean, aside from the biggest Trump sycophants, the immediate aftermath of this, people are like, I don't want to go to war with Iran.
Yeah, nobody wants this. There was a YouGov poll that was like 95% of people surveyed did not want to go into a war with Iran, and 5% did.
Less than 5%.
And that 5% is like Lindsey Graham and Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth.
Yeah. That entire the joke I saw was that 5%, every single one of those people has a column at a national newspaper.
Yeah, because that was also weird that all of the major news outlets seemed pretty stoked on this.
Well, this is the golden idol for so many people in this country, regardless of their party. Iran is the one that got away. We tried to do some nation building there over half a century ago, and it got away from us, and it's embarrassing. And we want a do-over, and it's been very revealing that even like among Democrats who are against everything this president stands for, correctly, the most like lukewarm opposition to this Iran stuff, because a lot of them also deep in their hearts they want war with Iran. They didn't want it like this, and so they are a bit like torn. But Yeah, I mean, it's a weird situation, but the American people not so happy about this news.
But
so
yeah,
they sent out the goon squad onto the morning talk
They're
shows.
like, you gotta hype it up. Come on,
Yeah,
and remind everyone this is not a war.
We gotta sell this operation.
Yes.
Not a war. Don't call it a war.
If it was just one strike, one operation, why would you have to sell it? But anyways, we will get to those in just a second.
Yeah, but all of their well-rehearsed quotes were ruined by the president himself.
Yeah.
Moments after those shows aired, and we'll get to those in a second. But since today's episode is pretty much one or two topics, we are kind of got to take a break here, guys.
It's getting to that time. We're gonna let you breathe, let us breathe.
Lots to look forward to in the second half here. A lot of dumb clips.
Yeah.
After our sponsor break. So, sponsor time.
Hard cut. Yeah. Okay, we'll get back to.
All built with the same sleek, durable design. No matter what you pick, Ridge has free shipping, a 99-day risk-free trial, and a lifetime warranty on all their products. Right now, for a limited time, our viewers can get 10% off at Ridge by using code ITDaily at checkout. Just head to ridge.com and use code ITDaily and you're all set. After you purchase, they will ask you where you heard about them. Please support our show and tell them our show sent you.
All right, back to the task at hand, trying to laugh so that we don't continue to doom spiral into an emotional black hole while the world around us continues to crumble. All right, where were we? Yeah, the Sunday scaries. I mean, Trump's cronies going on the news shows first thing in the morning to make fools of themselves. And first of all, J.D. Vance committed an atrocity of his own when he lobbed this quote at the American public. Here you go.
I certainly empathize with Americans who are exhausted after 25 years of foreign entanglements in the Middle East. I understand the concern, but the difference is that back then we had dumb presidents, and now we have a president who actually knows how to accomplish America's national security objectives.
Yeah, well, this time it's different because all of those presidents were dumb.
Say what you will about just like every president we've had for the last 50 years. I'm not making a value judgment on any of them. Trump is objectively the dumbest motherfucker who has ever held the office.
Yeah, that's true.
In modern history.
Yeah.
So, not very.
Just listen to him talk.
JD Vance.
But the real mission here was for Vance, Rubio, and Hegseth to get out there and remind the American people that, among other things, this was not an act of war. We are not at war. And that Trump is absolutely, under no circumstances, going to strive for regime change in Iran.
Where would you get that idea?
The big question is the United States now at war with Iran?
No, we're not at war with Iran, John. We're at war with Iran's nuclear program, and I think the president took decisive action to destroy that program last night. We believe the way that you achieve peace is through strength.
This is not a war.
We're trying to lower the temperature of global conflict while simultaneously kind of raising it here in order to lower it.
No, we're not. This is not a war against Iran. This is very simple.
Is the United States now at war with Iran?
No, Kristen, we're not at war with Iran. We're at war with Iran's nuclear program. We do not want war with Iran. We actually want peace.
You can achieve peace through strength as long as you use it in the right way. We're not at war with Iran. The only people in the world that are unhappy about what happened in Iran last night is the regime.
But our view has been very clear that we don't want a regime change.
Are you calling for regime change? Because obviously there's been a lot of mixed messages over the weekend about this regime change issue.
No, absolutely not, Andrew.
This mission was not and has not been about regime change.
And of course, immediately after the "we're not going to do regime change" statements, Trump immediately posted that, well, maybe we'll do a little bit of regime change. Elliot, just do the voice.
It's not politically correct to use the term regime change, but if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be a regime change? MIGA.
Okay, well, absolutely psychotic shit. And as we mentioned, a totally bizarre, very sped up version of what we both experienced back in the early 2000s when Bush did the whole "they definitely have WMDs" thing, as well as the "it's time for a little regime change" thing.
How hard could it be? We'll be in and out in 6 months or less.
Yeah, mission accomplished.
They did that 2 weeks. That was just the initial invasion of Iraq, and they literally
had the banner.
They literally believed that once they captured Baghdad, Everything would just be smooth sailing from there. This is not a serious country.
No, we all saw how that worked out. Millions dead, millions more injured mentally and physically, a weaker world, freshly radicalized populations, an eventual financial collapse at home, power vacuums abroad, and a war that lasted longer than some of you have been alive.
Also very expensive.
Yeah.
And
like the joke of you're gonna find out.
Guys, nobody had bombed the UN before. How can you plan for the UN mission to be destroyed when nobody had ever attacked them before? Oh no, now I fucked it up by clicking. I was just trying to brush my goddamn teeth.
J.D. Vance committed an atrocity of his own when he lobbed this quote at the American public. Here you go.
I certainly empathize with Americans who are exhausted after 25 years of foreign entanglements in the Middle East. I understand the concern, but the difference is that back then we had dumb presidents, and now we have a president who actually knows how to accomplish America's national security objectives.
Yeah, well, this time it's different because all of those presidents were dumb.
Say what you will about just like every president we've had for the last 50 years. I'm not making a value judgment on any of them. Trump is objectively the dumbest motherfucker who has ever held the office.
Yeah, that's true.
In modern history.
Yeah.
So, not very.
Just listen to him talk.
JD Vance.
But the real mission here was for Vance, Rubio, and Hegseth to get out there and remind the American people that, among other things, this was not an act of war. We are not at war. And that Trump is absolutely, under no circumstances, going to strive for regime change in Iran.
Where would you get that idea?
The big question, is the United States now at war with Iran?
No, we're not at war with Iran, John. We're at war with Iran's nuclear program, and I think the president took decisive action to destroy that program last night. We believe the way that you achieve peace is through strength.
This is not a war.
We're
You
trying
think
to
he
lower
didn't
the
tell
temperature of
anyone
global
in his
conflict while
cabinet that he was doing
simultaneously
it?
kind of raising it here in order to lower it.
No, we're not. This is not a war against Iran. This is very simple.
Is the United States now at war with Iran?
No, Kristen, we're not at war with Iran.
Princess.
We're at war with Iran's nuclear program. We do not want
Hello,
war with
Princess.
Iran. We actually want peace.
You can achieve peace through strength as long as you use it in the right
This
way.
guy.
We're not at war with Iran. The only people in the world that are unhappy about what happened in Iran last night is the regime.
But our view has been very clear that we don't want a regime change.
Are you calling for regime change? Because obviously there's been a lot of mixed messages over the weekend about this regime change issue.
No, absolutely not, Andrew.
This mission was not and has not been about regime change.
And of course, immediately after the "we're not going to do regime change" statements, Trump immediately posted that, well, maybe we'll do a little bit of regime change. Elliot, just do the voice.
It's not politically correct to use the term regime change, but if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be a regime change? MIGA.
Okay, well, absolutely psychotic shit. And as we mentioned last week, a totally bizarre, very sped up version of what we both experienced back in the early 2000s when Bush did the whole "they definitely have WMDs" thing, as well as the "it's time for a little regime change" thing.
How hard could it be? We'll be in and out in 6 months or less.
Yeah, mission accomplished.
They did that 2 weeks. That was just the initial invasion of Iraq, and they literally
had the banner.
They literally believed that once they captured Baghdad, everything would just be smooth sailing from there. This is not a serious country.
No, we all saw how that worked out. Millions dead, millions more injured mentally and physically, a weaker world, freshly radicalized populations, an eventual financial collapse at home, power vacuums abroad, and a war that lasted longer than some of you have been alive.
Also very expensive.
Yeah.
And
like the joke of you're going to find out why we don't have health care is actually very sickening to me.
Yeah, and it's not just, military spending. I just
Do you
almost
think
done
we
reading,
don't have health
The
care
Shock
because of
Doctrine by
military?
Naomi Klein, and,
Is
it
that why it's sickening?
I mean, I kind of understood it with companies like Halliburton and those mercenaries and at Blackwater and whatnot, but I did not understand nearly the full scale of what the Iraq War meant for just as a giant cash giveaway to a bunch of like crony capitalist companies that were just like, well, someone's got to build the bathrooms, someone's got to run the healthcare there, and I know a guy, and you know a guy, and yeah, we got fucking fleeced.
Yep.
And we're doing it again.
But before we get into the updates as of when we filmed, we do want to quote some reporting from Dropsite News, who did some of the best independent reporting about this new conflict when it was, when the news was still fresh and relevant.
Yeah, Ryan Grimm, one of the only
not the best
big-name
source.
journalists who actually opposes war unconditionally.
Well, links are always down in the description, but here are some quotes that stood out. Although the attacks have been sold by the Trump administration to a war-weary U.S. public as a one-off solution to the dispute over Iran's nuclear program, the maneuver is more likely to inflame the conflict. The facilities attacked were already known to the international community and subject to oversight. Iran had agreed to controls on uranium enrichment in the context of a diplomatic deal to settle the conflict, yet the prospects of such a deal look uncertain in the immediate aftermath of this attack.
Yeah, they're not going to be a fucking deal, you fucking assholes. God, you blew it up.
He blew it up in 2018.
He did, but like...
And he only did that because it was an Obama-era deal, and he wanted to put his name on it.
And like, we have a pretty... Like, the Obama deal, again, they used an excellent bargaining chip, which is that Iran...
Yeah, I just say he is fine.
...has been sanctioned to hell and back. And just
also,
hey, we'll remove some of the sanctions if you just don't do this one thing.
And by the way, just for clarity, because I know the name Obama triggers a bunch of people, this was a bipartisan... it was bipartisan support.
Well, it was until it wasn't, and they started... Like, everything... I guarantee you, nearly everything you've heard about the Iran deal is just not fucking true. like Hillary Clinton rolled up with a big wheelbarrow full of uranium, and we gave them a bunch of money. No, we just unfroze a bunch of bank accounts because they were sanctioned. We removed the sanctions in exchange for Iran not developing nukes.
Yes.
We didn't spend anything. God damn it. Anyway, it continues. Prior to the attack, expecting to be bombed, Iranian officials claimed on several occasions that sensitive equipment and materials had been moved out of the targeted sites. On the night of the attack, Mehdi Mohammadi, a senior advisor to the Speaker of Iran's parliament, responded by stating, "From Iran's perspective, nothing particularly surprising has happened. Iran has been expecting an attack on Fordow for several nights. The site was evacuated long ago and has not sustained any irreversible damage in the strike."
I believe
Mohammadi
him.
added, "Two things are certain. First, knowledge cannot be bombed. Second, this time, the gambler will lose." Though U.S. officials have sought to reassure the public that the attacks are not a prelude to a larger war, they have signaled that more extreme plans may be in store. The Iranian government now faces a choice between potentially accepting the unconditional surrender demanded by Trump or resisting U.S. and Israeli attempts at disarming the country and potentially destroying its government. In response to the attacks and threats, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi responded on X, "Last week, we were in negotiations with the U.S. when Israel decided to blow up that diplomacy. This week, we held talks with the E3 EU when the U.S. decided to blow up that diplomacy. What conclusion would you draw?" For now, the attacks appear to have completely sabotaged the global nuclear non-proliferation agreement while setting the stage for a larger and more dangerous confrontation between Iran and the U.S. And another funny detail from this past weekend, darkly funny, is it's like, well, what's Iran going to do? And they're like, well, we have to take this to Parliament and decide what we're doing next. And it's just so fucking funny that Iran, despite its many obvious faults, still lets their legislature decide how things work, as opposed to the U.S., where we have a president.
Spend a little less time. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
And it rules
it's like, bro, no original thoughts. I've already fucking seen this shit. I've already seen all of this fucking lib-ass take.
King and just decides to do this shit, and Congress can't and won't do fucking anything about it. It's an interesting contrast.
Well, just a few hours into Monday, it was confirmed that Iran fired missiles at the largest U.S. military base in the Middle East. And here's Reuters with more on that.
Watch them not even realize that Iran literally attacked a U.S. base in Iraq yesterday. Not even maybe 18 hours ago. Jesus fucking Christ, guys. Like, stay in your lane. This is just your lesson, you see? You get out of your fucking lane. You start just repeating Ryan Grimm and shit. Pulling it up. I'll show you exactly what happened. Okay, Myanmar, Israel, Gaza, more Israel, Libya, Myanmar. We're almost there. Holy shit, maybe we weren't almost there. Still scrolling. Finally got there 12 hours ago. Is that what I said? Did I say 12 hours? Okay. Boom. Radar system targeted in south of Iraq. International airport, air base. See, here's the radar system that was destroyed. How come nobody reports on this? Right? They have no clue. They have no idea how any of this shit works. And like, the airbase attack was the fake attack. This is the real attack, where they actually attacked radar assets with militias and shit. And because they attacked those assets with militias, they have the plausible deniability. Like, that's how... Like, this is still going back to the first article I wrote with Jack on Iraq. Like, it ties into all of this shit. Nothing has changed.
Iran launched a missile attack on an American airbase in Qatar on Monday that caused no injuries, and President Donald Trump dismissed it as a weak response to U.S. attacks while urging Iran and Israel to make peace as the conflict entered its 12th day.
Americans were killed by Iran yesterday.
In neighboring Qatar threatened to...
Literally, Americans were killed yesterday in Iranian militia strikes.
Widen a conflict that began on June 13th with an Israeli strike on Iran targeting its nuclear program and ballistic missiles. Quote, "We did not assault anyone, and we will never accept being assaulted by anyone," Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei said in a statement. "We will not submit to anyone's aggression. This is the logic of the Iranian nation." Iran's handling of the attack recalled earlier clashes with the United States and Israel, with Tehran seeking a balance between saving face with a military response, but without provoking a cycle of escalation it can't afford. The country's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, said Iran was ready to respond again in case of further action by the United States, according to a statement posted by the ministry's account on Telegram. And also, As of early Monday, Iran had also threatened to close off the Strait of Hormuz, which would be disastrous for American gas prices because about a quarter of all crude oil passes through that access point between the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. In response to this threat, Trump threatened our own American fuel companies in a post that screamed, "Everyone, keep oil prices down. I'm watching. You're playing right into the hands of the enemy. Don't do it."
Oh, so the government is deciding the price of goods now.
Yeah, many people
Very
quoted this as saying,
conservative.
"Thank you, Chairman Mao."
Yeah. I mean, hey, very cool. I didn't know the president could do that.
No, laser
Very
pistols
exciting
or
implications.
chinchillas.
I mean, he already threatened to do it with all the tariff stuff, too.
Yeah.
We're just like,
Walmart, you got to eat the cost.
you're gonna have to eat. I'm sorry.
At this hour, the chinchillas are asleep.
So as for the Dems, well, I mean, they're fucking useless. Duh. Especially House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, who's got to go. He was once again insisting that a dog is not allowed to play basketball while just getting dunked on by a dog playing basketball.
Yeah.
Donald Trump and his actions, which do not appear to be consistent
Donald
with the
Trump
United
is
States
a bad guy.
Constitution, takes unilateral
And I
offensive
think that's
military
very
action
bad.
without
Thank you. I am Hakeem
seeking
Jeffries.
the
Vote for me.
approval
I'm the
of the
new
United
leader.
States
I'm the new
Congress.
Democratic leader.
And look, he's right. But
Now
he's probably
here
asking
comes
himself, what the fuck is he going to do about it?
Senate Leader
Well,
Chuck
nothing,
Schumer.
Because when asked if he supports the War Powers Resolution, which would require Trump to seek authorization from Congress for war with Iran, he said this.
Shut
I
up.
haven't taken a look at it.
Oh
Or
my
as
God,
Ken
shut the
Klippenstein
fuck
so
up.
eloquently put it,
Shut the fuck
look at my
up.
opposition.
Like, you don't fucking get... Like, we drone striked an American citizen without American approval. Like, you don't fucking do covert strikes. I can't believe we didn't get congressional approval to kill bin Laden.
Opposition party
Oh
dog.
my God, just
Wow, we're all
repeating
gonna
every
fucking die.
fucking dumbass.
But, and we added this part in the last second because it was still developing
No
as of when we
thoughts.
filmed. But
No
according
originality.
to President Donald Trump, a ceasefire was agreed upon. But the statement seemed to spark initial confusion from both Israel and Iranian officials.
No, you're doing a ceasefire.
Just like where he's like,
I brought peace to the Middle East. I did it in one day.
I did it, everybody. And also, you better keep those gas prices down. He's, yeah. Again, we have no idea how this is going to play out, whether or not it will be honored by either side, or if it actually exists at all, because there's always a chance that Trump just made it up. Here's what he posted late Monday on Truth Social, while once again evoking God, who flew down from heaven to help make sure that this all went real smooth.
This is
Congratulations
my favorite
to everyone.
moment. Yeah.
It has been fully agreed by and between Israel and Iran that there will be a complete
Did they already
and
show
total
him
ceasefire
thanking God
in
earlier?
approximately 6 hours from now,
Love
when
that
Israel
shit.
and Iran have wound down and completed their in-progress final missions. For 12 hours, at which point the war will be considered ended.
Wait, what's that word? War? Hold up.
Officially, Iran will
He's
start
talking
the
about the
ceasefire,
war with
and
Israel,
upon the 12th
you
hour,
idiots.
Israel will start the ceasefire, and upon the 24th hour, an official end to the 12-day war will
Like,
be
it's
saluted
still
by
just
the
as
world.
stupid, but
During
at least
each
get it
ceasefire,
right.
The other side will remain peaceful and respectful, on the assumption that everything
Peaceful
works
little
as it
doves.
should, which it will. I would like to congratulate both countries, Israel and Iran, on having the stamina, courage, and intelligence to end what should be called the 12-Day War. This is a war that could have gone on for years and destroyed the entire Middle East, but it didn't and never will. God bless Israel. God bless Iran. God bless the Middle East. God bless the United States of America, and God bless the world. It's crazy talk.
Yeah,
Like, look, I'll say
this is madness. This is insane.
I'll say it. I hope that there is peace. I am skeptical of whether this was even discussed.
It seems
with
like he's
officials.
just sort of manifesting. Like,
Yes.
this was supposed to go in the drafts.
Yeah, this is
was
like,
supposed to go up on the vision board.
yeah.
What the fuck is going on?
He's doing his own field of dreams, and it takes place in the Middle East.
Like, I wish I could be a fly in the wall at the Pentagon, where I'm assuming there are still large numbers of people who aren't completely fucking stupid.
No, Pete Hegseth just drove his SUV through the window. Wait, hold on. I thought I was off the clock, but Donald Trump just tweeted, so sober me up. Let's get a pot of coffee boiling. It's wild. It's fucking crazy.
Anyway, in an interview with NBC, Trump also claimed that this ceasefire will be unlimited and that it's gonna go forever.
I don't believe you. I'm very skeptical.
Yeah, no fucking way. But this is all at odds with how Israel and Iran are responding to Trump's ceasefire declaration. So first, according to The Guardian, amid Trump's claim of a ceasefire, the Israel Defense Forces has just posted this on X. The Home Front Command clarifies that there is no change in the guidelines for the public. Continue to follow the instructions provided by the Home Front Command through official channels. And they followed that up with a statement from Iranian officials. Iran's Foreign Minister Sayed Abbas Araghchi has responded to reports of a ceasefire with Israel, saying in a post on X, as Iran has repeatedly made clear, Israel launched war on Iran, not the other way around. As of now, there is no agreement on any ceasefire or cessation of military operations. However, provided that the Israeli regime stops its illegal aggression against the Iranian people no later than 4 a.m. Tehran time, we have no intention to continue our response afterward. The final decision on the cessation of our military operations will be made later.
So again, would love to be proven wrong in my cynicism and skepticism, but you know more than us by the time this video goes up very late at night. So please inform your fellow friends and viewers in the comment section below about the latest and give each other plenty of virtual hugs because shit is very weird right now.
Even if this does work out exactly like how he said it is, do you know what Iran's gonna fucking do? Build nuclear bombs.
Yes.
You fucking idiot.
Yeah.
God.
In fact, look, if you're able, go outside and just disconnect for a while.
Okay, Charlie Kirk. It's funny because Trump announced that there was a ceasefire twice. Say, okay, the real ceasefire is going to effect right now. Bombs go off 2 seconds later. You know, he called and was like, right, there's no more bombs coming. And operational security, they're like, yeah, we're definitely not sending another wave right now. And he's like, that's what I like to hear. Ceasefire is totally in place.
While it is extremely important to stay informed and active, but also very, very important to take time for yourself or you will completely burn out. And we're kind of saying that out loud for ourselves too.
Okay,
We're
goodbye.
all in this together. So stay focused
You know what you
and,
should
and
do?
aware of everything, but
not report on these conflicts.
take care
guys.
of yourself too, if you can. And just so we're not leaving on potential war news, here's a story about God attacking Florida because of Trump constantly misquoting him and attributing potential atrocities to him. 3 people were struck by lightning in Florida this past weekend while Trump was shouting out God for guiding those big, beautiful bombs to their intended targets. Odd timing, I'll say, but
yeah,
here's Florida news
very
outlet
rare.
Local 12.
3 people were reportedly struck by lightning while engaging in various recreational activities at a popular tourist destination. City officials said that the first strike hit a 29-year-old tourist from Colorado sometime before 12:30 p.m. on Friday while he was wading in ankle-deep water at New Smyrna Beach. It was the most crackling electrical hit you could imagine, said one witness. I mean, like, fierce. Wow. A nearby surfer said that within moments, the victim was surrounded by strangers and paramedics. That guy was, what I could tell, in the water, he said. Somebody tried to drag him out, and then they got help. Next thing you know, the lifeguards here, paramedics, and everybody. He also said that EMS immediately began chest compressions upon reaching the victim. The man was taken to the hospital in critical condition, and no further updates about his condition were made available. 2 more people were indirectly struck by lightning at the nearby Venetian Bay golf course, but neither of them had to be taken to the hospital, city officials said. Volusia County Beach Safety noted that many bystanders were surprised to see the lightning since the sky was clear and blue. What? A situation that the organization called a blue sky lightning strike. Holy shit.
Yeah, I mean,
I didn't know it could do that.
Not very funny, but, you know, something to think about. Perfectly blue sky, and then...
You could just get struck by lightning on a
It's
clear
like
day.
in Caddyshack when he
crazy.
yells, rat farts.
If there's a storm, like, in the area, but...
Except
I do
that
like
was
how, like, the
during
last 2 people, they just
lightning.
walked it off.
Yeah. Ah, fuck.
Nah, I'm good.
Yeah.
What a story, though.
Also, near my hometown, there were 2 water spouts, water tornadoes.
Yeah.
Like, 1, all right, yeah, that kind of happens. 2 side by side. They weren't just 2 that happened in the same day. They were next to each other.
It's like a double rainbow.
Yeah, but even probably more rare. So, stop thanking God for the bombs. He's
Yeah.
probably pissed if he exists.
Cut that out.
Yeah.
God is upset.
Where have you been, God? Anyways, please, I know it's a rough video, but clicking the like button helps our channel. It helps
I'm
us. It helps.
actually gonna give one of my
probably
rare
helps you. I don't know.
dislikes.
Click the like button because it makes you.
Status confirmed. Target package in custody.
Terminated.
For all of your offenses against the Elders, Commander.
Target eliminated. Multiple hostiles
Menace
advancing on
1-5,
our
we're
position.
picking up an enemy transport inbound on your current position.
Not a problem. Good to go.
The Elder's servants will never cease their attacks. With each new wound, your troops grow weary of your failures. Will do.
Not too
My
shabby.
power cannot be compared to these lower forms of life.
Corriendo y disparando. Adelante. Mejor cerrad los ojos.
Mi sto muovendo.
That's right.
forces still have the resolve to finish what you've started, Commander.
On Overwatch. Moving to Overwatch. Here.
To Brian Stelter. You know, to Trump, he's portraying these strikes as nothing short of an unmitigated success that ends the prospect of another Middle East war, to which I say,
Definitely didn't help.
It's Tuesday, June 24th. I'm Jane Coaston, and this is What a Day, the show that salutes The Onion for mailing every member of Congress a very special message in the wake of strikes in Iran. They should continue to be big cowards. Quote, "This is the time to let the wave of apathy and indifference roll over you as you think about getting a really nice renovation to your house in Kalorama." On today's show, New York City starts the process of voting for its next mayor. And the Supreme Court gives the Trump administration the green light to deport migrants wherever it wants, for now. But let's start with the latest news from the Middle East. On Monday, Iran fired missiles at an American military base in Qatar in retaliation for American strikes on 3 Iranian nuclear enrichment sites. The Qatari government announced that U.S. forces were able to intercept those missiles. President Donald Trump said on Truth Social that the Iranian government gave advance notice before the strikes to avoid casualties, saying Iran had, quote, gotten it all out of their system. It's worth remembering that the United States and Iran have a lengthy history, most of it not great. My colleague Matt Berg spoke to Virginia Democratic Senator Tim Kaine on Monday. He's a member of the Senate Armed Services and Foreign Relations Committees, and he introduced a war powers resolution expressing concern about the escalating violence, and he gave a brief history lesson.
The United States helped topple a democratically elected Iranian government in 1953 and then helped install this dictator, the Shah of Iran, who
they helped
basically
install the
ruled in a brutal
Ayatollah
fashion over Iranian citizens for a quarter century, and Iran hasn't forgotten that.
I love
they
that
haven't
we can.
forgotten
I
that
love
the U.S.
that
military
they always
shut
can
down.
recognize that the United States helped install the Shah, but they can never recognize that the United States installed the Ayatollah as well. Every time.
An Iranian passenger jet in the 1980s. They haven't forgotten that the U.S. gave Iraq Saddam Hussein weapons to use against the Iranians in a war in the late 1980s. They haven't forgotten these things. And so when Donald Trump talks about regime change, it brings up a lot of bad memories.
Now, things might be calming down. Maybe. Later in the evening, Trump posted on Truth Social that Israel and Iran have reached a ceasefire. But as of our recording late Monday Pacific time, we don't yet have confirmation from either Israel or Iran. Obviously, this situation is changing quickly. But I wanted to take a second to pull back and ask a bigger question. How are we learning about what's going on in Tehran? Or, for that matter, in Washington, D.C.? How are the major networks and cable news covering what might turn into another U.S. conflict in the Middle East? This question matters more now than perhaps under any other presidency for one simple reason. Trump watches an absolutely obscene amount of cable news, particularly Fox News. In fact, Fox News apparently played a major role in his decision to strike Iran in the first place. As the New York Times reported on Sunday, Trump was deeply interested in how Israel's strikes on Iran last week were, quote, playing on social media and on television. The paper added, quote, the president was closely monitoring Fox News, which was airing wall-to-wall praise of Israel's military operation and featuring guests urging Mr. Trump to get more involved. Several Trump advisors lamented the fact that Mr. Carlson was no longer on Fox, which meant that Mr. Trump was not hearing much of the other side of the debate. That's former Fox News host Tucker Carlson, in case you didn't know. As Trump himself might say, sad. So to talk more about the role cable news is playing in Trump's decision-making, and also the divide playing out in the MAGA mediosphere, I spoke to Brian Stelter. He's chief media analyst for CNN. Brian, welcome to What a Day.
Great to be here. Thank you.
So prior to the decision to launch strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities, the MAGA media world was weirdly divided over the wisdom of an attack and the risk of entering another Middle East war. What's the reaction been like in the wake of the strikes?
Well, back up and say, what is MAGA media? You know, we're not talking about journalists, researchers, experts. We're talking about commentators, right? Armchair commentators mostly, paid pundits, people who are mostly known because of their loyalty to Donald Trump. They're not bringing decades of experience and wisdom and knowledge about the region. So I just want to acknowledge that up front. Now, when we think about the MAGA media universe, you know, there is this dramatic divide right now. And Tucker Carlson's basically gone quiet, unless I missed something in the past hour. You know, Steve Bannon has tried to play this relatively cool in the wake of his meeting with the president last week. So there are these voices that are very clearly isolationist voices that say they represent tens of millions of Trump voters out there. But I would say they have been somewhat marginalized in the past few days. You know, there are many others in the MAGA media universe that have rushed to the president's side, rushed to his defense, and I'm not seeing much of a divide at all. And on Fox, it has been pro-war, pro-Trump pretty much all the time.
Right. And I think that the key to this is that Donald Trump has an incredible ability to just bend his base to his will. So people who last week were saying this is a terrible idea are now like all in. And you know, to Trump, he's portraying these strikes as nothing short of an unmitigated success that ends the prospect of another Middle East war, to which I say, But, you know, on Sunday, he also floated the idea of regime change. So how are the strikes testing the loyalty of the media influencers who message to the base? Because you always, you know, I think that the regime change point was so interesting because you had all of these people from Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, but then just, you know, the influencers who get a lot of retweets saying, no regime change. Who's even talking about regime change? And then Trump is like, I'm talking about regime change. Why not?
He said, why not? Right. And then his own press secretary had to say he was just musing, he was just asking the question. But you're getting at this incredible tension that plays out whenever the story involves Trump versus his voters. It's what do these influencers who are in the middle, what do they say? How do they keep their so-called influence? How do they preserve their access and influence? And oftentimes you can hear them trying to talk to Trump directly, either through the television or through the podcast microphone or through the TikTok video. I think we're seeing some of that again right now with the Steve Bannons of the world, basically, you know, saying, hey, I've always been with the president, no matter what, I always have his back. Yeah, at the same time, they might be trying to push him in one direction or another. And you can hear that, you can see that. And that does happen more in this digital media space than it does on Fox. Like I said, Fox much more ardently, clearly pro-war. Yes, the commentators are trying to get through to the president, but they're not expressing much hesitation. They're not expressing much doubt, despite the memories of 2003.
Yeah. So taking a broader look, you've mentioned Fox being very pro-war, but what about the other networks? How are we seeing the various major news networks covering the story right now?
I think when we look at all the networks not named Fox, all the major networks, we're seeing, number one, a lot of news coverage, very thorough coverage of this military action. You know, big special reports in prime time on the old school broadcast networks, wall-to-wall coverage on CNN and MSNBC, as you would expect. So that means, number one, other stories being pushed out for the time being on television, and that's always interesting to pay attention to, what's not being covered. And then I think, number two, the question I think, and I don't have a full answer to this, to be honest, who are the most prominent voices? And how much pushback is there going to be, in the days to come, to the administration's narrative? Certainly on Saturday night, Trump tried to own the narrative by announcing the strikes on Truth Social, by using words like obliterated. Certainly the Trump administration's tried to own the messaging, tried to make this sound like an open and shut situation, at least last weekend. Of course it's more complicated than that, and the news coverage has reflected the gap between Trump's claims and the reality on the ground.
But you're getting at something I've been wondering, which is in terms of how this is playing out on TV, could you reflect on the parallels you're seeing to 2002, 2003, and the United States' invasion of Iraq and the toppling of Saddam Hussein? Because to me, I mean, maybe it's just the omnipresence of John Bolton, but it feels a little eerie in just how this is being covered and how it's being discussed. And how, you know, you talked about, you know, what pushback are people from the administration getting? What questions are they getting? What questions are they not getting? What do you think?
Well, I think you hit on the similarities. There are a couple of differences that stand out to me also. One is that there's very little video. We basically are not seeing anything that's happening on the ground. And quite frankly, I thought that the Trump administration would try to release whatever video it had of the strikes at these nuclear sites, given Trump's focus on television as a medium. Contrast that to 2003, when American reporters were embedded with U.S. troops crossing into Iraq. With those dramatic images, it made you feel like you were at war with the soldiers. So even in the TikTok age, so to speak, we're not seeing much of what's going on the ground. And so I think that's a big difference that stands out to me. Another is that You know, the Secretary of Defense used to be a Fox News star, you know, like this time last year. I was watching Fox and Friends over the weekend, and one of the anchors accidentally said Pete instead of Secretary Hegseth, right? Because they're talking about their friend. And when they're talking about their friend, they're not just giving the benefit of the doubt. They're giving something even bigger than that. And that's something I'm going to be watching for, because, you know, for all of the media missteps in 2003, the relationship between the Trump White House and Fox News is so much more tight-knit than the Bush-Fox relationship in 2003.
Meanwhile, as all of this is unfolding, the administration has been gutting Voice of America, including Farsi language speakers covering Iran. There's been some reporting that some of those journalists have been called back because, obviously, what could a robust VOA provide right now in terms of programming into Iran?
Ever since Israel launched its attacks into Iran, the amount of disinformation that's been in Farsi, that's been targeted to Iran or circulating in Iran, has been off the charts. And Radio Free Europe, VOA, these journalists would like to be debunking that disinformation.
I can't be convinced
would like to be getting out accurate information.
Inside.
And they feel hamstrung by the Trump administration's attempts to shut them down. So it's this kind of very confusing, confounding dynamic within the U.S. government, with employees who believe they are broadcasting real news into Iran.
Like, the disinfo network in Iran, like, we don't have fucking Farsi speakers that can immediately fucking create those things in this country.
Trying to counter the lies of the regime. And yet the Trump administration on the one day says they are doing an important mission, on the next day says they are fired.
Now, I'm a journalist, but I work at Crooked Media, so I'm able to express my opinions on this program. But a lot of other people working in media don't have the same ability to talk about their views. For example, Terry Moran, a longtime prestigious ABC journalist, criticized members of the Trump administration and was basically ousted from the network for it. As this conflict continues to play out, what kind of pressure are reporters and networks going to face on that front when it comes to covering this conflict, should it expand?
I think of the American media as let me think of it as a garden, because I was just outside trying to help my wife with our garden. Okay, maybe this won't work, but I'll try it as an attempt. There are all sorts of different plants and foods growing out there, and that's a good thing. I think you want to have a wide variety. And so here's my attempt at the tortured analogy. You want to have people like Terry Moran who leave ABC, go to Substack, have much more of a clear point of view, are expressing where they're coming from. I think that's a great thing. But then I also want ABC News to be thriving, because I want a news brand that believes it's impartial, that it believes it's nonpartisan, that can get access to all the players, that it has the backing of a big company that means it can send a crew into Iran if the Iranians are willing to allow access. You know, like, to me, the answer is all of the above.
I mean, but we've seen how litigious this administration is when it comes to the media, when it comes to reporting on a poll that Trump doesn't like, or reporting on basically anything Trump doesn't like, up and including what the Gulf of Mexico is called. And I imagine if this conflict expands, the administration could put a lot of pressure on those networks that are saying, we want to be impartial, we want to be able to get people into Tehran, we want to be able to do this work. And the administration is saying, we would rather you did not do that.
So I think what you're raising is an unanswerable question. We don't know what the administration could or would do in a scenario like that, where this conflict goes on. But we have to be aware of the pressure points. And frankly, I think there's a lot more awareness than there was just a few months ago. I think the AP lawsuit over the Gulf was significant. I think that raised awareness. NPR and PBS are now suing Trump over the defunding threats. There are legal battles that are helping raise awareness. But as you know, Jane, here's the tension that always exists with Trump. One day, he's on the phone with ABC's John Karl on Sunday, talking about the strikes. The next day, he's insulting John Karl on True Social with some nasty nickname. What do you do in that situation? All you can do is report. All you can try to do is report fairly and see what happens.
Brian, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
That was my conversation with Brian Stelter, Chief Media Analyst for CNN. We'll get to more of the news in a moment, but if you like the show, make sure to subscribe, leave a 5-star review on Apple Podcasts, and share with your friends. Here's what else we're following today.
Kilmer was taken on March 12th, and it was not until yesterday that I was able to visit him for the first time.
That's Jennifer Vasquez Sura, the wife of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. He's the Maryland man who was wrongly deported to an El Salvador prison by the Trump administration in March. Abrego Garcia has been back in the U.S. for a few weeks now, but the Trump administration continues to threaten his freedom. On Monday, Tricia McLaughlin, Assistant Secretary for the Department of Homeland Security, tweeted, quote, "Kilmar Abrego Garcia is a dangerous criminal illegal alien. We have said it for months and it remains true to this day. He will never go free on American soil." And Tricia McLaughlin is a nasty woman. Abrego Garcia is currently being held in Tennessee after he was charged by the Department of Justice with human smuggling related to a 2022 traffic stop. He's awaiting a federal trial. On Sunday, the judge in that trial, U.S. Magistrate Judge Barbara Holmes, ordered his release. Holmes noted in her order that her ruling was mostly a theoretical one, given that Abrego Garcia would likely be detained by Immigration and Customs Enforcement if released by the DOJ. In other deflating DHS-related news, noted public intellectual and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem made her debut in the pages of the Washington Post's opinion section on Monday. She used the opportunity to once again threaten Harvard with terminating its ability to enroll international students. On Monday, the Supreme Court allowed the Trump administration to move ahead with quickly deporting migrants to countries other than their own. In May, the government put a group of migrants on a plane reportedly headed to South Sudan, where most of the passengers were not from. The plane instead ended up landing at a U.S. naval base in Djibouti, and U.S. District Judge Brian E. Murphy said the migrants' deportations to South Sudan violated an earlier court order. That order required the administration to give immigrants a chance to challenge deportations to third countries over concerns for their safety. The Supreme Court's brief order Monday pauses Murphy's ruling. All three liberal justices dissented. ABC News says the court's conservative majority handed President Trump a significant win for his immigration policy.
Justice Sonia Sotomayor, in a scathing dissent, said the majority was rewarding, quote, lawlessness by the Trump administration and acting in gross abuse of the court's powers.
Justice Sonia Sotomayor also wrote that the decision exposes, quote, thousands to the risk of torture or death. The High Court's order came after an emergency request by the administration. It will stay in place while legal challenges to the deportations continue.
Zoran Mamdani's a 33-year-old dangerously inexperienced legislator who's passed just 3 bills with a staff you can fit inside a New York elevator. New York already has a crisis of affordability and safety. We need someone ready to roll. Andrew Cuomo's managed a state and managed crises, from COVID to Trump.
Managed crises. Sure. That's from the latest campaign ad for former New York Democratic Governor Andrew Cuomo, who's running for mayor of New York City. The primary election for a Democratic nominee in that race is taking place today. It's expected to come down to Cuomo and New York State Democratic Assembly member Zoran Mamdani. So far, Cuomo has far outspent the field of Democratic candidates, with a little help from the super PAC, of course, and has secured big endorsements like those from former President Bill Clinton and former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg. On Monday, however, Mamdani came out ahead of Cuomo in the final major poll before the election. Emerson College's poll simulated the ranked choice process and showed Mamdani with 52% of the vote to Cuomo's 48%. Mamdani has earned endorsements from New York Democratic Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Vermont Independent Senator Bernie Sanders. The New York ranked choice ballot system is complicated, but it's possible both candidates will appear on November's general election ballot. The city's current mayor, Eric Adams, will also be on that ballot since he's running for re-election as an independent candidate. According to a memo sent by the House's chief administrative officer on Monday, Meta's messaging service, WhatsApp, has been banned from staffers' government devices. In an email obtained by Axios, the CAO said, quote, "The Office of Cybersecurity has deemed WhatsApp a high risk to users due to the lack of transparency in how it protects user data, absence of stored data encryption, and potential security risks involved with its use." The memo said House staff are not allowed to have WhatsApp on any House device. Meta spokesperson Andy Stone said in a statement on Twitter the company disagrees with the ban. He said that WhatsApp messages are end-to-end encrypted by default and that, quote, "This is a higher level of security than most of the apps on the CAO's approved list that do not offer that protection." The CAO offered alternative messaging apps available for use, and Pete Hegseth can rest easy. According to the email, those include Microsoft Teams, Apple's iMessage, and Signal. And that's the news. One more thing. Religious freedom. An unalloyed, actually awesome, good thing. Now, I know, when you hear the words religious freedom, there's a part of you that might hear some Fox News host railing against an alleged war on Christmas. A lot of people, generally Christians, have wielded the concept of religious freedom against pretty much anyone who doesn't share their particular religious faith, generally non-Christians, as a cudgel. But the legal concept of religious freedom isn't made to defend majority religions, though, hey, it does that too. It's to ensure that people who practice minority religions in the United States can live out their faith, even if you, me, or an elected official think their faith is, well, weird. Case in point, the Supreme Court announced Monday that it would take up the case of a Louisiana man named Damon Landor. Landor is a practicing Rastafarian. Rastafari is an Abrahamic religion, as in a monotheistic faith that recognizes figures from the Bible that developed in Jamaica in the 1930s. Among other beliefs, Rastafarians often wear dreadlocks as a symbol of their faith and a rejection of Babylon, or Western society. When Landor, who had dreadlocks, was in prison in 2020, and even after he explained his religious beliefs to prison officials and gave a guard a copy of a 2017 Fifth Circuit decision that stated Louisiana's previous policy of cutting the hair of incarcerated Rastafarians was unconstitutional, prison officials quite literally handcuffed him to a chair and shaved his head. In a statement given in 2024, Landor said, quote, "When I was strapped down and shaved, it felt like I was raped. And the guards, they just didn't care. They will treat you any kind of way. They knew better than to cut my hair, but they did it anyway." The funny thing, if you can call it that, is that no one denies that this happened, or that forcibly shaving the head of a man whose religious beliefs expressly forbid doing so was wrong. In a brief to the Supreme Court asking the justices not to take up the case, Elizabeth Murrell, Louisiana's Attorney General, wrote, quote, "The allegations in petitioner's complaint are antithetical to religious freedom and fair treatment of state prisoners. Without equivocation, the state condemns them in the strongest possible terms." Because, well, yeah. But Landor wants to sue the state corrections department, the prison, and the warden for what was done to him, and be compensated. That's what the state is fighting. He will be far from the first person who practices a minority faith to ask the Supreme Court for redress. From Muslim Americans placed on a no-fly list because they wouldn't act as government informants, to practitioners of Santeria who sued their city for prohibiting ritual animal sacrifices their religion required, to Jehovah's Witnesses, who are why you, still, today, are not required to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Religious freedom in America has been protected and strengthened because of people who practice religions that you may know nothing about. In a 1981 case about a Jehovah's Witness who was fired from his job because of his religious beliefs, then Supreme Court Chief Justice Warren Burger wrote, quote, "Religious beliefs need not be acceptable, logical, consistent, or comprehensible to others in order to merit First Amendment protection." To which I say, hell yes. Before we go, Iran has responded to Trump's bombing of its nuclear facilities, and the world is on edge. On Pod Save the World, Tommy and Ben cut through the noise to explain what's happening, what's at stake, and how U.S. foreign policy got us here. If you're trying to make sense of the latest U.S.-Iran escalation, tune into this week's Pod Save the World on YouTube or listen wherever you get your podcasts. That's all for today. If you like the show, make sure you subscribe, leave a review. Let me tell you a nice story about a bear, and tell your friends to listen. And if you're into reading, and not just about how a bear in Michigan had its head stuck in a plastic lid for 2 years but was rescued by a team with the Michigan Department of Natural Resources and is now a free bear. Like me, What A Day is also a nightly newsletter. Check it out and subscribe at crooked.com/subscribe.
You're a free bear?
I'm Jane Coaston, and on occasion, something good does happen.
Is that what she said? Dobby is a free elf.
What if you could?
Dobby is a free elf.
After claiming Iran violated their ceasefire agreement. The IDF saying missiles were launched from Iran after the midnight deadline imposed by President Trump.
In just the last few minutes, Israel ordering high-intensity strikes against regime targets in the heart of Tehran, and this violation of the deal comes less than an hour before the President of the United States is expected to leave for the NATO summit. You're watching Fox and Friends First on a Tuesday morning that is moving very, very rapidly. I'm Todd Pyro.
And I'm Carla Shimkitz. Let's get right to Mike Tobin with the very latest on the ground in Israel. And Mike, here we go again.
Oh, it's Thumbman.
Well, things are moving very fast, Carly and
Look at
Todd.
how
Iranian
thumb-like
state
he
TV
is.
now denies that they will that the Iranian government, the Iranian military, was responsible for those 1 or 2 missiles that went into Israel's north. We're still looking to confirm the specific number on that. Now, that missile was intercepted and landed without injury, but not without consequence. As you mentioned, Israel's defense minister and the chief of general staff have now vowed fierce retaliation for the violation of a ceasefire that wasn't quite 4 hours old when those missiles came in the north of Israel. But again, Iran is denying that they took part in that. Now, as the ceasefire was preparing to take hold, about 5 waves of ballistic missiles came in from Iran. One of them hit down here in Beersheba, where I'm standing right now. And as we look behind me, you can see what looks like the impact site from that missile is indeed the impact site from the missile. You can see rescue crews right now going through the rubble, searching for any possible people who are trapped in the rubble. It should be mentioned that no one is missing right now. They're just operating out of abundance of caution. One of the things I've seen the rescuers doing today is forming up an old-fashioned bucket brigade, carrying rubble out of that building just to clear as much space as they can. Now, we do know that a family of 4 was inside of the bomb shelter. That bomb shelter took a direct hit. Here is a spokesman from Homefront Command.
What we understand currently, that the family was inside the shelter, and unfortunately, when we have a direct hit, a direct strike of a missile in the shelter, it did not always help.
So those bomb rooms do a good job of protecting people in the blast radius, but when you have a powerful warhead like the one that came down here and it takes a direct hit, all 4 of those people perish. There was an additional 26 people who were injured by the force of that blast, and their injuries vary. So we're watching the situation. When these missiles were fired, the Israeli fighter jets were in the air over Iran. They detected the missile launches and struck back at least some of those missile launchers. So that has taken place all today. But the situation now, of course, is very fragile with Israel's defense minister and the chief of general staff vowing to strike back at Iran for what they say is a flagrant violation of the ceasefire. Iran now says they didn't do it. You could be looking to one of the other rogue elements, a rogue element inside of Iran, or one of the other proxies that are operating in the region. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, and
they
Mike,
literally already
at
bombed
least one
us.
missile was intercepted.
You know why they can't report
after
on it?
the
Because if
ceasefire
the
went
people
into
learn about
effect,
it,
but Iran is denying that it took part in that.
ruin
So if not Iran, then who?
Correct. One missile in. I'm sorry, my earpiece is going in and out, but at least one missile was intercepted. No injuries reported on the ground. The tops of the Israeli military saying that the ceasefire has been violated and saying that they'll respond.
All right, Mike Tobin live for us in Israel. Mike, we will check back in with you as warranted. With that, let us bring in former Deputy National Security Advisor and Heritage Foundation Vice President of National Security, Victoria Coates. And Victoria, you heard Mike Tobin say Iran is denying that their government was responsible for these strikes. But assuming that that is not correct, assuming that the Iranian government is ultimately responsible, is this a mere hiccup? Can the ceasefire be saved? Or has Iran potentially crossed a red line from which they cannot come back?
Well, Todd, unfortunately, this is the kind of messy period that generally happens around a ceasefire, where a side that is typically on the losing side is going to try to get a little bit more. They're going to try to have a last strike, something for domestic consumption that they can say that they, are still powerful. And we've seen what Iran is capable of. What they do is they fire at apartment buildings, at families sheltering in bomb shelters. This is hardly the stuff of a great military victory. Israel, on the other hand, is flying with impunity over Tehran right now, and I'm sure will take another strike on a strategic target, something like the missile launchers that will prevent Iran from doing this again. But it doesn't take away from what President Trump has achieved, which is that he's gotten both sides to agree to a ceasefire. It is time to end this war and consolidate Israel's and America's gains.
So you think that despite the fact that Israel is claiming that Iran launched a missile into Israel, and they're saying that the ceasefire is off. Do you think that, like Todd said, could this be a hiccup? Could things proceed more peacefully in the hours to come?
Sleep better by tomorrow with a new mattress from Raymore and Flanagan. We make it easy with.
Well,
Ads
Carly,
on
I never
Fox
want to
News.
refer to the death of a family for as a hiccup. I mean, we have to be mindful of the seriousness of that.
Yeah, and
But
Victoria, understood on that point. The death of the family took place, and horrible that it happened. It took place before the official ceasefire went into effect, and now that it was, and now we're in a new world where every party agreed to a ceasefire, and then a missile was launched. So, how do people proceed forward?
Well, I think that we can proceed forward if the situation calms down, if Israel does take a retaliatory strike, and then we can get back to the ceasefire, because I think Israel has achieved largely their war aims. That's what they said last night. And so I think if the president gets involved, if Iran understands the seriousness of the situation, and that both Israel and the United States are prepared to go back in if they don't start behaving more rationally.
Yeah, I cannot imagine the president is happy with these latest developments out of Israel. How should President Trump respond?
Well, I think President Trump will respond decisively. I mean, I think he's going to make very clear to the Iranians these are the terms. They are in an extremely weak position. Both Israel and the United States can act, as I said, with impunity against them. And so it is beholden on Iran now to start becoming a more responsible partner here. They have been given every opportunity, both before this war started, to engage in diplomacy, and now the president yesterday offering them the opportunity to come to the table and come to terms. Now, his patience, as we've discovered, is not infinite. So this better shut down now, and they better come to the table in the mood to make concessions so that we can get to the end of this war.
Yeah, and President Trump is going to be leaving for the NATO summit in just a few hours. What will the conversation during the NATO summit be surrounding all of this?
Well, I think it's going to be about the need for NATO to take a lot of responsibility for what's happening in Europe. This is a big demonstration of all of the obligations the United States has around the world, not just in Ukraine, also in the Middle East, also in the Pacific. So I think the president is going to go back to one of his signature issues, which is making the rest of NATO pay its fair share for the defense of the alliance. And we have the top 10 economies in NATO, the top economy being the United States. The other 9 are clinging at 2% of GDP to defense, not the 3.5 they need to be at. They're not even close. And so I think he's going to be laying down the law there and saying if NATO is going to proceed into the 21st century, if it's going to be relevant, it has to literally have cash on the barrelhead here. We don't want pledges. We don't want some sort of projection of maybe getting to 2% in 3 or 4 years. We want them to pay up now.
Assuming, for argument's sake, that Iran, their government, is responsible for these strikes and not some proxy group like Mike Tobin alluded could be the case in light of the fact that Iran is denying that they are involved in this. Did Iran pick this timing in order to embarrass President Trump as he heads to NATO? And if so, how big of a miscalculation is that?
Well, I don't know how specific it was in terms of embarrassing the president. I would say that it was a miscalculation on the part of Iran if they were responsible. It's kind of this, as I said, this gray zone around the establishment of a ceasefire that it can be kind of a difficult period. But I think the key is for him to send the message to the Iranians that this is unacceptable. That if they want to get to diplomacy, they're going to have to start acting responsibly. And otherwise, he's going to take the gloves back off and let the Israelis go back in.
And this is the statement from Defense Minister Israel Katz. I have instructed the IDF to respond forcefully to Iran's violation of the ceasefire with high-intensity strikes against regime targets in the heart of Tehran. So with that, would you say that the war is officially back on right now?
Well, let's see what the Israelis actually do. I think some targeted strikes in response to this would be proportionate, and then the ball goes back into the Iranians' court. So I think we'll see what the next couple of hours bring, but this was not a good move on the part of the Iranians, but I do think the ceasefire is recoverable.
And finally, Todd alluded to it, but Israel is saying that one missile was intercepted, and Iran is denying that they took part in it. Could it have been a proxy and not an Iranian strike, or is Israel able to tell and determine that this was coming from Iranian airspace?
Well, if we haven't figured that out yet, Carly, we will be able to figure out in pretty short order. And I would be a little bit surprised because the Iranian proxies have been remarkable for their silence over the course of this 12-day war. We haven't seen a single rocket fired from Hezbollah. Hamas has been quiet. Even more surprisingly, the Houthi have been quiet. So it's possible one of them might have fired something off. But as I said, the Israelis are going to be able to tell pretty quickly what the trajectory of this thing was, and I'm sure they will publish those results.
And to that point, it would be odd for the proxies to act now, which really does call into question Iran's denial of them being responsible for this strike. Victoria Coates, we threw a lot at you. Breaking news literally minutes before our show started. We appreciate you and your insight this morning.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe.
I'm awful.
I don't think anybody could have predicted where it even started, much less where it ended up.
A show of force then met with a show of force. Earlier today, the Iranian military firing missiles at an American air base in Qatar. The Iranian military claims this is footage of those missiles. U.S. officials saying all but one of the Iranian missiles were intercepted. No American forces were hurt, and no damage was done to the base in the attack. The strikes are the latest in what has been an escalating conflict unfolding in the Middle East, when Israel and Iran began a renewed clash with each other earlier this month. But the U.S. only became directly involved this weekend, as the U.S. and Israel sought to hamper Iran's ability to develop a nuclear weapon.
No president has ever made a decision to go take military action against Iran, and you saw President Trump do that.
There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days.
And today we're beginning to see some of the first images of the aftermath of those U.S. strikes.
We don't know whether those halls where the centrifuges were enriching uranium, whether they were collapsed or whether they're still in service. So it looks like a lot of damage was done, but we really can't know for sure until people get on the ground.
Dubbed Operation Midnight Hammer, the barrage included the largest strike by B-2 stealth bombers in history.
This is a plan that took months and weeks of positioning and preparation so that we could be ready when the President of the United States called.
The U.S. jumping into a conflict that's been boiling over for weeks. The operation carried out in complete secrecy, unfolding as many across our country slept. Beginning at 12:01 a.m. Saturday morning, B-2 bombers took flight from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri, two of them heading west towards Guam, those with trackable movements. This was a decoy.
The world was tracking these two bombers headed to Guam without realizing that secretly 7 bombers were headed eastbound.
Those with transponders turned off and minimal radio communications, launching a short time later, headed towards Iran. The 18-hour flight to Iran including multiple mid-air refuelings and in-air support.
The B-2s linked up with escort and support aircraft in a complex, tightly timed maneuver requiring exact synchronization across multiple platforms in a narrow piece of airspace, all done with minimal communications.
There were fighter escorts out in front of those bombers. And pilots and the crews in those bombers and fighters had never worked together before. They were coming from different bases. It was nighttime, which is always more of a challenge.
Approximately
5 p.m. Eastern Time
wow,
Saturday,
they did the job
a
they
U.S.
were
submarine
trained to
launching
do.
2
What an
dozen Tomahawk
accomplishment.
land cruise missiles at key
Fuck
surface
off.
infrastructure
Get your
targets
propaganda out
for
of here.
nuclear facility Isfahan. By 6:40 p.m. Eastern Time, the 25-minute mission inside Iran's airspace activated. U.S. fighter jets sweeping in to protect the B-2 bombers from possible enemy missiles and warplanes. The B-2s dropping 30,000-pound massive ordnance penetrator weapons, also known as MLPs or bunker busters, onto Iran's most complex nuclear enrichment facility, Fordo. Experts say it's carved at least 300 feet below the surface of a stone mountain and reinforced with concrete.
The one at Fordo is noteworthy because this is the one that the Iranians have really wanted to protect the most. But what you've got is this 30,000-pound bomb, and it has a delayed fuse, and then at that point it explodes. We're talking maybe 5,000 pounds of explosives. And the whole concept here is to collapse this underground facility.
It was the first time ever those MOP bombs had been used in a strike.
The remaining bombers then hit their targets as well, with a total of 14 MOPs dropped against 2 nuclear target areas.
A senior administration official telling ABC the president giving the final order to strike on Saturday, while the planes were in the air and after diplomatic efforts failed.
It was a decision by President Trump on his own, after I think it had probably a lot of lobbying from Prime Minister Netanyahu, but at the same time, I think it was seen as a limited involvement by the United States.
A top Iranian diplomat condemned the U.S. attacks on its facility shortly after.
The Islamic Republic of Iran will continue to undertake necessary, resolute, and proportionate measures to neutralize it.
Following the U.S. military strikes, Iran launched a barrage of missiles at Israel. A military official told ABC 20 to 30 were fired. My colleague Ian Pannell is in Tel Aviv.
It only took a few hours for Iran to respond, and this is one of the areas where the ballistic missiles landed. You can see the entire facade of what was an apartment block has been totally ripped out, just the remnants of people's lives left inside.
Iran claims it targeted Israel's main airport and a biological research center. Israeli forces firing back, claiming their most extensive attack on Iran's capital city of Tehran. American military bases in the region had already been taking proactive measures, seen here in these photos at a U.S. military base in Qatar. The U.S. relocating dozens of planes 2 weeks before Iran responded today.
Our forces remain on high alert and are fully postured to respond to any Iranian retaliation or proxy attacks.
What we saw today was clearly an attempt by Iran not to ratchet up temperature in the conflict, to get the U.S. to say, okay, we see what you did. If we don't do something to show that we counteracted the U.S. attack, then we're going to lose face and we're going to lose credibility and the regime could collapse.
On U.S. soil, apprehension as Homeland Security officials warn of a heightened threat environment. But sources say there is no current credible threat against the country. And President Trump claiming on social media tonight that a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Iran has been reached, although neither side has confirmed the agreement.
24 hours from now, we should have a better idea. Can we take a deep breath, sigh of relief?
No!
Or do we need to continue to be concerned if Iran doesn't uphold its end of the bargain?
It's the Middle East. When would you not be
Amidst the
concerned?
fear, a brief moment of completion. These are the bombers safely returned to their base in Missouri after 37 hours non-stop in flight.
Power companies hate when you do this, but there's nothing they can do about it. There's a new portable...
Fuck off, Ghost.
At this stage.
Well, they are watching very closely, as we are, to see whether, in fact, missiles have been fired from Iran toward Israel this morning or not. As we sort through that information to try to determine what exactly happened, that really hits home the point, Becky, of just how critical a moment we are in right now and how critical the coming hours are ahead to see if the ceasefire can, in fact, hold. It is so critical that President Trump has taken it upon himself to appeal to both sides to hold up their end of the deal. A short time ago, the president posting this on his Truth Social social media platform, quote, "The ceasefire is now in effect. Please do not violate it." Signed, Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. This comes as we're getting a battle over the messaging over the ceasefire, specifically messaging as to who is going to get the final credit for brokering this ceasefire deal if it in fact holds. President Trump on Monday evening late posted this on social media, claiming that Israel and Iran came to him first, asking him to broker a deal. This is what he said, quote, "Israel and Iran came to me almost simultaneously and said peace. I knew the time was now. The world and the Middle East are the real winners. Both nations will see tremendous love, peace, and prosperity in their futures." That is the message from Washington. There is a very different message from Tehran this morning from Iranian state media and a news anchor there who said, quote, "In a begging-like manner of urging, Trump requested the initiation of a ceasefire in the imposed Zionist enemy war against our country." So Tehran claiming that Trump begged them for a ceasefire. Donald Trump claiming that Israel and Iran came to him asking for a ceasefire. In the middle of this, CNN has some very critical reporting from our colleagues Kylie Atwood, Jennifer Hansler, Elena Treen, Jeff Zeleny, and Zachary Cohen. They are reporting that behind the scenes, Donald Trump's national security team and his diplomatic team worked furiously in those critical hours after Iran launched an airstrike against that U.S. base in Qatar, that this team worked furiously behind the scenes to try to broker a ceasefire deal. According to our sources, President Trump himself communicated directly with Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, and he communicated directly with the Emir of Qatar, Emir Tamim bin Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani. At the same time, J.D. Vance, the Vice President, Secretary of State, and National Security Advisor Marco Rubio, and Middle East Envoy Steve Witkoff, they were the ones communicating directly with the Iranian side through indirect and direct channels there. So a lot of diplomatic flourishing going on in those hours after Iran launched those missile attacks on the U.S. base in Qatar. Again, the crucial hours coming, Becky. We are in such an important period right now to see if the ceasefire does indeed hold. They're watching it very closely, of course, here in Washington.
And Brian, very briefly, Israel touting its remarkable success, saying that it has, effectively fulfilled its goals in its attacks on Iran.
Yes.
And many around this region and within Israel suggesting that it should now take a break, let Mossad, the Air Force, the Public Front.
Hey, why don't you just calm down?
Take a breather, step back.
Yeah, just tell them to calm down.
We have learned that that is not necessarily Benjamin Netanyahu's style. He has not necessarily been looking for off-ramps or political solutions. And that I hear time and time again in the region where I am. How much influence does Donald Trump have over the Israeli Prime Minister at this point? Is it clear?
I don't think it is very clear, Becky, because as you remember, at the beginning of the Israel-Iran conflict, some 13 or 14 days ago, well, it began about 12 days ago, but about 13, 14 days ago, you had President Trump in Washington saying, I don't want the Israelis to do this. He did not want them to launch this series of attacks on Iran and on their military facilities. They did it anyway. The Israeli Prime Minister said he did not have to check with Washington before doing that. But then, of course, as this progressed along, Donald Trump kind of came in line and, of course, made that critical decision on Saturday to launch those bombs against Iranian nuclear sites. So it is not clear at all that Donald Trump has the kind of influence over Prime Minister Netanyahu that he might want to have. This is a crucial period, too. If people are going to take a break, this is going to be crucial in actually doing the real assessments that are going to be needed to figure out just how much of Iran's nuclear program was damaged in the Israeli strikes and in the U.S. strikes. This is a critical period. They need a little bit of time off, actually, from these strikes to do some real intelligence assessment, because that could take weeks, Becky.
Brian, it's good to have you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian has the perspective out of Washington. Mohammed al-Shabani is a Middle East scholar, editor of Amwash.media, very well sourced in Iran, joining me now from London. You've been following this ceasefire news hour by hour, reporting that one source told you that Israel will stop firing at 3:30 a.m. Jerusalem time. It is now just after midday there, with Iran anticipating to follow suit. Now, hours after that, we've seen a strike on Beersheba, Iran denying that it violated this ceasefire when accused of doing so just in the last hour or so. So what are you seeing here? And what do you understand to be the very latest from the Iranian perspective?
Shopping SUVs? Lease a 2025 Escape for only $290.
I
think there's been quite a lot of ambiguity about the timelines. As your previous guest also noted, Donald Trump, when he announced it, he stated that the timeline would take effect 6 hours subsequently, and that there would be a 24-hour kind of mark where the ceasefire transitions into a cessation of hostilities altogether. The Iranian side, they came out quite clearly and also telling us at Amwash basically that Iran will stop firing shortly after Israel stops firing. And last night, apparently, Israel did among its heaviest bombings since the conflict began in Tehran. Apparently, according to eyewitnesses, bunker busters were used. There are suspicions there may have been a high-profile target being bombed. So, mindful of all of that, the foreign minister of Iran also went out saying that although there is a timeline, there's a deadline, they're going to strike until the very last minute. And there's probably a variety of factors involved here. Number one, they want to show that they didn't surrender. They fought until the very end. And I imagine that there are also factions within Iran that are not very happy with the ceasefire. Already we're seeing a kind of discourse from the side that's not very happy with this, saying that this is an imposed peace.
Unless this
and
is
of course, there are many
unrelated
questions about the future of
and
the
you feel sick
ceasefire,
because
what
of
kind of shape
something
it may
else.
take.
Yeah, and I just want to pick up on one thing you said. Who would be on the list of Israel's priority prime targets, if indeed we've seen, a significant bombing overnight, and as you suggest, the likelihood is that there was a significant target. Just remind us who those targets might be at this point, given what we understand to be Israel's goals.
So Israel, at the very outset of this conflict, went after the senior military leadership of the country. He killed the upper layer of the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps.
Oh, that's
and
unfortunate.
intriguingly, also targeted Ali Shamkhani. He's a former national security advisor and a close aide of the supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. Shamkhani survived that strike. Apparently, one of his legs were amputated. He suffered horrific injuries, but he's back. So they failed in that assassination. But after the initial onslaught, Israel's also gone out and threatened the supreme leader himself, basically saying that he's fair game. We do not know yet. We don't have accurate data of what happened last night with the bunker busters, but usually in other places in the region, such as Lebanon, whenever such weapons have been deployed, we're talking about senior leadership. So far, we don't know, but we can guess that it may be more political leaders, maybe some military leaders.
Am Israel Chai. Shabbat Shalom.
I am here to support the hostages coming back home.
It gives us hope seeing hostages actually being freed.
We want to seal the deal and see everybody back home.
Some of them have survived. Nobody knows yet.
Some of them could be dying as they're waiting to be freed.
My roommate is held captive and I don't know when the last time he saw daylight was.
We were waiting for them for more than 470 days. We want the war to end.
We are seek for peace. We don't seek for war. This is Israel.
The first phase of the Israel-Hamas ceasefire is nearing completion. Hamas released the final group of living hostages.
Trump, I love you because you are number one in the world.
Everybody I've spoken to loves the idea of the United States owning.
That's why I shut everyone out, so I don't feel feelings.
That piece of land developing and creating thousands of jobs with something that will be magnificent.
What's the Trump plan?
Americans taking over Gaza, getting rid of the Gazans, and then rebuilding it a la Miami Beach.
The Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so this could be so magnificent.
I think Netanyahu sees Trump as somebody who can be easily manipulated, as gullible. It's not going to happen. There's too much objection already. The idea was that the Palestinians, well, why don't they go to Jordan? Why don't they go to Egypt? Well, the Egyptians don't want Palestinians, the Jordanians don't want more Palestinians, so it's not going to happen.
Is there any Arab nations that are willing to accept Palestinians as refugees?
No. None of the Arab states are going to take numbers of Palestinian refugees. They don't want that instability in their society.
Hamas is a terror organization and they're still in charge in Gaza.
All the radicals need to get out of there.
And the whole area should go through a complete renovation and big projects.
I am King Sharshar.
שרשר המלך כולם מכירים, שרשר המלך כולם אוהבים.
King Sharshar, you see King Sharshar.
שרשר המלך עוזר לחיילים, שרשר המלך מפזר מזומנים.
0507-328-999. I come special for you.
Is this your phone number?
What?
Was this your phone number?
Yes.
When I'm seeing it now, I think he wanted Trump to call him.
Is there a lot of guys like this in Israel?
I wish there were. If there were, like, this place would have been a much happier place, you know?
The 7th of October was a Holocaust. You do not understand it. You think that poor people in Gaza, so poor. No. The Hamas.
King Sharshar. Sharshar is a special man because I am going all the soldiers.
What does Sharshar mean?
I think it's just a bunch of necklaces, because Shalshal is Shalsheret, it's a necklace. So I think King Shalshal is the king of necklaces.
Sharshar אוהב את כולם.
Agat, thanks so much for joining us. I appreciate it. Thanks for the work you've done so far, and thanks for heading out there and getting this footage.
החטופות, הלוויות האמיתיות שלנו חוזרות!
It's a beautiful day!
We have a lot of hostages there too, so we're waiting for them too.
This is crazy.
So for those who don't know, what was going on in this video?
All right, so that day was the day of the second wave of hostages arriving.
Hamas freed 6 hostages from Gaza Saturday, the last living Israeli captives to be released under the first phase of the ceasefire.
So when they arrived from Gaza to Israel, they had like this one spot where they met with their close families. And then from there, they arrived to the hospital directly. And just people from Israel just wanted to greet them, like welcome them with signs and stuff like that.
Averu Mengistu, in Hamas captivity for more than 10 years.
Seems like this first guy you talked to was a dual citizen.
I live here in Israel, in Petah Tikva actually, so close by, but I'm from Montana, United States.
Yeah. So he's from the US and he lives there in Petah Tikva, which is like a small city. I have no idea why he lives there specifically, but there were all kinds of people just trying to welcome the hostages.
We take care of each other.
I am with you. Continue the fighting that all the hostages will come back.
So a few days later, you were able to sit down with Luis Har, an Argentinian man who was kidnapped by Hamas on October 7th.
Hi, Luis. Thank you so
Hi.
much for taking the time to do this interview with us.
And he's Argentinian.
He's Argentinian. Yeah, Nir Yitzhak was the kibbutz where his partner lives. He just came to visit her, and then they were abducted from there.
A lot of people might wonder, why would somebody from Argentina live in Israel?
I asked him this. He didn't want to get into it, really, so I don't want to speak by his name, but there were a lot of Argentinian people that were kicked out from Argentina and forced to leave in some way or another back in the 70s.
On the basis of religion?
Yeah, on the basis of religion, because they were Jews.
On October 7th, we were at Clara's house, my partner. And in the morning at 6:30, the airstrikes began. And then the alarm started to go off. So we thought they're ruining another Saturday. We didn't take it seriously because we were already used to it. Then we told everyone to get into the safe room. And then we thought we'll hear a boom, we'll wait for 10 minutes and go out. But it continued on. And it was nonstop. The sirens just wouldn't stop. Alarm after alarm after alarm. And then we turned on the TV and we saw that a white pickup truck entering the city of Stredot. with terrorists inside, shooting in all directions, everywhere. And a while after, we saw Netanyahu announcing that we were at war. And then we started to take it more seriously. And we also started to receive WhatsApp notifications from friends who were in the distress, who had intruders break into their homes. Shouting in Arabic, running around and smashing everything. Suddenly, we started hearing gunfire outside and the sound of glass shattering in our home. They entered through the windows, and then Clara, who is a kindergarten teacher by profession, told us that we needed to stick close to each other on the floor in the corner of the room. And that's basically what saved us, because they shoot at the door. Then they started into the safe room, firing as they entered. So we started shouting at them not to shoot, not to shoot. And they stopped. Then they took us, they dragged us out brutally, pulled us out of the safe room. And when we were out of the safe room, when we could somehow lift our heads and see what was happening, we saw that the whole house was full of terrorists. They were moving around, breaking everything, running, shouting, and that's how they dragged us out of the house. And from there, they started moving towards the border, which is 3 kilometers away. On the way, there was a group of teenagers holding large hedge clippers, opening and closing them, making gestures at us as if they were going to kill us. They really wanted to lynch us. But the ones in the white pickup truck stopped, fire shot into the air, shouted, Allah Akbar, and kept going. Suddenly, they stopped, pulled us out, and pushed us through a low gate. It was the entrance to a tunnel. It was incredibly difficult to get in there. We had to hold on to the walls to keep from falling. We couldn't see anything. It was complete darkness. The floor was covered in stones, sand, and plastic bags. I don't even know what was inside. And there was cables everywhere. And they kept pushing us forward. We were certain that was it, that we would left underground. Every door that opened, we thought it was the end, but no, we kept going. They started asking us if we were Jews. They shouted, Jews, Jews, and we answered, Argentinians, Argentinians, Messi, Messi. It didn't help much, but we tried. So we kept going. We were inside the tunnel for about 4 to 5 hours, constantly running. There were moments when the tunnel's height was about this low, so we had to crawl. Suddenly, they sat us down on the side and started taking us one by one. We had no idea where they were taking us. It was the last one. When it was my turn, I looked and they took me to the right. Then I saw a steep dirt wall with metal rods, like stairs. It was incredibly sharp, hard to grip. One hand, one foot. Another hand, another foot. Like slowly figuring out how to play with it, to hold on so I wouldn't fall. It wasn't easy. Those who couldn't make it were tied with a rope and pulled up, just like with their weapons. They piled them up. They tied them up together and lifted them that way. When we got up, we noticed that it was daylight. We were happy. The people on the streets acting as usual, as if nothing was happening. Kids were playing soccer. Children were coming out of school. From there, they put us into a car. The girls and I sat down in the back, and Fernando was in the front. And that's how we drove through the alleys. We had no idea where we were. Today I know that it was already Rafah, meaning that between the tunnels, we entered through Khan Yunis and exited in Rafah. They drove in circles, trying to confuse us, but we kept seeing the same buildings over and over again. Later on, we also started recognizing landmarks. Eventually, they brought us to a gate where there was a house. I mean, what looked like an unfinished house under construction, but it seemed like that. But when we got there and they took us up the stairs, we saw that the inside, it was a fully furnished home. They sat us down in what seemed like a men's lounge. We spoke to each other in Spanish in order to be able to talk about them without them understanding. And then the first one we saw, we named him the boss of the house, and he was somehow trying to be nice with us. And he told us, don't stress, we kidnap you to exchange you for our prisoners in Israel jails. Then he turned around and said, I will protect you. And we were really confused. We were wondering what he would protect us from. Why should he protect us? And then we realized he was protecting us from his own people. They were dangerous to us, always with their guns on us. So much hatred in their eyes. They were completely barbaric. Somehow he was different. He tried to make us like him. He gave us water every day and made sure we had what we needed. And he also told us, if you need anything, come to me. I'll try to get anything or whatever you need. That's it. That's how our life in captivity began.
That's a pretty unusual experience, right?
Yeah. Most of the hostages are held in tunnels.
Well, they were being held in tunnels for the most part. We don't know exactly where, because if I knew where, of course the Israelis would have known where beforehand.
He stayed above the ground in a house. I know that some were kept that way also, but the majority were kept in tunnels or still there, yeah.
In the evening, they brought us a bun with a piece of canned meat. So we didn't ask questions. We just ate it. So that's how we were there for 2 or 3 days. And then suddenly they came and told us they were moving us to another house. So in the middle of the night, they took us one by one. But in that house, the living room where we sat was in the back, not in facing the street, because they were afraid that if people on the street heard us, the local population would realize there were hostages there, and they might try to lynch us or something. They wanted to keep us alive so they can get a better price for us.
So why do you think he was given preferential treatment over the other hostages?
I think it was just random, to be honest, because you had different groups holding different hostages, and each one of them just kind of did whatever they wanted. Like Luis said that the commander that held him wanted him to be safe, so the leverage when they negotiate the deal would be higher for him, because when they negotiate people that are alive, the price they get back, Hamas, is higher.
The unit that received us at that house, they were more, let's say, normal. One of them was somehow friendly. He spoke to us and helped us. And all of the rest, not at all. Only hatred in their eyes. So we saw quite a broad range of humanity, and we started adapting to life in captivity. How did we pass the time? Either sitting or lying down, doing nothing. Clara tried to keep us active with all sorts of activities in the place, or playing games. We also played 7 boom, except the booms were coming from outside. But it helped us to pass the time.
Okay, what's 7 boom?
7 boom is just a game where you go, each double of 7, you just say boom.
It's like 7, 14,
yeah.
21, boom.
Yeah.
I've learned a lot about Israel from your correspondence. I know 3 words, sheket.
Sheket?
Which I thought meant peace, but it actually means be quiet. I told my girl's family, I said, sheket. And they're like, what? And then I know.
That's rude.
Yalla is like, what up? Or like, sounds good.
Yalla is a lot of things, yeah.
And then I know terror, which is terror.
אלו תומכי טרור בפועל.
טרור?
Terror.
חיזבאללה זה ארגון טרור.
Terror.
Terror. All right, my bad. We're getting off track. Let's go back to the interview.
So after 129 days there, suddenly the IDF arrives. We had no idea what was happening. I open my eyes and I see bullets flying everywhere. It's almost impossible to see anything. Someone grabbed my head, pushed it down, and whispered in my ear, Luis, it's the IDF. We are here to take you home. That was the moment I realized it was a commando unit and that I was in the safest hands in the world. And there, they spoke over the radio on the communication device and said, the diamonds are in our hands. That was the code. The signal to everyone that we were now in their hands and that we were beginning our journey back home. And that's it. We got on board and they flew us back to Israel. We arrived at Tel Hashom Hospital, where the doctors were waiting for us. Then our families started arriving. We saw everyone. All the 5 of us who were kidnapped from the safe room hugged together, safe and free. We were taken from our homes, from our safe place. We need to end this. They all have to be brought back.
Yo, what's up, guys? The situation in Israel is one of the most significant and precarious global events unfolding right now. One day there's a ceasefire, the next day bombs are dropping, and the way it's being reported depends entirely on where you look. Different outlets push different agendas, shaping the story to fit their own narratives, which is why independent reporting matters to you how to think. All right, back to the streets of Israel.
Of course, Hamas did these horrible things, but we have to remember two things. Netanyahu and his government knew they are the enemy, but Netanyahu was feeding them with money from Qatar in cash so it won't be traced, strengthening Hamas.
So
Netanyahu
obvious.
was trying either to buy quiet from Hamas by feeding him with money, but more thing, his plan was to avoid the two-state solution, to avoid pressure on him to go to negotiation on the two-state solution. He was making sure Hamas will be strong enough against the Palestinian Authority so the Palestinians will stay split between the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank and Hamas in the Gaza Strip. Then he could say, hey, how can I go for a negotiation? They are not united. So he did this thing to make sure he won't be pressured to go for a two-state solution. It doesn't matter if this two-state solution is something that needs to be done or not. But the way he did it, strengthening the biggest enemy against Israel, was his heinous doing, and we know the results.
I think it's important to clarify that the hostages weren't released as a result of like Israeli military might. It was a trade.
It was a trade.
So in exchange for these hostages, we had to pull out of areas in Gaza. We also had to give back thousands of terrorists that have killed Israeli citizens.
Israel is set to release more than 600 Palestinian prisoners.
זה כל ההבדל בין חיילת שנחטפה בפיג'מה או תינוק בן 8 חודשים לבין אסירה שמשתחררת כי היא דקרה נער בן 14 ברחוב.
It's a lot to pay, but it's worth it when you see these hostages land on the ground.
So a few dozen hostages were traded for 1,600 Palestinian prisoners being held in Israeli detention facilities.
Yeah, that's what I hear, something like that.
From what it seems like, even what we're seeing at this event, that has kind of created some controversy.
We feel there are elements in Israel who don't want it to go through, extremists and zealots who don't want to see this happening for their reasons.
There is a big fear that it will not get into its completed phase. There is a very big concern that the Prime Minister has a motivation to break the deal in order to stay in power because some fraction in his coalition are threatening that if the deal will be completed and we shall not return to war, they will withdraw from the coalition, and this way it will end his reign, his prime ministry era.
This man didn't just make a theoretical statement here. The day after this interview was conducted, his prediction about Netanyahu losing Orthodox support came true. So throughout the war, Netanyahu's majority coalition has had a 56% majority in the Israeli government, holding 67 out of 120 governmental seats. Within his coalition is a radical faction called Otzma Yehudit, or Jewish Power, who hold 7 of those seats.
If Jewish Power is stronger, they will be able to ask Netanyahu for more things. He will not have a choice.
He will make sure Netanyahu finally does something.
So that faction, Jewish Power, believes in the total dissolution of all Palestinian territories. And on the day after the hostage trade and ceasefire deal went through, the radical faction's leader, Itamar Ben-Gvir, formally withdrew Otzma Yehudit from Netanyahu's coalition.
One of the most hardline ministers in Benjamin Netanyahu's hardline government is out.
Meaning that Netanyahu is literally 1 seat away from losing majority power, which puts a lot of Israelis on edge, especially given the fact that there are still many hostages being held in Gaza.
This phase is dealing only with 32 hostages. There are another 60 that are going to be left behind.
Fears are growing about what will happen next with the ceasefire.
My son is not in the first deal, and we are waiting, anxious to see who will be released next.
We're not 100% sure if they're alive or dead. We just really want everybody to come back home.
Because there are still 90 hostages, including my brother. Or and his wife Einav went to the Nova Music Festival. And a few minutes after, a group of terrorists arrived and started throwing grenades and sprayed his bomb shelter with bullets, and he could fire an RPG into it. He had to witness his wife being murdered in front of him.
Several weeks after these interviews were filmed, On March 19, 2025, Israel, not Hamas, broke the ceasefire agreement, bombing Gaza and killing 400 people in their homes.
Red Cross headquarters in Rafah has been hit by an Israeli airstrike.
They also struck the Beirut suburb of Dahya, breaking their ceasefire with Hezbollah.
Israel's military said it hit a drone storage facility in the area belonging to the Iran-backed armed group.
Additionally, they suspended all humanitarian aid, like food, medical supplies, and water from entering Gaza.
The Prime Minister's office said the decision was taken because Hamas had refused to accept an American proposal.
This set the previously peaceful streets of Israel ablaze, as it was obvious that Netanyahu had caved to the pressure of his disenchanted Orthodox allies. According to Professor Gelvin, Israel is now preparing for the final stage of the war, which involves the deliberate creation of a famine in the hopes that between resource scarcity and weakened Hamas leadership, Gaza will destroy itself through infighting.
Now, what the Israelis are counting on is they're counting on non-Hamas warlords to be able to take control over certain areas within Gaza and keep Gaza sort of under bad governance on the one hand, but also keep Gazans occupied on their own turf battles within Gaza itself. There actually is a political science concept called warlordism. And it's the idea that, okay, when you remove the veneer of a state, when you remove the army, when you remove the police, all of a sudden what you're going to see is these local pockets that are going to emerge. And this is what happened in Syria, this is what happened in Yemen, this is what happened in Libya, this is what's going to happen in Gaza unless there is going to be some settlement. Now, the Israelis are saying we don't want any Palestinian control whatsoever of Gaza. Well, what are they going to end up with? They don't want Palestinian control, but certainly none of the Arab countries want to take control either.
So basically, Hamas is still in charge in Gaza, right?
In Gaza, Hamas is still in charge because this government didn't paint any kind of future for the day after. So it's a vacuum that it only carried on with the current situation. There is no real serious plan who will replace them, when they will replace them, what will be the mandate of any fraction that will take power after them.
A week after Israel broke the ceasefire, Gaza saw its first open anti-Hamas protest in decades.
Out Hamas, out, they're chanting.
Shocking international media as the streets of Israel continued to shout.
In Gaza, hundreds of people have taken part in the largest anti-Hamas protest there since the start of the war with Israel.
But still, in the absence of a concrete plan, the future of Gaza is still uncertain.
I want to trust Benjamin Netanyahu and President Trump that they will do whatever they can in their power to make sure that no group of fanatic people will control this region.
At the end of them, Hamas should be replaced in power, if I understood it correctly, in Gaza. All the hostages should be released. Israel should be withdrawn from the Gaza Strip. That citizens that are now refugees spread all over should return to what used to be their home.
Hopefully Trump will be able to figure something out, and other world leaders will step up and help Israel get everybody back home.
Hamas is still in power no matter what the Israelis say. Hamas is really in power. Israeli war aims have been to get rid of Hamas. They're not going to be able to do that. They're too integrated into the society of Gaza. They are the largest employer in Gaza. They're the administration of Gaza as well. So this is not something that's going to be, let's just get rid of Hamas and then we can put somebody else in. And that's why when everybody was saying how the Trump plan was so visionary, it's not. It's something that's going back to where things were. Palestinians are Palestinians. They're not generic Arabs. There's not 22 other places in the Arab world that can take them. They are Palestinians. And the Israelis even recognize that with the Oslo Accords, that the Palestinians comprise a nation. Now, a nation has a territory, and part of that territory is going to be Gaza. The other part of that territory is going to be the West Bank. So therefore, if we are going to have a solution to the question, it's going to have to be a two-state solution. It's going to have to be where Palestinians have a state of their own.
Do you believe in coexistence?
I do believe, but I don't know who is the partner on the other side right now. We have Arabs living in Israel and we coexist together peacefully. There's no reason why we can't do the same for the Gaza Strip or the West Bank. We need to make sure that another entity will enter this region in order to get to this stage, but it will take time for that to happen.
We have a long way to go with the Palestinians and to live two countries side by side. It will happen someday. We are on the way. Now it's the beginning.
The end of the conflict is a two-state solution. That's the only way that the conflict is going to end. There is no military solution for this. That constantly going back into Gaza and constantly going back into the West Bank is not going to work for the Israelis. That fundamentally what they have to do is make peace with the Palestinian national movement.
I remember whenever we did our first interview around a year and a half ago, you said you felt like the main reason that Hamas started the conflict was more or less to keep the Palestinian question alive.
Keep the question alive, make sure there's no compromise.
Do you feel like they were successful?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, right before October 7th, all we were talking about was Saudi Arabia and its possible peace deal with Israel. Now all we're talking about is Gaza. So they were absolutely capable of doing it. They absolutely did that. They achieved their war aim, which was to make it so that the Palestinian issue can no longer be ignored. And everybody and his brother is jumping on board to try to get some sort of peace deal going, try to figure out exactly how to resolve the issue. This is something that the Palestinians have done over and over and over again. I mean, basically, it looks like a tactical defeat, and it is a tactical defeat. But on the other hand, it is a strategic victory for the Palestinians. The Palestinian cause is now the front row problem in international relations. You have that, you have Ukraine, you have a couple of other ones. I mean, my last book, I wrote a chapter on whatever happened to the Israel-Palestine conflict, was the name of the chapter. And this is what happened to the Israel-Palestine conflict.
Channel 5 live worldwide, Hollywood and Vine.
Fuck the authority, Channel 5 News.
Channel
a war of regime change in Iran, so the people in charge of Iran are not people who want a nuclear weapon. Those are the three options. And what happened here didn't change those three options.
Welcome to Pod Save America. I'm John Favreau.
I'm Dan Pfeiffer.
I'm John Lovett.
I'm Tommy Vitor. Dan, as our special Middle Eastern war correspondent.
That's right.
Thanks for flying down for this.
I'm the Richard Engel of this podcast.
That's what we always say. Later in the show, we're going to talk about the latest on Trump's deportation regime, as well as our final thoughts on Tuesday's big primary in the New York City's mayoral race. But obviously, we'll start with Iran. And by the way, you should all check out the excellent Pod Save the World bonus episode on this topic that Tommy and Ben recorded Sunday.
Hey, thanks.
Yeah, it's a good primer. Here's my take on where we are as of late Monday afternoon, and then you guys can all jump in. On Friday, Trump ordered the U.S. military to bomb Iran without consulting Congress, which the Constitution says is the only branch of government that can declare war, without consulting our allies who are in the midst of pursuing a diplomatic solution with Iran, and without making any case at all to the American people, most of whom have been telling pollsters they're against military action, and many of whom voted for Donald Trump based in part on his promise to end forever wars in places like the Middle East. Trump ordered the attack anyway, saying it was to prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon, even though his own intelligence director testified that there was no indication Iran was building an actual nuclear weapon, so there was no imminent threat of attack to the U.S. But on Saturday night, we learned that American B-2 bombers and submarines struck 3 of Iran's nuclear sites, though after Trump spent a week posting about how he might bomb Iran, it appears the regime may have removed a few bombs worth of nuclear material from the sites before the attack. So it's still unclear how far Iran's nuclear program has been set back. On Monday, Iran launched a retaliatory strike on the U.S. military base in Qatar, but thankfully the missiles were intercepted and there were no casualties, partly because the Iranians notified Qatar about the attack ahead of time to avoid further escalation,
right?
which Trump thanked Iran for in a Truth Social post after calling the response, quote, very weak and urging Israel and Iran to end the war. All that said, U.S. military bases throughout the region are still on high alert, and the Department of Homeland Security has issued an advisory warning of a, quote, heightened threat environment here in the United States. All right, let's stop there for a minute. Tommy, what's your reaction to Iran's attack on our military base in Qatar, and to any of the developments since you guys recorded on Sunday?
Well, there's some literal breaking news happening right now. Apparently, Trump just tweeted that Iran and Israel have agreed to a ceasefire that will go into place 6 hours from now. So it's 3:09 p.m. Pacific time.
Oh, wow.
And then I guess after like 24 hours, there will be an official end to the conflict. So that would be good news.
Yeah.
That's a big deal. The strike we saw today in Qatar, it did seem like designed in a way to allow Iran to save face and hopefully de-escalate, which I think is backed up by this Trump news we just learned. I mean, they reportedly gave Qatar a heads up that the strikes were coming, which allowed the base to be evacuated and also made sure the missile defense systems were ready. It reminded me of the Qasem Soleimani strike response, which was back in 2020. Trump ordered the assassination of Qasem Soleimani, the head of the IRGC, which is a big, powerful military intelligence organization in Iran. And the Iranians fired 12 ballistic missiles at a base in Iraq. It was pure luck that no one was killed, but 100 service members got brain injuries. But Trump basically used that as a moment to de-escalate. Like someone I was talking to today who recently left the Pentagon said he thought this war was likely to end soon because both the U.S. and Israel were running very low on the interceptor missiles that are used to knock down Iranian ballistic missiles. And so the Iranians are also running low on their weapon stockpile. So it's kind of in everybody's interest to wind this thing down. That doesn't mean that Iran won't conduct terrorist attacks down the road. It doesn't mean Hezbollah won't do something or the Houthis do something on their behalf.
No shit.
It doesn't mean they won't mess with oil supplies. It doesn't mean they won't, conduct cyber attacks or in the long term go for a nuclear bomb. But it seems like good news that this war, this conflict might be ending.
Dan, love it. Initial thoughts? Are you guys ready to give Donald Trump the Nobel Peace Prize?
I mean, who among us isn't ready to give him the Nobel Peace Prize? I think
Pakistan and us so far.
That's right. I think Tommy's right. This seems to be a response designed to avoid escalation. And you can see how everyone in the political conversation is going to look at this and say, see, Trump was right.
Yep.
He was able to launch these attacks. We don't have a full damage assessment, but he clearly did damage to their nuclear program. And therefore and no American service members lost, so this was fine. That is just, you can't judge these things in the short term. When you launch an attack on a Middle Eastern country based on faulty intelligence, you open Pandora's box. So we're going to have to, this is going to have consequences down the line. It could be a terrorist attack. It could be the use of their proxies somewhere around the world. It affects our relationships in the world. It affects U.S. standing in the world. We know that their program is not destroyed, it's delayed. And when eventually we're going to have to go back to the table with Iran, what impact are these strikes going to have on our ability to get a deal? Why would Iran trust us to make such a deal? Because we came out of the last deal and we launched these strikes. So before anyone either hands me the Nobel Peace Prize or says that Trump was right or everything worked perfectly, is you have to judge this over the medium and long term. You can't do it in like a 48-hour Politico playbook news cycle.
Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale is going on now. Create your
Yeah, Donald Trump, someone has zero credibility as a negotiator. He has terrible judgment. He has no attention span, no curiosity, surrounded by sycophants.
But he's a genius with a truly big penis.
And then he's going to be the one that cuts the Gordian knot of the Middle East. And so it's not dissimilar to the cycles we've gone through where they all claim victory when they get some sort of trade deal after putting on and then removing tariffs, claiming, oh, there's Trump again, getting another great deal. And there's no first of all, there's no sense that, hey, did we pay any price for the credibility we lose, right? Does it matter going forward that the president said, you have 2 weeks, we won't do anything for 2 weeks, and then had apparently already decided to go through with this? What is the U.S.'s word worth in the future? What is the cost of just occasional bouts of American chaos in the world, right? What happens when someone doesn't want to de-escalate? What happens when
Trump is already the
image
president
of how the world is meant to work
to
doesn't
act
go
like all of a
according
sudden
to plan in the short term?
This
What happens
has ruined us even worse than anything else that he's done.
It seems like it also encourages other countries to lie too. Like why would we believe Iran if they're like, yeah, we're agreed to a ceasefire, we're done, if from their point of view, if they just saw Donald Trump lie to them and to the world about this. Let's talk about the back and forth over just how much damage was done to Iran's nuclear program. So Trump said on Saturday night that all 3 nuclear sites had been, quote, completely and totally obliterated, which is an opinion apparently not shared by the military or intelligence services in the U.S. and Israel, who've said the facilities have been heavily damaged but not totally destroyed. Trump is very mad about the coverage on this. He posted on Monday that, quote, the fake news won't admit that the sites have been totally destroyed because they're trying to, quote, demean him, which he blamed on, quote, Allison Cooper of fake news CNN, dumb Brian L. Roberts, chairman of Concast, and Johnny Carl of ABC Fake News. Tommy, what do we know so far about the damage to the facilities and whether Iran may have moved any of its uranium stockpile before the attack started?
It's funny that he's mad at reporters for accurately quoting his Secretary of Defense and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs in like his entire
Yeah,
team.
like there was some like background quotes from officials to the Times on this, but also just a very public statement by his...
They all were like, hey, it's going to take some time to assess it. We don't know yet. Like that was what the chairman and Hegseth said.
It's sort of this like strange situation where like you have Iran's leadership wanting to seem for a domestic audience to claim to have done something to push back on what the U.S. did, even if what they did was to something that had actually no sort of negative consequences. And at the same time, Trump just wants for his domestic audience to hear that it was obliterated, regardless of what actually happened.
Yeah. I mean, what we know is like anything that was above ground is decimated. Anything that was below ground, we're just not going to know for a while or maybe ever know. A lot of the infrastructure they were targeting are these things called centrifuges that you use to enrich the uranium to a level of purity that can be used for a weapon. Many of those were at the Natanz site. It sounds like the Israelis were able to take out most of those because people think that if you cut off the power supply to Natanz, it would cause them to spin out of control and just break.
Yeah,
but then they had
sensitive.
thousands, like 3,000 centrifuges at the Fordo facility, which is the one that's buried deep underground and required the bunker busting bombs. We just don't know if like the bunker busting bombs were able to take those out. And then on top of that, there's reports that Iran moved some of its uranium stockpile from some of these sites before the bombing happened. So they have 408 kilograms of uranium rich to 60% purity, which is very close to weapons grade. You need 90% to be weapons grade. That's all unconfirmed, but like you're seeing all these background quotes from Israeli and U.S. intelligence saying we don't know where that material is. I assume like the Mossad clearly has the entire Iranian government wired, right? So like those guys were watching these sites to see if stuff was getting moved around.
Yeah, definitely. It's Short Straw who's driving that truck like out of Fordo.
Yeah, exactly. But like, they say you can fit, this kind of material in the trunk of a car. So, like that gets you to the longer term fear with this way to go after Iran's nuclear program, which is that I suspect that Iran will withdraw from the NPT, the treaty that prevents the spread of nuclear weapons. They'll likely kick all weapons inspectors or nuclear inspectors out of the country, and then they could use that nuclear material that we no longer know where it is to make a bomb. And you're also seeing people say, again in background quotes, like we maybe need boots on the ground to verify whether the stockpile was destroyed, and that would be a big deal.
It feels like misplacing a stockpile of highly enriched uranium is probably something that we want to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
But so I think that some officials said that there were trucks spotted outside Fordo just like a couple days before the strike, which is why people think that they moved the enriched uranium. Any of you uranium enrichment experts want to offer a take on what might happen to that loose fissile material?
I would just note that obviously they tried to move it. Trump told them that he was going to bomb there for like 2 weeks. It's like, why? And if you can move it in the trunk of a car, you would try to do that. You would not just leave it and just wait for the bomb to fall on it.
I also saw that there's another nuclear facility that the inspectors haven't been in because the Iranians were telling them it's not open yet. It's not officially open yet.
It's not ready. Well, you want to do an official opening.
We're in previews. We're still making some changes to the second act.
Yeah, the chef's got to get the menu really. Like,
we're just doing a soft opening.
Yeah.
First.
Well, you're also
friends and family.
There's a U.S. official quote in the New York Times saying the biggest threat to operational security in this whole operation was Donald Trump's tweets.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Well, so bigger picture, Tommy, like what would success look like for a strike like this?
I mean, what probably happened is that the strike set back Iran's nuclear program a few months to a few years, meaning they blew up a bunch of infrastructure that'll take a while to rebuild. But we just don't know because, like, if we don't know where this 60% enriched uranium stockpile is, or if they have covert enrichment facilities somewhere, or whether they blew up Fordo or not, it's just really hard to judge success. And there's also just the fact that Trump has never articulated a goal for himself, right? Like J.D. Vance says we're at war with Iran's nuclear program, but not at war with Iran, much like Japan was at war with Pearl Harbor in 1941. The Trump lackeys were out on the Sunday show saying this isn't regime change, and then Trump's tweeting, why wouldn't there be a regime change? Netanyahu seemingly does want regime change, although maybe this ceasefire indicates otherwise, but he was, picking off military and political leaders and encouraging the Iranian people to rise up and throw off their government. So there's all this uncertainty around it, which again is why you want a diplomatic solution to these problems over the military, because under the JCPOA, Iran was prevented from getting a nuclear weapon, and there's a verifiable inspections regime to ensure that was the case, and that will likely not be an option anymore.
Right, and that's not an option. And so if that's not an option anymore, then you have to ask yourself, and I know you guys made this point, Tommy, on Sunday's pod, like, why wouldn't Iran at this point race to build a nuclear weapon? Because now there's no inspectors, there's no cameras, there's no inspection regime, and they know that if they, go the diplomatic route, they can't trust the United States, they can't trust Israel. We might go in there and bomb them again. So to protect themselves, you would think that it's in their best interest to try to race to build a nuclear weapon with the enriched uranium they have, trying to get new centrifuges and whatever else.
Yeah, I mean, look, Muammar Gaddafi and the Libyan government gave up their nuclear program, and he ended up getting bombed by the U.S. and NATO, dragged out of a drainage ditch, sodomized with a knife, and then murdered. So you look at that example.
There, Tommy.
Yeah, then you look at North Korea and how it's going for them, and you think,
Ukrainians also gave up their nuclear program, and look what happened to them.
Yeah.
So yeah, the incentives are not great on this. So when Dan and I recorded Friday's show, the White House had just announced that Trump was going to take 2 weeks to decide whether to strike Iran, based on the hope that a diplomatic solution might be reached before then. As we've talked about, that was just a ploy to trick Iran, apparently. The Times has a detailed story about how Trump had already arrived at a final decision to strike. Per usual, the president was, quote, closely monitoring Fox News, which was airing wall-to-wall praise of Israel's military operation and featuring guests urging Mr. Trump to get more involved. And of course, the Times also reports that then he was telling people, he's like, I just keep getting calls from people that saying the Israeli operation's going so great, you got to get more involved. Everybody's telling me I got to get more involved. So that led him to start publicly musing about bombing Iran, which is apparently one of the reasons the Air Force had to send a decoy mission of several B-2 bombers westward over the Pacific, even as the real mission was about to take off. And the one military advisor said the biggest threat to OPSEC, which is the plan's operational security, was the President of the United States.
Good stuff.
What should it look like when an American president makes a decision like this? Is it usually just you watch Fox, you get sort of jealous that the Israelis are getting praised for their operation, you jump in, you lie about it, you don't really take your intelligence director's testimony to Congress very seriously, and then you just do it without consulting Congress or seemingly any lawyers in the White House or allies?
I mean, it's easy to laugh about the things in the story that, like, Trump's watching Fox News, he's meeting with Steve Bannon, he's just getting calls from, like, random Palm Beach real estate developers with advice on what to do here. But what's kind of stunning by that story is what's not in it, right? There is no discussion of Trump or his advisors meeting with the lawyers to figure out what the legal basis for this is. There's no gathering of his allies to try to build an international coalition to do this. There's no, like, game planning what happens if things go wrong. There's no discussion of the economic consequences if Iran were to close the Strait of Hormuz, right? It's really just like fly by the seat of your pants governing. And it's like we've all come to accept that as somehow normal way of doing business when it's absolutely fucking insane. And it's sort of like we don't know what's going to come next, as we said, but the fact that we're here and this has not yet spun out of control based on Trump's process for getting here is kind of stunning.
Yeah, and then their public rationale, right? Like, look, I don't know how much better it was to have presidents who were going to step beyond their constitutional authority, but have very, very smart lawyers create the rationale to justify it by, like, bending the meaning of words, which both Democrats and Republicans have been doing for 50 years. But at least there was some assertion of a rationale or a sense that I have authority as president because there is an imminent attack. And here you have some claim that the threat was imminent, but then they're basically also saying at the same time that the reason they decided to do this is because they hit some arbitrary negotiation mark, and the Iranians weren't negotiating in good faith, and so we decided to act, which is basically admitting that there was no change in the program itself to justify it. And so, like, we can debate the particulars of this and the result of this, but to me, like, when I first saw all this unfolding over the weekend, to me, I put it in the context of Donald Trump taking what has become a job that is already way too powerful and finding ways to push the bounds of presidential authority even further in ways that are dangerous, not just because he's Donald Trump, but because this job has become one in which they can justify or rationalize any use of presidential authority now, both domestically now and internationally. That to me is what is so scary about this, because they're not even pretending to have a real justifiable presidential authority as commander-in-chief for doing this.
It seemed like there was no process for a debate. It was like old school crossfire. It was like Mark Levin from Fox News is pro, Steve Bannon is con, Tulsi Gabbard, the head of intelligence, is iced out because she tells Trump the truth and not what he wants to hear. And Pete Hegseth is iced out because he used Signal one time.
Literally iced out.
Yeah. And like, it sounds like it was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Raisin Kane, the head of CENTCOM, J.D. Vance, John Ratcliffe, and Trump just kind of like deciding whether to bomb Iran.
It's just like,
we're not going to Congress, we're not going to the UN, we're not doing anything. Like,
yeah, the fact that he didn't go to Congress at all, didn't consult, and apparently the Gang of Eight
didn't brief them, yeah.
Didn't even brief the Gang of Eight, or didn't brief the Democrats on the Gang of Eight. There's some reporting that
they maybe notified them.
They briefed some of the Republicans
afterwards, though, right?
Yeah, I think they briefed them afterwards. And I saw Seth Moulton, congressman from Massachusetts, say on TV that he has heard that Fox News was briefed ahead of the Democrats as part of the committee.
Right.
And I don't even think, like, I haven't heard any of them make the case that there was an imminent threat of attack, right? Like, they're saying there's an imminent threat because, you know, the uranium's become highly enriched. But, you know, as Tulsi Gabbard had testified, our intelligence showed that the Supreme Leader had not authorized the actual weapons program to be restarted, that there was no intelligence they're actually building a weapon, because there's a difference between highly enriched uranium and actually turning it into a weapon. So when is the last time a president has ordered strikes when there was no imminent threat, nothing even in Libya, right? There was an
imminent threat.
There was an imminent threat, or consulted with allies. I mean, I guess we consulted with Israel, but like the Europe part of this is also kind of crazy, that our European allies were literally trying to do diplomacy while this was happening. So
in part based on the president's word.
It certainly seems like a violation of the UN Charter. And I know.
Shove it up your ass, nerd.
Yeah, forget about the international community, international law. It also seems like it might run afoul of U.S. law and war powers of the president. I don't know.
Yeah, look, there's no effort to go to Congress, no effort to go to the UN, no effort to sell the American people on the necessity of the war. I mean, look, we know the U.S. intelligence assessment is that Iran has not made a decision to get a nuclear weapon. They haven't since 2003. Maybe there's some reporting or rumor that like maybe the Israelis passed along some new intelligence, but no one's seen that. They've not described it to us. The last time a U.S. president made the case for war based on intelligence passed along from a foreign government was the yellow cake that came from Niger that ended up in Bush's State of the Union speech, which was total bullshit. That came from the Italian intelligence service, and it was also based on an assessment by the British intelligence service, and it was just wrong. It was all based on forged documents. So we just don't know. Like that's the crazy thing. Like this moment has such 2003 vibes. Like Indie Club is on and Hey Ya is on the radio, right? We're all intrigued by this MySpace thing. But in that case, like at least Bush tried to sell the case for the Iraq War. He did it in Congress. He went to the UN. The Trump people just skipped that part.
I mean, it's obvious what happened here is that the people within the government, and for both parties, frankly, have been wanting to bomb Iran for a very long time.
Forever, yeah.
And this was the best time to do it. Right. I mean, like the headline in Shane Harris's piece is exactly right, which is Trump didn't change, the intelligence didn't change, the situation just changed. Right. Like this was the opportunity to do it because Iran was weaker than it has been in any time recently, so they did it.
Yeah.
So we don't know what else Iran might do to retaliate, and hopefully, based on the news of this ceasefire, hopefully nothing. But there are a few big concerns out there still. Terrorist attacks against Americans abroad or at home, cyber attacks against the U.S., closing the Straits of Hormuz, which would disrupt global oil supply. Trump at least this morning, seemed concerned about this last possibility. On Monday, he directed the Energy Department to, quote, drill, baby, drill, and then posted the following: everyone keep oil prices down. I'm watching. You're playing right into the hands of the enemy. Don't do it. Aside from the fact that the small thing, but the Energy Department doesn't drill. The Interior Department drills, nor do they drill oil immediately.
The energy. Everyone get their hard hats out. They get out there. So it's so God. It's just amazing how stupid this all is. Like everything is so stupid and so dangerous. But it was like, to Dan's point, they make this decision to do this, right? Donald Trump cares about what things look like on television, but the world exists and continues, and he's not in charge of what happens after. He's not in charge of the macroeconomic forces that happen after. You can't bully Adam Smith into keeping oil prices down, or from individual traders from assessing risk and volatility based on this. He's not in charge of that, right? He does this based on images and what the images are going to look like. But war is the thing even autocrats can't control. They are not in charge of what happens, because he's not in charge of whether it's what Iran does in response or what an oil trader somewhere does, looking at the futures market. So it's like this incredibly silly thing of I'm watching you. What are you watching exactly? People responding in the world to what you're doing. You're not in charge of them. You can't threaten them. It's a bunch of individuals making decisions.
Yeah. Tommy, why do you think that Iran didn't go after didn't try to just close the Straits of Hormuz?
I mean, it hurts them as much as it hurts anybody, because they're trying to move oil through the strait as well. I also think, let's say that the Iranian Navy started mining the Strait of Hormuz. I think that, our Navy would blow them out of the water. So it probably wouldn't last very long. Who knows, though? They still might try to do it.
Yeah. And of course, the risk of the cyber attacks, the risk of the terrorist attacks is still very much live here. One of the big questions, of course, is what the actual goal of American involvement is, and whether Trump wanted to go full John Bolton and demand regime change. Trump's advisors were out in force on the Sunday shows, assuring everyone this isn't what we're in it for. Let's listen.
This mission was a very precise mission. It had 3 objectives, 3 nuclear sites. It was not an attack on Iran. It was not an attack on the Iranian people. This wasn't a regime change move.
We're not at war with Iran. We're at war with Iran's nuclear program. This mission was not and has not been about regime change.
So then, as he always does, Trump undermined all of these statements a few hours later by posting, "It's not politically correct to use the term regime change, but if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be a regime change?" And then MIGA, what do we think? M-I-G.
I think it's MIGA.
MIGA? We're going with MIGA? MIGA. That's his new thing there. So, obviously, Trump seems to have...
Make Iran great again.
Correct.
Yes. Right. Cool. Got it.
Yeah.
He spelled it out.
He did say that.
Okay,
he did say that in the statement, yeah. Trump seems to have backed away from this statement with his latest post calling for an end to the war, potential ceasefire now. But what do you guys make of all this? Was he just trying to say that he hopes the Iranian people will overthrow the Iranian regime, or is that too generous a reading from me?
I did not take it, honestly, as him undercutting what people were saying. I took it as his kind of negotiating over countertops style, saying to the Iranians, "I will go this far." I think it was I took it as just trying to say, who knows? I'm crazy. I'll go all the way to regime change if I have to. I don't want to. It's not politically correct. Nobody's going to want it. But hey, if that's what it takes, that's what it takes. I took it as bluster in the middle of this moment, hoping that it would de-escalate. That was my honest reading of it this morning.
I read it like you read it, which probably is too generous, but it's sort of this idea what if I could use my powers of immense persuasion to convince the Iranian people to put on some red hats and overthrow their leaders.
Because without any of their internet access, they're waiting to hear what Donald Trump has to say. And when he tells them to rise up, they're gonna be like, "Trump told us, let's do it."
Not a well thought out notion, I will admit that.
Yeah, they're looking for videos from Bibi Netanyahu and Trump before they decide what to do. I also suspect that he's susceptible to arguments from people about how historic it would be for a regime change in Iran. It's like, sir, this is just like Reagan taking down the Soviet Union, sir, blah, 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 shit like that. No. The counter argument is like, okay, you have regime change that leads to chaos, that leads to civil war in Iran, and a migration crisis that would make Syria look like nothing. Do you want that? That's probably more
Yeah, like what are the odds what you get is better than what you have?
Pretty low.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we have a good track record of bringing democracy to places.
Maybe this will be the one. This will be the exception that proves the rule.
We have trouble bringing it to America.
Yeah, I was going to say, that came back to bite us. Today's presenting sponsor is Simply Safe Home Security. As we work toward a better future, it's important to protect. States have been leveling most of their frustration at the pro-war faction, not Trump himself. Charlie Kirk posted a poll on Sunday asking what his followers think. No results as of this recording, but we will certainly keep you updated. So far, the only Republican in Congress who criticized Trump's decision to strike was Kentucky Congressman Thomas Massie, who told Fox News on Sunday, "I feel a bit misled. I didn't think he would let neocons determine his foreign policy and drag us into another war." Trump responded with a lengthy diatribe on Truth Social where he called Massie a grandstander and a bum, and then promised a primary challenge against him, which one of Trump's super PACs is now helping to make happen. How serious do you think the super PAC thing is in scaring off potential other potential defectors?
The billionaire funded Trump super PACs to fund primary challenges to anyone who votes against him. That thread has been there since the beginning. It's one of the reasons why Joni Ernst flipped on Pete Hegseth. And so I don't think this is any different. Massie is probably more politically insulated than others. He has an independent political identity, but this is what is keeping a lot of people in line, on the nomination votes, will keep people in line on the big, beautiful bill going forward. So I don't think this is new. It's just unique it's a new way to do.
It's like David Hogg with more money,
Yeah.
Sure. No, I'm sure he appreciates that comparison.
Just put that in his marketing materials.
It wasn't surprising to me to see Trump go so hard against Massie, not just because I think Trump is genuinely annoyed by the fact that he's got this guy criticizing him on this and being a vote against the bill. But Massie's problem is that he's been alone, right? Like, why not go after Massie? He's not bringing anybody with him right now to go after the big, beautiful bill. And so he's like, it's not just that he's opposed, that he's weak.
He's got to make an example out of him, too.
Yeah.
I do think it's like, you all, look what I can do to this guy. So no one step out of line either on this or on the bill in Congress or in anything else.
Literally anything.
But what's ironic about it is that he's already consolidated, right? Like, two people voted against the bill in the House?
Right.
One of them was Massie, a couple present votes. He's already got it.
Yeah, they're all already scared shitless of a Trump-endorsed primary challenge. Yes, a super PAC, ups the stakes, but I think, the Trump endorsement would be the problem. I don't really expect the Trump kind of MAGA pundit political class to leave him. I suspect that Tucker Carlson, MTG, and Steve Bannon, while they sincerely oppose the war, will find something new to be mad at Democrats about and just focus on that. I think the question is, what about the first-time voters who voted for Trump because they watched him on Joe Rogan and now they listen to Dave Smith, the comedian who said he should be impeached, or Theo Vaughn, who had Ro Khanna on the other day making the case for why the war was bad, or watch Tucker's content about what a bad idea this would be. Will those people decide they don't like Trump over the policy? Will they decide they were lied to? Right? There's kind of two pieces of this. There's the policy is bad, or hey, this guy lied to me.
I think it's the latter more than anything else, which is if you are a lesser engaged first-time Trump voter, how you get to voting for Trump is a relatively complicated calculus. Because you're not an idiot. You know that Trump is kind of a moron. You probably don't love his insurrections. You don't love the fact he's been convicted of crimes. But you made some rational choices of reasons why I support him. One of them is you thought it'd be better in the economy. Maybe you have concerns about immigration and the border. And the other one is that he is quote unquote anti-war, like Donald the Dove in Maureen Dowd's very infamous column from 2016. And when you violate a core part of your political identity, you turn those voters off. And those voters either step out of the electorate because they felt they were lied to, or they become people who will vote for a check on Trump in 2026.
I think it really depends on what happens from here on, right? If this ends with these strikes, I think a lot of those people will come back to Trump and say, you know what? He said he was going to do targeted strikes. That's what he did. Caused the whole situation to de-escalate after, and there's no boots on the ground. I think one lesson
you could even get some of them being like, I was wrong. I thought it was going to be a dragged out thing, but Trump's right again. We should always know that Trump's always right.
I think look, there's always this debate about is it a war or not? And I think in Trump's mind, he looks at the last few conflicts we've been in, and war means boots on the ground to people. And I think he took from the Soleimani strike and what happened after. I think he's trying to make that happen here, which is as long as it's targeted, as long as it's short, as long as there's no boots on the ground, you pay no political price and you look kind of tough. Yep. And people move on and forget about it. I think that's right.
I also noticed today that Fox is softening up the ground to absolve Trump of any responsibility should there be a terrorist attack in the United States. because of this, because they were talking about how the Department of Homeland Security has issued a warning, and there's been some talk of like sleeper cells, Iranian sleeper cells here being activated, and then the Bill Megulin, who's the immigration reporter for Fox, said, well, there's also been something like 750 Iranians who were released into the country under Joe Biden. So you can tell you could even if something like horrible happens, God forbid, you could see they're immediately going to go, oh no, that wasn't Trump, that was Joe Biden's immigration policy. So the Democratic response to Trump's strike has been predictably more negative. Many Democrats in Congress are upset they weren't consulted or given any notice that Trump had decided to launch an attack. They're pointing out that Congress has the authority to declare war, not the president. There are different legislative efforts to rein in Trump's military action, including one by Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna. Chuck Schumer's trying to get a vote on the issue as soon as this week, so we'll see where that goes. AOC, among other Democrats, did write on Twitter that Trump's move was, quote, grounds for impeachment. Obviously, that's not going to happen anytime soon. What do you guys make of the way that Democrats have responded so far?
No commerce? Okay.
I know you have strong feelings on this, Tommy.
No, I mean, I think some Democrats have been great. I think Ro Khanna has been great. Tim Kaine has been a really principled leader on this kind of set of issues for a long time. He's trying to repeal the AUMF. I wish AOC didn't say the impeachment thing. I think it just kind of like muddles the debate and gives them something to caricature. I think the congressional leadership has been terrible. Before the war started, Chuck Schumer was accusing Trump of tacoing on Iran, like basically calling him soft. Hakeem Jeffries was asked about Ro Khanna's bill today, and he said, quote, haven't taken a look at it. The bill is 3 pages long, pretty big font. So, like there's kind of two categories of response from Democrats. One is Congress should have voted on this first. And I think that's great, that's important, and everyone should make that case. And I realize I'm a hypocrite for working for Obama, and the Libya conflict was not something that was congressionally authorized. But I think more generally, what I want to see from Democrats is to forcefully argue that diplomacy was a better way to solve the problem. The Iran nuclear deal, the JCPOA, worked. It was working when we pulled out of it. When Trump pulled out of it, Trump's own staff wanted him to stay in the JCPOA. They said it was in our national security interests. They testified before Congress that Iran was in compliance. And then he pulled out of the deal. And then Iran started enriching uranium and funding more money for their proxy forces. And that's why we got to the war. And so a diplomatic deal is how you permanently solve the problem. Bombing Iran is a temporary solution with all kinds of secondary and third order impacts that we just can't predict. And I think we need to make the case that diplomacy is better and fight for those agreements when we cut them, like Obama did in 2015.
I went back and looked at some of the votes that the Republican House led when President Obama announced military involvement in Libya and started the bombing campaign in Libya. And you had all these House Republicans say that the president had no right to do this without congressional authorization. You also had 70 Democrats join in that vote, right? One of whom was Chris Murphy. Another was Tammy Baldwin, who was, I think, really consistent on this. And I want to hear more from Democrats who are willing to say, hey, like we have allowed presidential authority to go way too far. The problem with Donald Trump being president is not just because of his, his flaws and criminality, is because he's in a job that is way too powerful and that both parties contributed to making more powerful. When President Obama sought congressional authority for military strikes in Syria, he said, I don't need to do this, but it's just something I want to do. And that was wrong. It just was. It was the wrong thing to say because it made it as if that there's this sort of, we live in this perpetual gray area where what the president can or cannot do is a kind of complicated and kind of divine bit of religion that only the lawyer priests can help us figure out, and they can disagree. But now it's like we need to start having a kind of clear position about the need to limit presidential authority over time, even when there are moments where Democratic presidents have not wanted to cede that control. And I think it starts with Democrats who've been consistent all along, and even some maybe that who haven't been being willing to say the president cannot start wars without first going to Congress for approval, unless there is a clear imminent threat that Congress has been notified of.
Yeah, I do think you've got to lay out sort of conditions for that, because you can see, forget about which party does it, or like the president does need to reserve some ability to act quickly.
Of course, and that's what the War Powers Act is.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I think then the question is like, under what exact conditions, what are the exceptions here and there, but the fact that we have been just dragging this along without clarifying it since 2001 at least.
Well, and before, but by the way, also the other side of it is true too. All these Republicans that were in Congress were like, Barack Obama is exceeding his authority. They voted no. But what they didn't do, I think this kind of speaks to the problem in the way in which Congress has become so feckless and useless, is after the House votes to say Barack Obama doesn't have the authority to do this or shouldn't have the authority, or we don't approve of this. They then had a vote on funding, but they didn't want to do that, right? They didn't want to actually go the next step of actually asserting their power. And Congress is afraid to assert its power, which is dangerous when the president isn't Donald Trump. It's even more dangerous when it is.
Dan.
Tommy, you said it feels like we're in 2003. And some of the members of the Democratic Party have been in 2003 for 22 years now, because there is this learned helplessness on national security issues, this idea that if it's National Security Week, so we must begin every sentence about this with this long-winded caveat about how Iran is bad and can't have a nuclear weapon, as if you don't spend upwards to 30 seconds making that point, you will be declared a member of Hezbollah tomorrow. And it's just like, be forceful and strong and unequivocal about why what Trump is doing is wrong, why the process under which he is doing it is wrong, why he's rushing into military conflict in the Middle East based on manipulated intelligence. Right. Like, we have been down this road before. There are consequences to it, and just make that case. It's not as hard as we are making it every turn.
Yeah, under the War Powers Act, the president can authorize the use of force if the U.S. faces attack or an imminent attack. And in this case, that's just clearly not what was happening. That's not the context. And I agree with you, Levitt. I mean, the president should have to go to Congress. And what is so hard about this is often the Congress doesn't want the vote.
They do not.
Well, that's the problem, right?
Obama tried to get a vote on Syria, and they were like, no, we don't want that on our record.
They don't want this vote. They don't want to be on
cowards.
But it's like, that's the politics. That's why the president shouldn't be able to do this, because the Congress doesn't want to get behind it because they don't want to lend it democratic legitimacy, because they know the American people won't have their back if this thing goes south, because American people don't want to be involved in foreign wars.
They're also cowards, because it's not just that they don't want to help. There is partisanship there, as there was with the Syria vote, but they're so afraid of being wrong, because if you're wrong on a war, it defines your career, right? There were a bunch of people who wanted to run for president in 1992 who had voted against the first Gulf War, who thought they could not run because of that.
Exactly.
A bunch of people in 2003 who wanted to run for president in 2008 voted for the Iraq War, even though they knew it was a wrong idea, and ended up being wrong there and paying a price for it.
Yep.
Well, there's also and it's applied to domestic politics here too, but the Bill Clinton line, like, it's better to be strong and wrong than weak and right. And I think especially in matters of foreign policy and national security, that is on the minds of Democrats. I don't even think
that's a misreading even of what Bill Clinton said too.
I know. But that's how people, that's how Democrats have thought since 9/11, right? And, but I even think that, like, you don't need the throat clearing of, we all know the Iranian regime is dangerous and blah, blah, blah. I think it's like, we don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. We don't. That's a goal that we share. What's the best way to do that? And this is to your point, right? The best way to do that is to have a bunch of inspectors in there to make sure they're not enriching more uranium or moving stuff around. Now we don't have fucking inspectors in there. Now they're going to have a chance to, because we can't bomb them. We can't, like, bomb the knowledge of how to create a nuclear weapon out of Iran. It's a country of 92 million people. We can kill a bunch of scientists. We can bomb a bunch of facilities. But, like, at some point, these people are going to keep trying to build a nuclear weapon. So what is the best way to prevent a nuclear weapon? Diplomacy is the best way. War is a stupid way to, bombing is a stupid way to solve this problem long term.
But I think they don't believe that. I think the reason that part of why, to Tommy's point of why they're not going, I don't think they believe that. I think they are conflicted on the policy. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to take a position, but I think they are conflicted on diplomacy versus, well, maybe these strikes could help, and maybe that, I think that, like, there's a genuine lack of assuredness about the policy.
I even think there, though, it's short-termism, which is a big Trump problem, but I think it's also a Democratic problem. It's a political problem, right? Which is, they can convince themselves that, the strikes can help in the short term, which, by the way, they may, but long-term solution, like, if you really believe that, then come out and say, fucking great. Strikes are the way to go, and this is for the next 10, 15, 20 years, this is going to protect us.
There are three possible results here. One is Iran ends up with a nuclear weapon. The second is we have a diplomatic deal to prevent them from getting it. And the third is a war of regime change in Iran, so the people in charge of Iran are not people who want a nuclear weapon. Those are the three options. And what happened here didn't change those three options. It may even made it the diplomatic solution harder in the long run.
Oh, definitely. 100%. There's no diplomatic solution. I mean, who are the Iranians going to trust? Us? The Israelis? Like the international community? Nobody. And also just a big picture on the Democratic Party. For a long time, we were viewed as the anti-war party. Now we are not. Right? That's partly because of votes on Iraq. It's partly because of Joe Biden's handling of Gaza. It's partly because of Joe Biden's support for Ukraine, which I think was the right thing to do.
Maybe it's all because of Joe Biden.
We have to get back
Are we
that
for
mantle.
real?
And I think
Joe Biden
we're in
is
this
the
moment
war
where
guy.
there was a lot of consternation, including
Guys,
on the far right, about Trump going to war with
reality.
Iran. We have to provide a
gotta
clear
face
alternative.
it.
We can't just be like the wishy-washy, silent people in the middle.
You
or
worked
else
with
the,
him.
The pro-war people are the only ones making argument.
But that's why I think what politics or policy, you've got to make the argument for diplomacy first and war as a last resort, which is a very simple argument that Democrats have used to make all the time. The other thing that happened in Iraq is you had a lot of Democratic politicians voted for the authorization to go to war in Iraq, and then when things went south would say, well, I voted for authorization because I thought George Bush would handle this well, but then he just didn't handle it well. And I don't want to hear this now where they're gonna be like, well, Trump, the strikes were fine, the initial strikes were fine, and so I supported that. Yeah. But then Trump prosecuted the war wrong, and then all this stuff went south afterwards, and so I'm gonna step away from that. Like, no. If you don't speak out now, you fucking own it.
Well, though, that's the worst thing is that other than Fetterman and maybe a couple handful of others, no one's actually supporting the strikes. They are just like in the mushy middle of they're going to be wrong, no matter what the outcome is. Because they didn't pick either way.
Unless there's a vote in Congress on the unless one of these resolutions gets a vote in Congress, which we'll see.
But that was,
that's even an afterwards thing, because we're not in a real war power situation, because you have 60 days of conflict, and then you have 30 days to get out. Unless there are more ongoing strikes, we're not going to be in that situation. It'd be over one strike that happened.
But like in 2003, a lot of the argument the Bush administration was making before the vote for authorization is you need to give me this authorization so that I have negotiating power, right? And I think some people knew they were voting for war. I think some people genuinely convinced themselves that they needed to give Bush that authority leading up to it. And I think you could see the same thing happening here, right? With a bunch of people voting, but claiming it is because they want the U.S. to have the strongest negotiating posture. But by the way, I don't even think we're going to get to that because at this point, they're going to all claim the vote's moot if Trump isn't pursuing long-term military action, which means Donald Trump will have shown that you can just bomb a country. You do not need to claim the threat is imminent. The president has this kind of limitless, he is an imperial president abroad, and then he is an imperial president at home.
Speaking of which, let's turn to Trump's other military campaign. The 4,800 troops were still deployed here in Los Angeles, ostensibly to protect federal buildings from unruly protesters who haven't been seen on the streets for over a week. The military also has been supporting ICE agents who are still out there arresting, assaulting, and detaining anyone they deem suspicious, including undocumented immigrants with no criminal records, legal residents, even U.S. citizens. In just the past week, we've seen videos of masked agents tackling and arresting an American citizen who had been filming ICE agents dragging a man out of a truck after smashing his window with a baton. We also saw graphic footage of ICE violently assaulting a landscaper in Santa Ana, who turns out to be the father of 3 U.S. Marines. There's another Marine veteran whose wife was detained while she was still breastfeeding their newborn. There's a 6-year-old girl in Chicago who's essentially been orphaned after her mother was deported to Honduras. A guy was mistakenly arrested and detained twice in the same week. Detained and then released, despite having been granted asylum years ago. That was just a mistake. And the list goes on and on. ICE's own data shows that less than 10% of the nearly 200,000 people who've been detained this year have been convicted of violent crime. The director of one immigrant rights group told The New Yorker that his organization has received around 4,000 calls just this month in June about friends or loved ones who've just disappeared. No idea what ICE has done with them. Do you guys think these stories are breaking through, or are we in a situation where people are getting numb to this and we've just moved on?
They are breaking through, right? And there is evidence of that in the polling data. Using G. Elliott Morris's approval tracking, on June 5th, Trump's approval rating on immigration was 5 points above water. Today, it's 2.5 points underwater. What happened in LA, the protests, these there's the true success of the mostly peaceful protests in LA is people paid attention to what ICE was doing. These clips are going viral. People are seeing them. This is supposed to be Trump's best issue, and he's underwater on it. And there's been a pretty hard shift over the last couple of weeks. So this stuff is breaking through.
You saw like a clip going around of Joe Rogan talking about the fact that they're going after people at Home Depot, that they're going after people that are just trying to work on construction sites, and saying that that's not what we voted for. Right? That's not what people thought they were voting for. That's not what he said he was going to do. And then you see kind of two responses to that. Some people saying, actually, this is what you voted for. And then other people, I think, more helpfully saying, you're right, you thought he was going to deport criminals, but he's not. He's going after people that are just trying to earn a living. And I do think that matters.
Yeah. It's another example of an issue where Democrats, I think, were scared at first. Maybe they still are scared, but when we made an argument, it seems like we're actually having some success here. And yeah, I think the Rogan thing was important. I mean, that is this conversation breaking through to an influential audience, to an influential person who has a huge audience, and saying, I don't think anyone would have voted for this. And to all the progressives out there, don't scold people like that. You did know what you're like. Don't do that shit. Like, we have to, let's create a context where we welcome people back into the fold and we don't make them feel stupid for voting for Trump last time. Like, come on, let's build a coalition here.
Well, also, like, they
Come
were,
on, guys.
you know, Trump
Let's
lied
just
to
get
them,
along. Let's
and
just give
he
each other
said
hugs and kisses.
all he talked about, right? Like, yeah, if you went into his policy page somewhere, you'd find that he was going to just deport everyone. If you knew about Stephen Miller, if you knew anything about Stephen Miller and that he was going to be in the administration, you'd know that he was going to deport anyone they could. But if you just listen to fucking Trump on the stump throughout 2024, you'd think it was just the worst of the worst, violent criminals, and he's going around saying that he wants to protect dreamers and he wants to staple fucking green cards onto people's diplomas and all that kind of shit. So, like, yeah, people were lied to. Should they have, you know, thought better of it because they shouldn't have trusted Trump? Yeah, of course, but whatever. We're trying to build a fucking coalition here.
And for the most part, this didn't happen in the first term.
Right.
Well, the other part of it too is Trump didn't just lie throughout the campaign. He's lied in the last week and a half. He's been posting every kind of position he could possibly take. Gets a call from his ag secretary telling him about the problems this is causing. Next thing you know, he's saying, "Oh, we don't want to go after people that are just working hard." The next day, Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem are back at the sticks, and all of a sudden, the deportations are back on.
I do think that the fact that people are filming some of these deportations is what's going to help.
Horrifying.
A lot. It is horrifying. And the guy they arrested at the Home Depot, right down the street from here in Hollywood, which is the one they raided, and he was an American citizen, 37 years old, and they thought he was an undocumented immigrant who was just another day laborer at the Home Depot, and he was working at Home Depot, but he's getting his doctorate.
Based on his skin color, they thought.
Yeah, at a college right here, and he was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" As you can see him, he's filming it, and also the guy that they dragged away, who probably was, you know, an undocumented immigrant, sitting in his truck, smashing the window right at his face, and then dragging him out. And then when the guy's filming it, then they tackle him, and then they're bragging about how many. They got to, how many bodies did we get today? 31? Oh, that's amazing. We got 31 today. And then they say, oh, Trump's really riding us on this. So, like, this is the fucking incentive here.
I want to see Democrats make a bigger deal about ICE agents wearing masks. I know there's a bill in the California legislature that would ban mask wearing ICE agents. The fact that in this country, a plainclothes cop can run up to you with a mask on, tackle you, and throw you in an unmarked van is insane.
With no warrant, no identification.
That's how I imagine lockpicking.
We were talking about this on Friday's
in
pod, and I was like, there's going to be, you know, how do we know it's not just some criminal with a mask on pretending to be an ICE agent? And then after we recorded, CNN said there's actually been a rise in impersonations, people impersonating ICE officers and just trying to round people up.
And by the way, and then on top of that, you can't trust.
If only these libs should say
Department of Homeland Security to tell you accurately what they're doing, when they're doing it. They're lying all the time. The spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security just lies on a near constant basis. Kristi Noem lies. Kristi Noem's boss lies, obviously. So these people show up. They're wearing masks. Then they drive off. Then the department claims they were never there to begin with. It's on fucking video that they were at Dodger Stadium.
So the guy in Santa Ana, the landscaper, this is how it was interesting watching how this unfolds with the Department of Homeland Security. So there's video of him getting just the shit beat out of him. They're tackling him. They're pepper spraying him, right? And then a bunch of like right-wing accounts start saying, oh, they didn't show the whole video. He was actually attacking the federal agents with a weed whacker. Well, what was actually happening is he was, you know, weed whacking a lawn, doing his job. Then they started chasing him. They also asked him like to answer their questions. He didn't have to, because you don't have to. That's part of the law. So then they start chasing him. He's running away with the weed whacker, and then they're like, see, see this as proof that he was attacking with the weed whacker, and I'm like, these crazy fucking right-wing accounts, what is this? Then I see today, Department of Homeland Security tweets the same thing, and they're basically just basing their explanation for their arrest and detention off random right-wing Twitter accounts. That's what we're doing now.
Then you have Stephen Miller posting something like, "Oh, there are more undocumented people in LA than we ever thought possible. Getting all these free services and, you know, parasites on our economy," or whatever way he's saying it. When what you're talking about are people that just work in this city, most just working every day, really hard fucking jobs, often with paying into Social Security and paying taxes that they can never recoup the benefits of because they're not citizens, and then they're being like kind of chased down the street in this terrifying way. And so the ramifications for Los Angeles is like most people are going about their days. Everything seems normal. But these immigrant communities, especially communities with a lot of undocumented people, they're terrified. They're afraid to go to work, but they have to work. They don't know what to do. They don't know how to live day to day because there is this capricious threat looming over the city, all so that Stephen Miller can hit some imaginary quota set by Donald Trump to hit a number about criminals, of which there are not nearly enough to capture to hit these numbers.
Yeah, and that tweet that you mentioned was in response to a post by the city of Pasadena that they were canceling some public programs, because people were too afraid to leave their houses in Pasadena. And so Stephen Miller takes that as like, well, there must be more illegal aliens than we thought. So there was a development this weekend in the deportation story that's probably gotten the most national attention. On Sunday, a federal judge denied the Justice Department's request to hold Kilmar Abrego Garcia in custody while he awaits trial in his federal smuggling case.
This guy's totally gonna
Judge
die.
Barbara Holmes's order was pretty forceful in its criticism of the administration. Basically, like, the case that they brought, the criminal case, it's got contradictory evidence. Some of it seems like not even possible that it's true at all. Of course, we know that a prosecutor in Tennessee resigned because they didn't think that this case should be brought. But the judge also acknowledged that Abrego Garcia will likely stay in custody regardless of what she rules, either because of the Justice Department's appeal or because the Department of Homeland Security will just launch new deportation proceedings against him to keep him in custody. So, you know, there's a difference between immigration court and immigration legal system and then the criminal legal system. So he can't be held by the criminal justice system, but he can still be held in detention, in immigration detention. DHS spokesperson, the one that lies all the time, Tricia McLaughlin, reiterated in a post on Twitter Monday, quote, "We have said it for months and it remains true to this day. He will never go free on American soil." And then, on top of that, just before we started recording, the Supreme Court issued a 6-3 order allowing the Trump administration to deport migrants to countries other than their own, including extremely dangerous places like Libya and South Sudan, at least while the case is still being heard. That could come back to the Supreme Court later, this case.
Yeah, why would you want to stop grabbing people and then sending them to South Sudan? Why would you need to put a hold on that while the case is running through the system before they've even ruled on the merits? Why would you want to put a stop to that? What could go wrong doing that? Why would that? Why what's the difference?
South Sudan and Libya, places famously easy to return from.
Yeah, and safe.
What do you guys make of all these legal developments, aside from them being fucking awful?
I mean, it was interesting that the judge just shit all over the government's case in the Abrego Garcia case. I mean, they said they give little weight to hearsay testimony, especially hearsay testimony from currently detained people that are cooperating to get an early release from prison, which was obviously, you know, the case when we sort of first read that the indictment. And then the judge pointed out, as you mentioned, that like the testimony provided by the cooperators said that Abrego Garcia would drive from Maryland to Houston and back 3 to 4 times a week with his kids in the car to smuggle people, which is, she said, borders on being physically impossible.
Yeah,
That's what it was.
it's a lot,
it's like
lot of
120
coffee.
hours a week.
A lot of coffee to be driving thousands of miles all the time. Yeah, it didn't make sense.
Yeah, so it's like the government, like, they're obviously prosecuting Abrego Garcia because they view his case as kind of like the marquee case underpinning the credibility of their entire sending people to El Salvador gulag nightmare policy, and clearly it's unraveling. And I think they understand that that would sort of unravel their whole argument around immigration.
Well, and it's they're trying to make a public case here, right? Because so the government had some options with Garcia, right? Abrego Garcia. They could have said, okay, well, we can deport him to any country but El Salvador, so we're going to try to deport him to a third country. They decided not to do that. they could also say, we want to go back to immigration court and undo the protection, or try to fight to undo the protection of deporting him to El Salvador, and then see if they could win that case and then deport him to El Salvador again. Their argument would be, the gang that they were worried about attacking him no longer exists in El Salvador. Right? They didn't do that. What they did is they just made up an entire case, calling him a sex trafficker, a drug trafficker, a smuggler, all this kind of shit, because they need, in the public's mind, to have people believe that he is a really, really bad guy. They can't just say, okay, you know what, we made a mistake sending him to El Salvador, putting him in prison, we'll just deport him somewhere else, which they could have tried to do, but they are trying to prosecute a fucking phony case just to make people believe that he's an awful person.
And to make everything that Trump, Kristi Noem, Stephen Miller, J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio said be true, when it's
exactly
obviously
right.
not true.
It is just, as we live through it, like, remarkable how much of what is, like, how much of fascism is a group of fucking assholes using ad hoc rationales to cover their mistakes and previous incompetence. Like, how much we're living in this sort of doom loop of them being kind of feckless and cruel, and then coming up with some new ridiculous power grab or like criminal complaint or stretching of the law to justify it in hindsight, like, over and over and over again.
Yeah, well, because they know that they don't have a legal case to stand on a host of things, and so all they care about is trying to prosecute their case in the court of public opinion. That's just like, that's what they've learned. That's what Trump learned when he was charged himself criminally.
Yeah, and then just to bring it back to, like, what we watched over the weekend with Iran is you have J.D. Vance go on television and say, yeah, no, I know people don't want conflicts in the Middle East, but previously we had dumb presidents. And now we have Donald Trump, infallible, God-sent Donald Trump. Everybody
now
made fun of...
Now we have a president who's going to make a decision on war and peace based on what he saw on Fox News.
And so, like, everybody... Yeah, and, like, so everybody makes fun of Mike Huckabee for sending that insane and unhinged text message to his daughter about, like, Donald Trump being, like, God's chosen one, saved at Butler so that he could, I guess, bring about the rapture.
Did we see this speaking
but,
in
like,
tongues?
J.D. Vance is doing an intellectual version of that, basically saying that we need to trust Donald Trump because he has this wisdom. And, like, so much of what the administration does is basically try through legal means, illegal means, lying, deception, this ridiculous case, they deported someone and then decided to charge him criminally, ridiculous, is to kind of continue to kind of create the image of Donald Trump as this perfect God-sent figure. And, like, the scary thing is not, obviously it's scary that they're doing it. I think they're starting to believe it. I think J.D. Vance is starting to believe it.
Nobody sold his soul for power more thoroughly than that guy. I mean, J.D. Vance in 2015 would despise J.D. Vance of 2025. Like, he knows damn well that it wasn't an issue of dumb presidents sending people to dumb wars. It was dumb wars being waged for dumb reasons.
I don't know. George W. Bush might have been kind of dumb.
He was, of course, dumb. Two things can be true.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, yeah.
We didn't even get to talk about J.D. Vance's trip to L.A. on Friday when he came here to L.A. to do an RNC fundraising retreat and then tacked on a photo op at the federal building that the Marines are guarding for no reason because of protests that were gone a long time ago, and then kicked out local press.
Never let him in.
Didn't let local or state California press in there, and then called Senator Alex Padilla, Jose Padilla, and accused him of theater. J.D. Vance, who came to L.A. just to do to throw on a photo op so he could yell about ICE raids and protesters that don't exist, called him fucking Jose Padilla, the guy he served with the entire time J.D. Vance was in the Senate, one of 99 other colleagues of J.D. Vance. Unfucking real, that guy.
Yeah, J.D. Vance, man, theater. That was his calling. That's really, theater is what he's doing. Theater is what is in his heart.
Theater's what's on it. Theater makeup's what's on his face.
Yeah.
I also, Jose Padilla was post 9/11 accused of having a dirty bomb, held as an enemy combatant, denied a trial. So yeah, pretty insulting mistake beyond just getting the name wrong.
Ridiculous. Pod Save America is brought to you by Quince. I'm not big on trends, you know me, but I am big on
time offer. Rules and restrictions apply. See blinds.com for details.
One last thing before we go. Tuesday's election day in New York City. The mayor's race has been pretty fascinating. A lot of abundance, discourse,
and we want to
interesting
support Andrew
conversations
Cuomo.
about
What if they said that?
anti-Semitism, about Gaza, ranked choice voting, socialism, Andrew Cuomo.
Yeah, those are the
Who we
topics.
support.
Sure, that's it.
Was there anything else? So we've got 4 non-New York residents sitting here. Love it. I know you like to think that you were
In my
New York
heart.
at some point.
In my heart.
Who wants to weigh in? Any final thoughts on the race? Love it. What about you? You talked to both. You talked to Mamdani and Brad Lander.
Yeah, I came away from the conversation with Mamdani being just really impressed. A lot of the debate and public debate has been around the kind of the top level sentence on these policies: free buses, public grocery stores, freezing the rent. When you talk to him, he's just really smart and has, I think, sophisticated views on how to answer some of the critiques from the right or even from the center or left of those policies. And you think, well, how could somebody who's 33 succeed as mayor? Well, he's really fucking smart, and can build, as clearly he's able to build a following and build a campaign. So that to me was really interesting. Then talking to Lander, what jumped out at me is, first of all, Brad Lander's also a really smart guy and really interesting to talk to, but Lander made this really persuasive case about why Andrew Cuomo would fail as mayor, and I realized in hearing it, it was like the most persuasive case I'd heard, and actually the only time I'd heard it, because Cuomo is this, he has the controversy around the nursing homes and writing a book during the pandemic. He's a sexual harasser. His decisions may be basically personally responsible for why Democrats don't have the House. He's a bully. He doesn't seem to want the job. Maybe he wants to run for president. There's a lot of corruption around him, and it's all these different reasons to not like Andrew Cuomo. But a lot of them don't really get at the core of whether he will succeed or fail as mayor in doing the things he has claimed he was going to do. And it's a similar, we were talking this before the show, that it's a little bit like the Trump problem of when somebody's got so many problems, did anyone really drill down into the cleanest case for people that are open to Cuomo? And the fact that Brad Lander's case was the best version of it I heard made me nervous.
I think if you look at this race from afar, as you said, we are not New Yorkers, we don't live there, we don't have to live the consequences of decisions, we don't have a vote, we're not dialed in on policies around trash containerization and all the other things that really matter when you live in the state, which is what a mayor's job is. Because this race has been about all these big things, you said. And I just saw a clip where they asked Mamdani and Andrew Cuomo their response to the strikes in Iran, which is interesting, I guess, but totally it's never going to be part of their job.
Right.
And I watch what's happening there, and whether you like him, you don't like him, you agree with his policies, you don't agree with his policies, you're concerned about democratic socialism, or you love democratic socialism, you have to admit that what Mamdani has done is to build a very inspiring campaign that has energized young people for a mayoral race in a way in which no one has seen in a very long time. And people are excited about politics. And while that's happening, to have, you have seen this panic among the Democratic establishment, not just in New York, but outside of New York. You have there was the headline in Politico over the weekend, which is centrist Democrats freak out about New York mayoral race. You have all these centrist Democrats saying, this is going to cost us races and we can't have a democratic socialist. And our friends who we like and respect work with, Third Way, put out this memo about how radical democratic socialism. They're not taking a position on the race, but they're saying how bad democratic socialism is. Jim Clyburn, who's reaching down from South Carolina to endorse. Bill Clinton, who is a New York resident, endorses Andrew Cuomo. And you have...
His former HUD secretary.
His former HUD secretary. But you have... We are creating, once again, the Democratic establishment is circling the wagons. You have a super PAC funded...
Around the worst candidate of all of them.
I'm going to get to that. I'm going to get to that. They're circling the wagons. They have a super PAC funded by billionaires, including Michael Bloomberg, who's put in more than $10 million in the super PAC, running just nonstop negative ads against Mamdani. They had a mailer that did not go out but leaked out, where they darkened his beard to make him look more nefarious, to do that to the potential first Muslim mayor in New York City. And if you're a young person, and we're all having this conversation, how do we get young people to stick with Democrats? How do we win them back? And then every single time there's a candidate they get excited about, the Democratic establishment, some members of the Democratic establishment and billionaires get together to try to torpedo that candidacy. This is not exactly how history went, but imagine you're a 30-year-old Democrat, imagine you're a 30-year-old in this country, right? In 2016, you supported Bernie Sanders. The entire establishment supported Hillary Clinton, including the people who worked at the DNC during the primary. In 2020, support Bernie Sanders again. He is on the cusp of victory. Everyone else drops out and endorses Joe Biden. But everyone goes and vote. They all go and vote for Joe Biden to get him elected. In part because they believe that Joe Biden will be a one-term president. They are begging someone else to run against them, or for Joe Biden to step down. He doesn't do that. And then here, once again, they are inspired by a candidate, and people from the Democratic establishment. If you live in New York and you want Brad Lander or someone else, that's fine. But to do that is bad. To do it for Andrew Cuomo is really unforgivable. Like, you're not doing it for another good Democrat. You're doing it for someone that the entire Democratic Party leadership, including the President of the United States at the time, wanted to resign from the governorship because he sexually harassed 11 women. He abused his power, involved in this nursing home scandal, and everyone's getting behind that. You would rather, the idea that we are more scared about a Democratic socialist as the mayor of New York than Andrew Cuomo with his record of corruption and sexual harassment is insane to me.
The DOJ, Biden's DOJ, found that he was accused of sexually harassing 13 women. This was in a Department of Justice report. After there was an Attorney General report about it, he doctored a report about nursing home deaths. Then they later found out that he undercounted them by 50%. Like, this is not some is he a little skeezy? No, this is bad shit. I mean, it's one of Cuomo's former top aides, Howard Glazer.
Yes, I saw this.
Did you see this tweet? A grim and joyless campaign, as befits a battle for a prize never wanted, one long viewed with disdain and contempt as a trifle that only lesser men would debase themselves to see.
Did he ask ChatGPT to give me some Yates? It
was a little overwritten, but it got to what is bothering me a lot about the Cuomo thing is the guy didn't really, because he feels so fucking entitled to the job. You don't like Mamdani, then make a case about his policies and how they would affect people. Andrew Cuomo didn't do interviews. We reached out. Everyone reached out. He wasn't doing interviews for this campaign. Didn't really campaign. Then you see Mamdani just literally walking the length of New York City, trying to talk to voters and meet people. All the other candidates trying to take campaigning seriously, and Andrew Cuomo's just no. I have the name recognition. I got the money. People know me. I'm owed this job. It's a step down from governor, but whatever, I'll take it. That's the kind of person you want.
He hasn't lived in the city in New York for 30 years.
That's the person you want fucking running your city?
It's the definition of entitlement. I look, as a general matter, I opt out of New York City politics because I live in Los Angeles and every other reporter lives in New York and they talk about it all the time, and I feel like they got it covered.
We got enough issues.
That said, we got some issues here. That said, I like watching that Mamdani video this morning of him walking across Manhattan. It gave me Obama 2007 kind of feels. Yeah. And brought me back to what it was like to be young and inspired by a politician. I was talking to someone who worked in the campaign who told me that they just decided to do it one day and then did that the next day. It's a campaign that's nimble and fun. It seems exciting. It's a group of people you want to be a part of. But I share Dan's utter disdain with the established coming down on behalf of Cuomo. Of all the people to pick, he's such a scumbag and such an asshole and such a bully. To rally around them, I think if Mamdani loses, it would be valuable for folks who are in the DSA to look inward and evaluate policies that maybe didn't work for them electorally or just
for sure.
Right. But they will absolutely have every right to be furious at the Democratic Party for backing someone who is actively shitty, not an alternative, just a bad guy.
I think they will say Democratic Party. It is worth saying that you've had Lander and Mamdani crossing doors. You have you've had Adrian Adams and
the establishment.
Yes, and it's disgusting. It's disgusting. I do think that
being
this is something
alive
that came
is
up when I
cool.
talked to Mamdani. As I said, what he said at the beginning of his campaign is, because Cuomo jumps in, rockets to the top. Mamdani's the more people get to know the myth of Andrew Cuomo, the better I'll do. And I think that's been totally true. He's been proven absolutely correct about that. And there's a lot of misinformation, a lot of propaganda, a lot of hateful stuff that has nothing to do with the job that is going to cost Mamdani in one way or another and could cost him the race. But I also think sometimes okay, there's a myth that people are enamored of with Cuomo, right? Something about toughness and competence and what it means to that what you want in a leader, right? And it's absolutely true that a lot of that's a myth and a lot of what a lot of his toughness, his bullying and shit that'll make him a worse mayor and unable to do the job. But at the same time, I think sometimes we don't do enough to say, hey, what is it that people want in that myth? And how can we be sure that we're convincing people who want that version of leadership that we have that toughness, even as we have more compassionate and generous and empathetic policies? And I sometimes think we don't do that. I think sometimes on the left, there's a little bit of the left can't fail, it can only be failed. And that's not to say if Cuomo wins, that's not a despicable outcome of a lot of unfairness in this process. But I do think I want that too, because I don't want Andrew Cuomo to be the next mayor of New York. I think it's fucking awful.
There's a fundamental question electorally for candidates like Mamdani is, can they do well enough with black voters to win? The core of the Democratic primary, the most important electorate in every Democratic primary, around the presidential primary, and particularly in New York. And can he do well enough to win?
And that increasingly Hispanic working class voters as well. I mean, just working class voters in general. And it has become this irony, right, that more progressive candidates, DSA candidates, their policies are fighting for the working class, but in this country, the working class Americans, first white, then now black and Hispanic, are voting more conservatively. So yes, I totally agree.
It's within the context of a Democratic primary, obviously, and Bernie had shown some success with Latino voters. We didn't get a full test of it because of the way that campaign played out in 2024, but it shows some success with it. AOC obviously has. We'll see how this plays out, and it's going to probably matter a little bit borough by borough for Mamdani. But the thing that is prevented, if Bernie could have done just a little bit better with black voters in 2016, he could have been the Democratic nominee, and that has been that just for progressive candidates. That's why Obama succeeded, was the first step progressive anti-establishment candidate to win a Democratic primary, because he could get the college-educated support that is very important in Iowa and New Hampshire, and also do very well with black voters.
Well, just for the purposes of a thought experiment here, I do think it's worth separating out the style of politics from the policy, right? Because we could have a whole debate about what issue positions and policy positions can win a general election. Do I think a DSA candidate could win a national election or an election in a purple state? Maybe, but I don't think so, right? But if you have, I think that our party, you have to have people running for office in our party who campaign like Mamdani has been campaigning, who run a campaign like that, who are meeting people all over the place, who are speaking to people's concerns, who are, like you said, Levitt, the strength I think people are looking for is fight on behalf of people who need a fight, right? And to constantly be making it about the people that you want to represent. And I don't think we've seen that. If there is a non-DSA in some purple states or even nationally, center-left candidate who campaigns like Mamdani's been campaigning, that person could be president. And if there are schmucks like Andrew Cuomo out there who the party is going to continue to coalesce around because, on paper they might be, highest name recognition and have these, moderate credentials or whatever else, but they suck, then, we're going to keep losing.
I could scream about this for an hour. On my flight here, I pounded out a message box that'll be in your boxes tomorrow on this thing, because I'm so mad about it. That it's so stupid for anyone outside of New York to panic about who the mayor of New York is politically. We had a lot of problems because Eric Adams has been under indictment for a year. Was that a huge problem for House Democrats in 2024?
Right. No.
But also, there's something there are other candidates, right? There's Brad Lander, Adrian Adams, Eleanor Myrie. They had platforms. They're between them basically, progressive wise, right? You had a range of options, and somehow you ended up with this sort of super polarized vote, right? And the fact that all this money decided to get behind Andrew Cuomo because they were so afraid of Mamdani, when they could have supported Adrian Adams, right? They could have done it. There's a lot of things that could have been different about this. So there's a way in which it's sort of like a unique situation, a uniquely frustrating situation. For voters who maybe aren't as far left as Mamdani, but don't want to have a sexual harasser or bully in their job.
Yeah, for sure. But one reason I think it concerns all of us, even though we're not deep in the New York City mayor's race, and like you said, I don't think this one mayor's race has an effect on the party writ large. A similar dynamic is what I worry about heading into 2028 again. And it's not necessarily going to be like Cuomo, right? But just these candidates that either look good on paper or the establishment feels comfortable with, or who have name recognition, or for some reason they think that's the safe choice. And I don't know that that's necessarily the best way to try to win an election anymore. So we'll see. All right, that's our show for today. If you live in New York and need help figuring out where and when to cast your ballot, go to votesaveamerica.com/vote. And Dan and I
hours, we had a U.S. base attacked by Iran, a very confusing ceasefire announced, then pretty quickly violated, and a presidential F-bomb, which I feel like we should probably start there because it actually kind of sets up the chaos that was the last couple of days. So this is President Trump just a few hours ago on the White House lawn talking to reporters, clearly expressing his frustration over trying to figure out what's going on between Israel and Iran.
If you like just put like I can just eat it if I fucking make it, but it's not. It's just something I don't go out of my way for.
Listen, Mr. President, I get it. I've been trying to follow what's happening in the last couple days, and that's I think that matches a lot of people's feelings right now. But nonetheless, trying to figure out like where do we start here, and I think the best place to begin is yesterday's Iranian attack against U.S. forces in Qatar. So U.S. Central Command, actually based out of Qatar, published a statement on this yesterday saying, quote, U.S. forces, alongside our Qatari partners, successfully defended against an Iranian ballistic missile attack targeting Qatar's Al Udeid air base near Doha. Thanks to the professional, competent, rapid, and coordinated response of the U.S. and Qatari forces, the ballistic missile attack was defeated by U.S. and Qatari Patriot batteries, and there were no casualties to American or Qatari personnel. They went on to add no significant damage to anything on the base. Again, looks like everything was intercepted. President Trump spoke to that as well, and this is where just the madness of yesterday kind of began. We knew it was coming, by all accounts. There was a warning issued by the State Department for U.S. citizens in Qatar to shelter in place hours before the attack took place. Qatar cleared the airspace. The U.S. days ago had moved aircraft off of the airbase, and all of our personnel were in shelters well ahead of time. In fact, Fox News, like 30 minutes before the missiles were even launched, said an attack is imminent. And we know that it was kind of staged and set up as an off-ramp for Iran because President Trump then confirmed it shortly after the attack took place. He posted, quote, Iran has officially responded to our obliteration of their nuclear facilities with a very weak response, which we expected and have very effectively countered. There have been 14 missiles fired, 13 were knocked down, and one was set free because it was headed in a non-threatening direction. I am pleased to report that no Americans were harmed and hardly any damage was done. Most importantly, they've gotten it out of their system, and therefore, hopefully, will be no further hate. I want to thank Iran for giving us early notice, which made it possible for no lives to be lost and nobody to be injured. So, again, the theater, right? And I believe that when they attacked U.S. bases back in 2020, there was also some advance warning given there as well. It's just strange to watch all this play out. Right now, this clearly upset the Qataris. The Iranians still celebrated it, some as a victory. Now, this didn't fool everyone, right? We've got some videos of Iranians celebrating in the streets. We've got some official statements from the IRGC talking about how this destroyed the American air base and humbled the Americans, and now they know they can't mess with Iran. But again, when President Trump puts out on X and a public medium that Iran warned us before the attack took place, the claims of an overly successful operation is only going to permeate so deep in Iranian society. There's been a lot of issues with the internet there recently, no doubt, but there is still access to the internet. Iran is not completely cut off from the outside world, and no doubt quite a few of their citizens, and you can see them commenting on social media posts, recognizing that this was all just a show. Now, a couple hours after that took place, this is where the madness really began, and this is one of those things where it's better to be able to look back at it a day later or a few hours later than trying to understand as it was going on what was happening, because at this point, I'm not convinced that the United States, Israel, and Iran were on the same page at all. Maybe now, but up until this point, it's questionable. So President Trump, seemingly out of nowhere, because there were not even rumors of ceasefire talks going on, declared, hey, great job, everyone. We've reached a ceasefire. He said, quote, it has been fully agreed by and between Israel and Iran that there will be a complete and total ceasefire. And I'm not going to go into the terms of like the times here because it's a mess of like 6 hours and 12 hours, and that's probably some of the confusion. Also, 6 hours and 12 hours from when is also seriously something that needs to be considered. But he said, upon the 24th hour, the official end of the 12-day war will be saluted around the world. So he called, the war's over. Great job, everyone. We did it. You can go home. But here's the problem. it was not clear that Iran or Israel even knew about this, let alone agreed to it. At the very least, President Trump front-ran everything here. So right out the gate, we had nothing from the Israeli government, nothing from any official Israeli sources, and the Iranian sources were saying, what are you talking about? There's no ceasefire. We're very much still in the fight. We have no reason to agree to a ceasefire, and we still have attacks planned against Israel. And that was all kind of unofficial statements. In Israel, their spokesperson declined to comment on the ceasefire. So there was a solid 2-hour stretch where it's, I don't think this is a real thing. And I was publicly questioning, did President Trump just make this up and hope that the two sides agreed to it? It was looking more and more like that might have been the case. On top of that, we had the Iranian foreign minister come out and publicly say, as of now, there is no agreement on any ceasefire or cessation of military operations. However, provided that the Israeli regime stops its illegal aggression against our Iranian people no later than 4 a.m. Tehran time, we have no intention to continue our response afterwards. So kind of like a ceasefire not called a ceasefire. If you guys stop, we'll stop kind of thing. So, but nonetheless, the important part there is this is long after President Trump announced the ceasefire was in place, the Iranian foreign minister saying there is nothing in place. Meanwhile, there were massive strikes going on all across Iran last night. By all accounts, it appears to be the most significant bombardment carried out by the Israeli Air Force since this war began. I mean, they were hitting targets left and right, locations all across Tehran shaking for hours on end, which also kind of threw some skepticism on the fact that there was a ceasefire. If there's a ceasefire, is Israel really going to be going this hard? Or then again, maybe they're getting the last punches out before they actually slow it down for a little bit. Then a couple hours later, and I should note that 4 a.m. Tehran time thrown out by the foreign minister doesn't appear to line up with anything that President Trump mentioned. It was pretty clearly before that timeline. And from what I can tell, Israeli strikes were still ongoing after 4 a.m. So that was the third time thrown out in this ceasefire debacle. Anyways, a couple hours later, the foreign minister did apparently confirm that a ceasefire was in place. He said, quote, the military operations of our powerful armed forces to punish Israel continued until the very last minute at 4 a.m. Together with all Iranians, I thank our brave armed forces who remained steady to defend our country until the last drop of blood and who responded to any attack by the enemy until the very last minute. But Iranian attacks continued after that, to include what appear to have been at least one launch after the ceasefire was in place. But before that happened, and after the foreign minister said the ceasefire was in place, we actually did get some confirmation from Israel. They put out a statement saying last night Prime Minister Netanyahu convened the cabinet to confirm that Israel had achieved all of the objectives of Operation Rising Lion. So again, kind of out of left field. In the span of just a couple hours yesterday, we've got the drastic escalation of Iran attacking U.S. bases, maybe pulling the United States into this conflict. And then all of a sudden Israel says, well, actually, we accomplished everything and more. Well done, everybody. They say Israel has removed a dual immediate existential threat, both in the nuclear field and the field of ballistic missiles. In addition, the IDF achieved complete air control over the skies of Tehran, inflicted severe damage on the military leadership, and destroyed dozens of central Iranian government targets. Israel thanks President Trump and the United States for their defensive support and participation in eliminating the Iranian nuclear threat. Quick note on that, we actually have some really cool footage of the U.S. B-2 bombers taking off and landing during Operation Midnight Hammer the other day. Some of these pictures are just, you're great, right? Seeing these things in action. Haven't seen any strike footage yet, and we went over some battle damage assessments yesterday, some updated satellite imagery. Nothing really new on that front at all. I'm not even sure. I would think the U.S. probably does have some strike footage, but nothing has made it out publicly quite yet. The Israeli statement continued saying, quote, in light of the achievements of the operation's objectives and in full coordination with President Trump, Israel agreed to the president's proposal for a bilateral ceasefire. This is a tremendous success for the people of Israel and its fighters who removed the two existential threats to our state and ensured the eternity of Israel. Now keep that in mind because we're going to come back to it and kind of the assessment of what all this means. Israel is declaring victory They have achieved their objectives of eliminating the ballistic missile threat from Iran and the Iranian nuclear weapons program. But a few hours after this ceasefire went into effect, Israel was still hitting targets all across after the ceasefire was announced, before it went into effect. Because you've got this window, right, where it's, hey, in 6 or 12 hours, that's when the fighting will stop. Well, in that window, Israel went hard. According to the IDF, they say Israeli Air Force fighter jets struck dozens of military targets in Tehran throughout the night, deploying more than 100 munitions. In the strikes, we once again hit the SPND headquarters building, which is used for the development of technologies and weapon systems for the Iranian regime. Additionally, we inflicted repeated and severe damage to the military manufacturing infrastructure in Tehran. In western Iran this morning, we identified preparations for a missile barrage towards Israeli territory and operated to thwart and disrupt the threat. We struck 8 launchers that were ready for immediate firing. Even at this moment, the Israeli Air Force is maintaining aerial readiness for threat removal and rapid offensive actions. Before the ceasefire came into effect this morning, about 20 missiles were fired from Iran towards various locations across the country, most of which were intercepted, but not all. And it looks like over the course of 6 barrages, at least some of them got through. One appears to have been a direct impact on an apartment building in Beersheba in southern Israel that at this point appears to have killed 4 people and wounded at least 20 more. Now, that strike, again, was in this weird window where the ceasefire had been agreed upon by both parties but had not yet gone into effect. Just think about how tragic that is for any loss of life after an agreement has been reached, but the two sides say, well, we're gonna do a few more attacks. Yes, we're gonna stop in a few hours. Our objectives have been met. We've done what we've wanted to do. Both sides are saying that. We just got to drop a few more bombs and fire a few more missiles.
Second.
Imagine the tragedy of the people killed in that barrage. Nonetheless, it does look like that was the end of the Iranian launches for the time being. Meanwhile, just to add to the overall confusion here, there were attacks on military bases in Iraq. It looks like right now Balad, Taji, and Victory were all hit with suicide drones. There's still not been any claim of responsibility there. There's rumors that these, if they were suicide drones that were utilized, and really what we're seeing is the aftermath of the attacks. We don't know for sure, and it looks like some radar sites were hit. Radar sites, you kind of look at Israel as maybe wanting to clear a path through Iraq, but Iraq, by all accounts, has just kind of, whether they have allowed or haven't really had any means of defending against the Israeli aircraft flying overhead. That's been the case so far. There are not, from my understanding, U.S. forces based at Balad, Taji, or Victory. So this would not necessarily be Iran going after U.S. service personnel. But right in the middle of all this, some explosions in Iraq. And again, we still don't exactly know what happened there. Shortly thereafter, Israeli Defense Minister Katz reported that Iran had begun the launch of additional ballistic missiles towards Israel in direct violation of the ceasefire. He said, in response to this violation, I have instructed the IDF to carry out powerful strikes against regime targets in the heart of Tehran. And this is when Trump just started to kind of veer, posting left and right, saying things like, do not bomb Iran. If you bomb, it'll be a serious violation of the ceasefire. Bring the pilots back now. And this is about the time where President Trump was answering questions prior to boarding, I think, a helicopter outside of the White House. And he was saying, I'm frustrated with both. They've both been in violation. Both Israel and Iran are not doing what I thought they should do. They're not adhering to the terms of the ceasefire, and clearly frustrated. And that's when we get the presidential F-bomb.
That they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
It looks like during this window that Israel did go ahead with the attack or unattack. Manny Fabian at the Times of Israel reported that the Israeli Air Force carried out a small strike against an Iranian radar north of Tehran a short while ago. The strike comes in response to Iran's launch of 2 ballistic missiles at Israel after the start of the ceasefire this morning. And we have footage and confirmation from inside of Iran that something went boom. So maybe now the ceasefire is back in place? We'll see. It's a lot in a short period of time. So it's worth talking about what all this means and what to expect going forward. First off, be very cautious as to whether or not this actually holds. My gut says that this ceasefire was somewhat top-down imposed. Based off of how President Trump is responding today and kind of his blow-ups in the media, quite frankly, it seems like he really, really, really wanted this ceasefire to go into effect. I'm not so sure that Iran and Israel have the same zeal of making sure this sticks. We're seeing a lot of posturing between the three parties right now. Again, Israel, as mentioned previously in the video, is saying that, hey, all of our objectives were met. We did everything we wanted to, so that's that. Iran, for their part, is saying that Israel was forced into the deal, that Israel went to the United States and begged for it. The storyline that they're kind of telling across Iranian media is Israel was not able to carry out the scope of the operation that they wanted, so they had to go to the United States and ask the U.S. to bomb the nuclear facilities, at which point the U.S. was on the receiving end of Iranian missiles, and the U.S. and Israel said, enough's enough, guys. We don't want to do this anymore. Let's find a way to stop the fighting. So Iran claiming victory, and we saw the celebrations in the streets from some folks. Israel claiming victory. And then in the United States, the White House spokesperson, Caroline Leavitt, put out a statement yesterday that said, quote, President Trump has accomplished what no other president in history could ever imagine, the obliteration of the Iranian regime's nuclear program and an unprecedented ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Again, the ceasefire, we'll wait to see if this actually sticks. I have a lot of questions about the obliteration of the Iranian nuclear program. I just don't feel like we're there. Again, maybe the assessment is complete and it's not been made public, but it just doesn't seem quite yet like that is actually the case. There's a couple things to point to here. First off, we've got Iranian leadership constantly saying publicly, like, we are going to rebuild the nuclear program. The head of the Iranian Atomic Energy Organization said, quote, we have taken the necessary steps and are now at the stage of assessing the damage of the affected sites. We had a rehabilitation plan prepared in advance and have put together a plan to ensure the continued production in the Iranian nuclear industry and the ongoing provision of services in the field. We also have reports that Iran is planning to, we'll see if this carries out, withdraw from the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. It's not clear if they're going to allow IAEA inspectors back in at any point to any of these facilities. And again, a lot of officials in Iran are saying, we are going to rebuild. We're going to continue the nuclear program. On top of that, and kind of flying under the radar right now, is it does still appear that a fair amount of highly enriched uranium is not accounted for. So that 60% that Iran a few days ago said we moved out of these facilities, the IAEA said, yeah, it looks like they moved it out of the facilities. And some anonymous sources from Israel and the United States being reported in recent articles saying we don't exactly know where that stuff is. That seems like a big issue. That's an issue, to be blunt, right? So there's a lot of questions around the nuclear program. My gut says that it's a little premature to say the entire Iranian nuclear program has been obliterated and is can no longer be rebuilt. I feel like that's not quite the case. And to that note, I did want to point you all, for anyone interested in more details on the nuclear program, there was a great podcast put out, I think just came out yesterday or within the last couple days, that I'll link in the description below, from the Iran breakdown. Now, this is put together by FDD, which is a very hawkish organization and wants the complete dismantlement of the Iranian nuclear program. So know what you're getting into when you listen to it. Still, I think in this case, certainly a lot of very, very valuable information. The podcast was titled Assessing the U.S. Strikes on Iranian Nuclear Facilities, and they brought on an expert to talk about the details of what Iran was doing at each one of their facilities. So what was happening at the heavy water plant, what was happening at Natanz, what was happening in Isfahan, what was happening at Fordo, and the differences in each one of those facilities and how their destruction or the damage of those will impact the Iranian program going forward. They broke it down in a way that is way over my head, but I thought it was really, really valuable to kind of hear their take on that. I understand it a little better after hearing their conversation, so that's worth checking out if you're interested in that detail. But for now, ceasefire, maybe, I think, at least as we're recording, it's in place. We'll see if it actually holds. That's all we got for now. Thanks for watching, and I'll see y'all next time.
Hilarious. You fool, Preston. You absolute fool! Oh my god. They're literally bombing each other as these people continually to say, yeah, there's totally a ceasefire. Here's our favorite guy.
To Israel, Iran, the ceasefire officially announced yesterday. It was a little bit of a strange announcement in terms of the ceasefire. There was a 6-hour de-escalation time period from when Trump announced it on Truth Social until when it went into effect, and there was a disagreement within 30 minutes of Tehran time versus Tel Aviv time, and people are saying, well, somebody broke it, and there might have been a few missiles fired. What I read into this is the ceasefire, at least right now, and who knows what happens when I upload this video, maybe it'll be off, but right now, the ceasefire is still on. Israel and Iran knew they had this de-escalation period to get their last strikes in onto each other. And so I guess that caused Trump to be very upset because there was heavy escalation. He singles out Israel here. He really verbalizes how angry he is. This is about 7 a.m. this morning, DC time, Trump talking to the media. And so right now there's a lot of unknowns. We can talk about the ceasefire. I have not done a video on the actual ceasefire. It came out at like 7 o'clock last night. I streamed and I talked about it on my stream. By the way, guys, I do stream pretty much every night at like 7 o'clock if any viewers want to tune into that. But when it comes to this, it seems like the key stuff is the ceasefire between Israel and Iran for the time is still on. Yes, it is fragile, but it's still on. Israel and Iran were given a time period to de-escalate, and in that time period, they wanted to get their last shots onto each other as more of a posture going into this hopefully peaceful period where the ceasefire is actually adhered to. We just got the situation. I mean, it is kind of a similar situation in the sense of about a week of fighting and then a ceasefire with India, Pakistan, and that ceasefire is held. Now, this is different in terms of what's involved in terms of the substance of this war, but Trump went really hard after Israel here. And I don't necessarily think Trump 100% knows kind of the stuff behind the scenes about how people think. Younger people say, Israel controls the United States to a degree. But it does seem like Trump does, at certain moments, try and posture himself against Netanyahu. And it seems like this was another one of those moments. And then we also have to talk about the ceasefire and what happens to the enriched uranium that Iran still has. Now, whether it's 60% or 70% or whatever it is, they at least have 60% enriched uranium. The enriched uranium can be transported, and I'm sure they've got other facilities. I'm not saying it was not a catastrophic blow to their nuclear program, which it was when Trump hit Fordo and the other nuclear sites with the MOBs. And
they could move it, but it's also totally destroyed.
About 24 hours ago.
They don't know what to say. They have to say everything.
But the point here is, I'm concerned that because everything to a degree has been destabilized, the United States striking Iran, people thinking this was going to turn into this huge regional war, and who knows what's happening. I mean, ceasefires, they get broken all the time. Middle Eastern ceasefires are very flimsy. But the point is, it seems like they overestimated Iran's response and their current state and how their regime normally acts to situations. Now, you can say this is more of an escalation than the assassination of Soleimani. People right after that said it was going to be World War III, it was going to be this global war, nothing happened. People were saying this is different than that because this is trying to disarm their potential nuclear program, which they view as extremely necessary, Iran does. And they're at 60% enrichment, and then we can argue, are they actually developing? Are they trying to weaponize it? Are they at the 90%? Are they in the miniaturization process of the creation of a nuclear bomb? I said a lot of that was fear-mongering, and I still believe that. But the point is they still have enrichment somewhere. And J.D. Vance yesterday, the only person to publicly speak outside of, from what I saw in the cabinet was Vance. Trump gave no speeches. This is Trump now addressing the media. And so there was no one else. And Vance yesterday said, well, we still have to do something about the uranium. Because obviously they still have enriched uranium. And the concern is that Netanyahu will then use this as a fearmonger. You can already kind of see it in the weeds. Because Iran feels threatened, now they're going to race to creating a nuclear bomb after all of these strikes. And so are we in the same position? Is this a better position because we potentially disarmed their nuclear program? Vance, in one sentence, says we destroyed their nuclear program with 0 U.S. casualties. I mean, fundamentally, the only thing you can get Trump for on this is Israel appeasement. That's it. Because obviously it's a lot more important that Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon than the United States. You could say, well, it's important for both, but based off of Israel and Iran's relationship and how close they are in terms of their proximity and how big the United States is, why would Iran want to attack the United States? They would be calling for their own death. So it's more important for Israel. But the reason I say that is because fundamentally, if this is how it ends and this is a ceasefire and maybe it's not, 0 U.S. casualties, very little invested by the United States in terms of money on this war, if you want to call it that. The United States, this is not a U.S. war, because they're saying, oh, no new wars. Trump can't say that tagline anymore. This is not, you could say it's a 12-day war. The U.S. was involved for like 2 days. You could say we shot down some Iranian missiles.
This is called cope.
0 U.S. casualties, very weak Iran response, and destroying the crown jewel nuclear facility that took 10 years to build. Fordo, the fortress. And we don't know exactly the status on Fordo, if it's completely destroyed.
You didn't lie to us. It's still cool. Everything's cool.
But
Trump is the best.
This can be spun as a
I'm contradicting myself as I talk.
Where do we go from here? Is there going to be a nuclear deal? Is there even a nuclear program for Iran to have some type of deal? I would imagine there is. There's got to be other facilities. They're going to transport the enriched uranium, whether it's 60% or whatever. The issue is they still have that. So now we're at a time to where we struck them. They still have that. And you have to wonder, does Israel say, well, we have to, because Trump today said he doesn't want regime change. It would cause chaos. After tweeting that, it would be good on Sunday. So there's a lot of mixed signals in terms of that. Let's see what Trump says here. And he's very angry about the situation with Israel and Iran. And this is Trump talking about the ceasefire potentially not being honored. We think it's being honored right now. We think that because of the way the ceasefire was done with the de-escalation period, Israel and Iran were doing a little bit of a global posturing, just like Iran did yesterday when they told the United States. I mean, this is what happened. They said, we are going to strike this base. They told the Qatar airspace. They said, this is what we're doing. And that's because it was all a posture for the regime to tell the people, we responded. Even though 13 out of the 14 missiles were intercepted, and the only one that was not intercepted was calculated by the U.S. missile defense to fall in an area to where it was safe, and it was not worth it to use the resources. Israel does something similar with the Iron Dome. If there's missiles that are so off target, you're not going to send defense missiles at them because it's a waste of resources and it's a waste of use in terms of the defense missiles. Let it land. Let the missile land in a desert, basically. But let's see what Trump says here.
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too. Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. When I say, okay, you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So
let me just add, he said they have 12 hours.
Let me just add, we have the biggest loads.
And then because
I'm the guy who wipes down the loads.
They unloaded.
Load?
I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
So there's Trump, saying they don't know what the fuck they are doing. You can say, oh, presidents, it's not good to curse. Well, no, it's to emphasize it. So when you do it very lightly like that, it's a subtle thing. It really emphasizes what Trump is in terms of his
it
emotions
contradicts my Christian values to curse, but when Trump does it, it's actually in the name of Jesus.
Israel did not drop those bombs. If you do, it's going to be a major violation. Bring your pilots home.
Fucking amazing.
Trump is pissed. Israel is not going to attack Iran. All planes will turn around and head home while doing a friendly plane wave to Iran. Nobody will be hurt. Ceasefire is in effect. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Trump says we don't want to see regime change in Iran. It's also been reported, I don't have it here, but Trump was very angry and gave a really stern, hard phone call to Netanyahu.
Stern.
Whether or not that means he's going to reassess his policy when it comes to Israel and helping them. I highly doubt it, but there is at least some of that global posture in terms of him being angry at Netanyahu. So the ceasefire, we believe, is still in effect, at least right now. Now listen, there's just so much unknown, and this is why I thought it just seemed unlikely that Iran would agree to this, because now what happens? People are saying, well, there could be a nuclear deal, but what does a nuclear deal look like for Iran? Trump has said he wants a unconditional surrender. Iran has just agreed to this ceasefire. Where do we go from here? And what do we do about their enriched uranium that they undoubtedly still have somewhere, that we would imagine that Israel is going to say, hey, they still have this, and now they're really going to go for developing a nuclear bomb. I'm not saying the strikes on the facilities were not important. That was key nuclear infrastructure, especially Fordo, that was built hundreds of feet in the ground. As long as Fordo has been destroyed, we presume it has been, or it has at least been severely damaged, potentially beyond repair. That it's very important, but that doesn't mean their entire nuclear program is just gone completely. But yes, they lost very key infrastructure when it comes to being able to produce a nuclear bomb. But the question is, what does the intel say about them potentially having other sites? Remember 2 months ago it came out there was this secret site that they had found. And so that's something we're going to have to see. But it does seem like there's a ton of unknowns when it comes to, obviously we know Israel wants regime change in Iran. Trump did come out and say, again, he doesn't want a regime change because it would be chaos. You could argue, well, based on the current regime and how unliked they are, that we would be fine with a regime change, but that would have to be by the Iranian people, not through U.S. destabilization of the region, which is what Israel, I would imagine, would be looking at in terms of how they would want this to go, because that would be the easiest way to get it, is through destabilization with U.S. and Israeli involvement. But listen, the understanding of this ceasefire and what Israel is doing, or what Iran is doing, it's clear that it seems like it's going to be very hard to hold this ceasefire together for too long. I hope that's the case, but we were in a similar scenario just 2 weeks ago, or 2 weeks ago, because it was a 12-day war. This would be day 13. So right before the war, and we had the 2-month period of negotiating with Iran. That was happening. That was real. And they said on day 61, so right after the period was over, Israel struck Iran, even though it seemed like Trump was still willing to continue negotiations after the 2-month period had ended, because they had set up their next round of talks. Israel then strikes Iran, and then the United States. And you can say, well, this is a win for Israel. People saying it's a loss for Israel. I mean, definitely, if your goal is to make sure they don't have nuclear bombs, the United States assisting with MOBs, which Israel does not have. They don't have the B-2 bombers. They don't have the ability to drop that massive of a payload via an airplane. You could say this is a massive win for Israel, although at least at this point they haven't gotten their regime change, and now Trump is saying he's coming out against regime change, calling it chaos, even though Netanyahu obviously wants it. And Trump has this weird relationship with Netanyahu where 3 days ago he says he's strong and he's being treated unfairly because a lot of people within Israel don't like Netanyahu. But now he says, well, he had this huge talk with Netanyahu. Netanyahu needs to stop. It was obvious there was a wind-down period, and Israel and Iran escalated the wind-down period to try and get final strikes on each other. Now, will the ceasefire last? Will it be just a 1 week, a 2 week thing? We still have to figure out the situation when it comes to Iran's nuclear program. Because J.D. Vance says it's been totally destroyed. Then he says we'll see in terms of finding the rest of their, enriched uranium. Does this potentially threaten Iran and their regime to the point to where they're worried about Israel convincing the U.S. to try and enact a regime change in Iran? I mean, this is how crazy it is. You look at Israel saying, this came out a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, they could have assassinated the Ayatollah. Remember, during their first initial, what they call preemptive strikes, they assassinated 5 or 6 government officials, 2 nuclear scientists, and they said they could have assassinated Ayatollah Khamenei. And so Trump said, don't do it, we still want to negotiate with them. But you have to wonder, is that something they consider doing now? If they really want to push for regime change, but now that the ceasefire is in place,
doing
and
a crash
Trump
course.
is very stern on it and very angry specifically at Israel, because if you remember that thing we just watched, the media was like, well, did Iran break the ceasefire? And then he said, well, Iran broke it, but so did Israel. And so if Israel decides to actually break it by an assassination or by, this, maybe Trump will be very angry about this, and he'll say, we're done, we're not dealing with it. And remember, this was the thing that the Trump people were saying. We're in and we're out. We're in and we're out. We hurt significantly hampered their ability to produce a nuclear bomb because we hit their 3 biggest infrastructure nuclear facilities. Let's just be done with it. And we've got some type of ceasefire, but I don't know where this leaves their nuclear program. I don't know where it leaves some type of deal with the United States, because that was the whole thing. The whole idea was the United States wanted them to have 0% enrichment. And obviously they didn't want that. Whether they wanted 3.67, which was the Obama deal, or 2%, I don't exactly know. But obviously at this point, now that there's a ceasefire, it's like, okay, what happens next? Is Iran going to agree to like some long-term peace agreement? Is there going to... Trump wants unconditional surrender. He said he just wanted it to be over. So there's a lot of unknowns when it comes to the future now that there is this, what I would consider a very tentative ceasefire in place. And I was very surprised that the ceasefire happened because of the fundamental differences of what the United States wants and what Iran wants, and especially after the United States struck Iran. The reason it was done was because people overestimated Iran in terms of their ability to respond, and another part of it is have proper allies, not be completely isolated. And you could argue they're not completely isolated, but when you're talking about threatening to close the Strait of Hormuz, it's not something that is very viable. And even if they started a targeted harassment tactic or campaign, it would very much anger China because of the amount of oil that they get from the Strait. Although people have to understand, in terms of the oil markets, just because we get 5% of our oil from that Strait, that doesn't mean it only affects us slightly. Oil is a global market, so it would affect us directly, and it would affect our markets directly. Now, hopefully none of that will end up mattering. We saw what happened with crude oil. Now, what is crude oil back down to $64, $65? Amazing. Even with all of this unknown, it's back down. It shot up to $73, $74, $75. It's already back down. Hopefully it stays that way. You know what? Why don't I just go to it instead of saying it? $64. What did it shoot up to totally? $78, $79. It's all the way back down to $64. During the lows in April and May, we saw it trade probably at an average of around $61, $62. That's per barrel, and we're barely above that now. So any type of huge increase in gas prices has been, for the time being, eliminated. And we're not going to deal with it because when you can't even really say, oh, that's ridiculously high, because even at the high water mark, we saw it earlier this year be higher. So to put it in perspective, and the fact that it was there for such a low period of time, it's not going to have a big impact at the pump for Americans, which is something that certainly will affect in terms of, I wonder if there is, this is for a nuclear deal, 43% chance. I wonder if there is a question on if the ceasefire will last. U.S.-Iran ceasefire before July. Well, I mean, the U.S. is not really engaging right now. Yes, the ceasefire was between Israel and Iran, not the U.S. and Iran. But we also have to understand the reason this is happening is in part because of the weak, or in heavily part because of the weak Iranian response to the United States strikes on the nuclear plants. They told the United States, and then we intercepted basically all of their missiles. They said, this is where we're going to be hitting. So, there is a lot of caution when it comes to this, and that shows me that Iran is really not in a state to where it's screw everything, we're done. Their regime still wants to be in power, and they don't want to be completely destroyed. And so we'll see if this ends up coming together. Iran developing a nuke in 2025, 11% chance. And so that's basically the update. So the ceasefire is still in place. It's tentative, it's loose, but it's still in place. The strikes that came at the end, that was the final barrage by both sides. But right now we're looking at a ceasefire, and we'll see what the United States does in terms of their discussions with Iran on their nuclear program. And obviously Israel is still going to want regime change. Trump is saying we're not interested in that. And so maybe this can be Trump's off-ramp, his true off-ramp to really de-entangle the United States within the region, at least to a degree. That maybe is notable. He can tell Israel, we struck them, we did it, we went in, we're out, and hopefully, this can be a situation. It is me being very optimistic. I mean, it's the Middle East after all, it's the United States. But, there have been time periods in the past where there's been less U.S. involvement and no crazy hot wars, and hopefully this situation gets solved. We still have to solve the Palestine situation as well, and then you've also got Russia-Ukraine. And it was a funny thing that came up where Putin had, because of his relationship with the Iranians, Putin had said, do you need my help? And there's been some talk of maybe Putin being a facilitator and having this deal come together. And Trump said, no, I don't need your help with this current conflict. I need your help, with Russia and Ukraine. And so, that's another big thing. It's Russia-Ukraine is one that Trump has wanted to solve for a while, and maybe that's next. But ceasefires they can hold. Like we see one holding right now between India and Pakistan. But it's interesting because this would really not be Israel's main goal. The main goal is regime change, and so Trump is saying right now, no, it's not going to happen. We've seen Trump in the past few months kind of stand up to Israel, but then stand down. So maybe we'll see in terms of how this ends up playing out. But guys, make sure you like this video down below. Also follow me on
I loved it, bro.
That's always in the description.
I think I already gave you a like because it was so good.
Israel's defense minister.
Yeah, we'll come back to you. We have to see another idiot quick.
Comes out and says
you're coming out
that a discussion about regime change. I don't know if you saw this, Rob. If you have the clip, he starts talking about regime change. There's nothing wrong with regime change. Trump floats Iran's regime change even as the true impact of U.S. strikes is far from clear. Here's what he says. Let me read this to you. And then, Rob, if you can pull up the clip from Reza Pahlavi when he comes out and posts a video about what he wants to be doing. This is it. It's not politically correct to use the term regime change, but if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be a
this
regime
mission
change?
Is going to be
MAGA, make Iran great again. It doesn't sound as good as
insane.
MAGA. I'm willing to bet sometimes if you say YouTube may even flag and give you a strike because it sounds like a different word. So it's M as Mom, I as India, GA, make Iran great again. While these talks were happening, so now everybody feels everyone's saying what's going to be happening. So on one end, Khamenei is sitting there saying, oh, all of a sudden, if I'm older,
it's pronounced Khamenei.
He puts out a tweet, Rob, if you can go to Twitter, if you don't mind. I know I directed you this way, but if you can go to Twitter, go to my Twitter account if you could. There's a tweet that he puts up. Go back one if you could, right there. So he tweets out and says, those who know the Iranian people, zoom in a little bit specifically on his tweet, zoom in a little bit on that one, yeah. Those who know the Iranian people and their history know that the Iranian nation isn't a nation that surrenders. Okay, so he's trying to inspire 17.2 million views, exciting stuff. Oh my God, we're not going to back down from nobody. And then if you go back one, then no, go there you go. And then I repeat his tweet and I say, those who know the Iranian people and their history know that you robbed 95 billion from the people. Wow. Their net worth, family net worth. If you can go validate this in a minute, we will.
Oh, Patrick Bet David talking shit to Reza Pahlavi. Dude, that's what's up.
Therefore,
good.
81% of Iranians reject your regime. Now, a lot of people
I'm pro Patrick Bet David in this situation.
So, Rob, if you can go down on the bottom of the comment section, just click on the tweet.
Rob, if you can go down, just keep going down.
Says, Grok, is this true or not? Yeah, go on the first one. Okay, go on the first one. Grok will respond. Can you provide comment?
Grok will respond.
Can you provide okay, so this is not a guy that's supportive of what I'm doing, right? He doesn't like the fact that I'm in business. That indicates 81% of Iranians in Iran reject the regime. The 81% figure likely comes from a 2021 Gammon survey where 81% of 158,000 respondents in Iran rejected Islamic.
Oh my God, Grok responded with this? This is fucking great. That survey is the most important survey ever done on Iran. Pavavivi.
Public.
Pamachali.
So
I don't
Rob, if you
fucking.
can go back, do me a
Italians
favor.
get all upset
Copy
when you
paste-
pronounce
That's a
their
yes.
name wrong.
That's a yes.
I don't have time for this
Copy paste.
Italian nonsense.
Can you go back to my tweet, Rob? No, the one that I put. Copy paste that and go and put that in ChatGPT if you could. Just go put that in ChatGPT. Is this true? Okay. And type in, is this true? Is this true? Okay. Put that in there. And let's see what it says here. Okay. Statement. Mass executions, 1988. True. After a fatwa by Ayatollah Khomeini in 1988, Iranian authorities executed between 2,800 to 5,000 political prisoners, mostly members of the leftist or opposition group, without due legal process. Okay, let's see if the $95 billion is correct. Can you go a little bit lower to see if the $95 billion? The $95 billion, Rob, the $95 billion figure is estimated total assets controlled by the Supreme Leader Network Satad, amassed by the family. While many view this misappropriation, this is an article by Reuters. Reuters that said this, and in ChatGPT says 81%. So while this is going on, Khamenei comes out and he says, well, we got to figure out a way for us to have a solution. So what does he do? He's already trying to name his successor. Rob, I don't know if you have that clip for the successor. It's on page 8. Iran's supreme leader reportedly names potential successors in the event that he dies. Is this the one, Rob?
Yes, it's a news clip talking about some of the potential successors.
Go for it. Play this clip.
Leadership is swiftly making preparations for a wide range of outcomes. This comes as U.S. President Donald Trump announced that the country's military carried out attacks on 3 Iranian nuclear sites. Reports suggest Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has instructed his nation's assembly of experts, the clerical body responsible for appointing.
How long is this video, Rob?
2 minutes.
Oh, stop it, Rob. We can pause it right there. One of the guys he is talking about is his own son. So if you can go online and type in Khamenei son successor. Khamenei son successor. If you type that, you'll see now they want to keep it within the family.
Great.
Nepotism, which, you know, it's nothing that they don't do in other countries. So I'm not going to sit there and say they're the only ones that are doing it. But he's talking about possibly his own son replacing him. Now, right there. Khamenei picks possible successor amid war. Son, he names 3 people. Zoom in a little bit. Son, Majidwan not among them. Go a little bit lower, Rob, if you could. One of the names that was coming up was Khamenei, Mojita, some of the clerical Islamic Revolution Guard Corps who were rumored to be. This is one of them. There's other articles that are saying he's wanting his son to replace him. Here's the reality of it. While this is going on, Reza Pahlavi comes out and puts out this video. If you have Reza Pahlavi's video, here's what he puts out. Because this is what 7% of Iranians would like to see him go back to Iran. Go ahead and play this clip, Rob.
That I am establishing a formal channel for military, security, and police personnel to reach out directly to me, my team, and our expanding operation. This is a secure platform to efficiently manage the growing volume of inbound
Which speech is this, Rob?
This is where he calls for the Ayatollah to step down.
And seeking to join our movement. For those patriotic members of our armed forces, the time is now to join the nation. If you do, I will make sure your service to Iran is not forgotten and is celebrated.
This is nothing, Rob. There's another
Epic.
one where he just straight up
I
gets
love
up there
this.
and says,
I love these guys
"Can
so
we,
much. They're so funny.
If you are willing to step down now, there's a. I mean, you just have to go to this channel.
Going after Khomeini, because you know what that's basically saying.
What's that?
Hey, I'm gonna open up a channel. Anybody that wants to get away from Khomeini, any colonels, anybody in the military, whatever, I'm gonna open up a channel. Come to me, which is kind of like dangerous, because who knows who the hell is gonna be coming over there to maybe even sabotage him. Which even that statement alone sounded like, you know.
Sounded like
somebody
that.
else. It sounded
I
very
thought
robotic.
Fox had a 45-second clip.
It's
that
a
just said-
45-second clip. I'll find
that
it.
just said,
Tom, you
"Step
keep
down."
going. So your thoughts on this? I'm going to find this clip and send it to Rob. Go for it, Tom.
Well, what I think is this is not definitive, right? You're coming out and saying, I think it's time for you to step down. I think it's time for you to step down. It's like my dad saying, I think it's time for you to clean your room. It's weak. It should be a full-throated response, and it says, you have outlasted
Rob, I'm going to send it to you.
your evil. You've been able to be here this long. You should be out of here. The people of Iran need a leader, and that leader is me, and I'm going to do A, B, C. It's like make America great again. They said, what do you mean make America great again? I'm going to bring jobs down here. Inflation comes down, jobs come back, economic prosperity goes up. It was very fast. Where is he? You know what I mean, Pat? Normally leaders that like Trump that came back have like 1, 2, 3
So
or 1, 2. This is what we're going to do.
Here's what he said.
And he kind of meanders a little bit on it.
Here's what I.
There's actually a very easy way to get it to come up. So if you look up Iran, secular country, you'll get articles about the survey. So if you don't remember the survey, that's a very easy way to find it.
Bersaglio nemico a terra.
Obviously type in survey as well. And then I'm going to post the survey for you. So this is the survey itself. So fucking amazing survey. They break down their methodology and everything. Oh, that's not even the one that's not even the right one. That's also a good survey. The secular country survey is this one. This one is so important for understanding Iran, and if you look at how it's actually done, like, it's a really, really well done survey. It's probably the most accurate look that you can get on Iran. You know, like, it's the United States tried decades to get an accurate look inside the Soviet Union.
Here's what he said. I just want you to watch this, and the main thing when you see something like this is, does Khamenei take this seriously? Do Iranians take this seriously? Does the world take this seriously? Go ahead and play this clip, Rob.
So today, I have a direct message for Ali Khamenei. Step down, and if you do, you will receive a fair trial and due process of law, which is more than you have ever given any Iranian.
As in, we're gonna hang you.
Can I get?
Yeah.
I don't. Me coming from an up pat. Oh, my mic just went. I don't believe.
We hear you.
You understand?
Yeah.
I don't believe. Like, first of all, if you're speaking to somebody like that, I just directly say like you've planned it. He doesn't look like he even prepared, and I don't believe. I don't believe that threat. I don't believe it.
Yeah. So when you hear that, you see that, Adam. What are your thoughts when you're seeing what's going on right now with Iran? You know, regime change. The president said there's a possibility of regime change. A lot of people are saying, well, this was all planned. They knew this was going to happen. This is exactly what they wanted to do. It's not like it's the perfect playbook. First you do this, then you do that, then you deflect, then it's regime change. Then you place someone there who is your candidate to place in Iran, to bring back, et cetera, and you make the second calling of the puppet and all this other stuff. So, Rob, if you can, I'm going to send you a clip of what Rudy Giuliani said about Reza Pahlavi that I want to respond to that as well. But, Adam, your thoughts on this before we...
Okay. Yeah, so what's interesting about that is that, like, because they gave people... Let me flip my mic setting. Because they gave people the options, like, the fact that there's none and atheist is very interesting to me. Because I would put none over atheist as well. But if you look at this and you combine agnostic, spiritual, atheist, and none, it actually is the biggest religious majority if you put them all into one type of religion. And then the Zoroastrians, like, a lot of them are are like gonna be like obviously Persian. Well, mostly religious would be spiritual, I would assume. There's also humanist, you know, there's a lot in there. They explain, if you read the survey, it's pretty in depth. They go through the whole, like, even if you Google this, there's even a bigger, like, breakdown of the survey, I believe. No, it's in here. No, just the summaries here, I think. Nope, yeah, sampling methods, yeah, they go through all of it, I think. Yeah, main findings, belief. So that's another thing, is they break it down even further. So which of the following do you believe in? 80% said God. Right? Only 40% said life after death. 20% said I don't believe in any of these. Right? And that's the same, that correlates with the 20% that selected none in the initial. So that's another thing, is because of the range of questions, there's a lot of correlations between stuff. So this is like, you know, if you've become more religious or less religious in your lifetime, and it just shows that people are becoming less religious over time. So 60% don't pray. That correlates with the 60% that aren't Shia. Believe in gods is religious. Believes in God but is not religious is 31%. And then none here is only 4%. Oh, there's also unbelieving, anti-religious as well as in here. 1.4 anti-religious. That's metal as fuck. This is 80 or 70% of the country basically wants separation of church and state. It's separation of church and state with financing. So 40% of the country thinks that there should be no religion in public. No proselytizing in public, but then 40% of the country believes in religious freedom. Isn't that crazy? So, you know, maybe a little 50-50 of religious school. I could see that for kids. Hijab should be mandatory in public. 72% disagrees. That correlates with the 72% that aren't loyal to the Shia. I do not believe in the hijab. The hijab should not be mandatory in public. 97%. Alcohol, don't care. And then this is the methodology and shit. And how, like, each ethnic group that they surveyed, where they surveyed.
Before I share some of my thoughts.
So everyone's on the internet talking, everyone's talking about what's going on. Let's start with first principles. What is the most logical explanation of what is happening. First and foremost, I would argue that more than anything, the Iranian people...
So, you think that none, basically, that they were selecting none because none of their religion was listed? I could see that. Maybe some of that.
Want to be free. So you just gave a stat that, what, 81% of people
But
want
still,
to do
a country
away
with that much
with the
religious
Ayatollah?
diversity,
That might be incredible.
like New Zealand has that much religious diversity, you know, in a way. If you like look up the religious diversity of New Zealand, it's also like a crazy like pinwheel.
Incredibly low. How many protests did
most
you see around the
states
world
use
calling
religion
for
entwined with
the death of the
nationalism.
Iranian regime? Everyone says online, this war is not against the people of Iran, it's against the IRGC. How many times have you heard those acronyms? In my opinion, this is going to be the second
I love that we're learning
and
what the IRGC is now. It's
Ayatollah
so funny.
to run Iran. This gentleman is 86 years old, 86 years young. He's almost as old as Tom, whose birthday it is. Joking, Tom. But I don't know how much longer he's going to be with us. There's no indication that if and when a new supreme leader is called to the catapult, that the Iranian people will accept it. In my opinion, this is the last and final Ayatollah to run Iran.
Yeah, very interesting to say something like that. Here's what Rudy Giuliani said. Rudy Giuliani yesterday comes out and says the following. Now, here's the thing. If you think about it, when is the last time you heard us even say anything about Giuliani? It's been very quiet. It's not been something that we've talked about. It's not been something that, you know, he's not been on the radar for too long. Rob, if you're on his X, is this the one? Okay, perfect. Reza Pahlavi is the son of the Shah, who was a brutal, hated dictator. He offers nothing but a return to his father's corrupted dictatorship. For decades, the Savak, his father's secret police, persecuted, tortured, and murdered Iranians. Rob, can you go on his X, please? Exactly what he's saying there, because I want to see the commentary of what people are saying under Rudy Giuliani's. Here's the reality of it. People sit there on the left, right, and center are critical of Reza Pahlavi's father, you know, of what he did. And you just go to the comment section right there, Rob. I'd like to see what some of the people are saying to this tweet here. And yet, despite all that, was still infinitely better than the current regime. True, keep going lower. I don't know if this will come kind of, but I've never heard him disavow Savak, which makes me suspicious. Why would we even be commenting on this? The Iranian people should pick who is best to lead them, and hopefully they make the right choice. Interesting take, but then who? When the regime falls, it is best replaced with a preferable leader instead of doing a government project like this in Iraq. He was not hated. Please just stop. You go down the comment section, a lot of people don't agree with them. The father, King Reza Pahlavi, changed the entire thing in Iran. It was a complete different situation what he did in Iran. Having said that, this is the one thing I want everybody to be thinking about. If we are talking about a regime change in Iran, let's just say you do want to have a regime change in Iran. What would work? What would be the right way to go about this? You know, I could come out with a 20-point plan on what we could do to change Iran in a heartbeat. Wouldn't be a challenge. I think the way to look at it, and if the Iranian people are watching this, is the following. Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, the son of Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, is a kind man, is a nice man, is a smart man. He could be a historian because he knows the history very well. He speaks English, he speaks Farsi fluently, French fluently. He can do an interview in French and fluently have a conversation with anybody that wants to talk to him in French. He has that element in place. However, what the biggest challenge, I'm getting hit up left and right from Iranian influentials around the world, and this is what they're asking me. Pat, this is another opportunity. Isn't this great? It looks like he's going to come back and he's going to do this and he's going to do that. Here's the biggest problem that Iranians have, and you're not going to like me saying this to you, and I'm talking straight to all the Iranian people around the world, that love and support Reza Pahlavi as much as I love him and his family and what they did for Iran. This is not a number one person. He's not. It's the same thing I said about DeSantis. DeSantis is very good for his state. He's a phenomenal governor. We proudly live in Florida. But he's not a Trump. There's Trump, then there's DeSantis. DeSantis later on could develop into something like that, but we need a Trump. Reza Pahlavi has had 46 years to do something for Iran to go back to being free. Hasn't happened. 46 years. Every 5 to 10 years, Iranians have had a chance to topple the current regime. Hasn't happened. Every 5 to 10 years, you've had an opportunity. Hasn't happened. You can't teach tough leadership. If it was all about knowing the history, having the right last name, if it was all about speaking different languages, every day new professor would be the leader of some kind of a country. That's not how this works. Tough leadership requires for somebody, when you look at the camera, you deliver a message, for somebody to believe him. People believe Reagan. People believe when Putin speaks. People believe when Trump speaks. People believe when certain leaders speak. You believe them when they speak. There's a certain level of conviction that you want to do. Your eyes don't lie. The way Iran ought to look at this moving forward is in the following way. Iran needs to cut everything up and be a startup. Look at it as a startup. Bring in new founding fathers who help write a new constitution that Iran is built on. That's what the mindset needs to be. And those individuals, I think he needs to be one of the founding fathers of the new movement of Iran. That could be a Benjamin Rush. If you know the history of Iran, history of U.S. founding fathers, Benjamin Rush, a lot of people would say, was the man when it came down to becoming one of the founding fathers. The man was brilliant. He knew the history. He had such a strong background. He played a role. He may have been the smartest guy in the room, a lot of people could have said. Never became a president. But you go ask the founding fathers what role he played. He played a very important role. Who became the president? George Washington became a president. What other founding father ended up becoming president? Tom, if I'm not mistaken, the first three were all founding fathers, right?
Correct.
Thomas Jefferson's number 3. I think Adams is 2. Washington is 1, right? And you start going, you're like, okay, there's that history there. If Iran's going to go through this, you need brains for economy. You need brains for military. You need brains for history. You need brains for law. You need brains on how to write a constitution. You need brains for how to put certain law and order in place where things change. You need brains on how to fix the educational system in Iran that you have. You need brains. You need all of those things to go out there. We need somebody
They're really
at the
just
top as a leader
figuring
to
this
make it
shit
happen.
out.
I know the Iranian people don't want to hear this, and they
Yes,
keep
they're
saying things
going.
like this. They'll say the following, Vinny. They'll say stuff like, what's the alternative? What's the alternative? Go find them. Wake them up. Bring somebody from Iran. Wake them up. Bring someone that you support. Whatever the values and principles are. Maybe it's somebody when Khomeini was living in France, they went and brought Khomeini from France to Iran. Khomeini wasn't living in Iran. Khomeini was in France for 15 years. They brought him back and they said, we think you're the guy that needs to be the leader here, but there needs to be somebody that can close the deal. Let me explain what I mean by closing the deal. President Trump, 2024. How many people you think could have handled what they did to him in 2023? E. Jean Carroll, your property is now worth $50 million. It's an $18 million property, Mar-a-Lago, that was sold for $20 million like 60 years ago. Give or take, whatever the timeline is. He had to go through that. Every day he's at court. They're embarrassing him. Letitia James, the other lady that, when they asked the question, did you have sexual affairs with this woman? And what does he say? Let me think about it. No. You remember that?
Yeah.
Every day they're trying to mock him. Who do you think could have closed the deal outside of him? Who else? You think Reza Pahlavi is going to be able to close the deal? Like close the deal. Sweet man, smart man, needs to be part of the transition, need to be one of the founding fathers if Iran does go through the next thing. But if he is who he claims he is, he needs to be in a room with 50 other strong influencers to be able to make this happen collectively. That needs to take place. Some of the people that have connections to many different countries, many different industries, that leadership, that needs to happen. If it doesn't happen, every 10 years, you're going to be like, oh, we're making a comeback. Oh, we're making a comeback. Oh, he's 84 years old. It's too late. Now what? Now Khamenei's have all these decades of being able to control Iran into whatever it is today. But to me, the biggest thing Iran needs right now is a closer. I'm not convinced he's a closer to close the deal. Stop being so romantic about your candidates. There's these fantasies people have with their candidates. Oh my God, it's going to be so great. RFK, romanticized because we're going to have another John F. Kennedy. No, but he played a very important role with his job that he has under Trump right now. So I think there's a very important role he plays. I'm not convinced he's the guy that's going to be closing the deal. So for all the Iranian people that are hoping for regime change, hey, you don't have a lot of time. The window's going to close. Like this, when do you think there's going to be another opportunity like this? I am 46 years old. I've been outside of Iran since 1989. That's how many years? 36 years.
Mm-hmm.
This is the closest Iran's ever gotten since 1989 for regime change. Let me say this again, Iranian people. Since 1989, when we left Germany, when we left Iran, went to Germany at a refugee camp, and we came here November 20, 1990, from that day till today, there's never been a time more closer than today for Iranian people who want a regime change. They want the Ruhollah Khomeini and others to leave. You've never, ever been closer than you are today. What you do with it is truly on you. I would love for the people to choose somebody, like you're hearing all this stuff, but the reality of it is you need a closer. Someone that's going to close a deal. I'm not convinced RP is a closer. Tom, thoughts?
I think you're exactly right. I mean, in the United States, we romanticize this. There were people, you know, I used to go to RNC meetings and go, you know, check in on things and then talk to people that had influence. But I always used to just select individual leaders that I was going to support and look at it from that way. And everybody was talking themselves into believing Jeb Bush is a guy. Here we are, another Jeb Bush. Oh, look, he's got diversity in his family. Look at his wife. Look at everything like this. And it was like, wait a minute, this
He's
guy's
got
uninspiring,
diversity in
number
his
one.
family.
And number
Look
two,
at his
what's
wife.
his plan? What does he passionately want to do? There was nothing there. But man, the Republican Party, this would be a layup. We'll have all the support of everybody
$140
else.
million they won.
$140 million. That's how many people got into the room together and had, you know, brown water and talked themselves into believing that Jeb was our guy. This happens all the time in government, where the successor is not the guy. And I just think right now he's trying to force it a little bit. He doesn't feel like he's at the microphone with his own passion and desire. It feels like he's under a kind of obligation and duty. And if you're just there under obligation and duty, that is not what it's going to take in the middle of what's going on the world stage. You've got an opportunity. You know, they used to criticize the United States for a thing that they said, oh, you're just out there nation building, but it's really the CIA, the United Fruit Company, terrassing around Central America, overthrowing, you know, perfectly legitimate democratic governments. But there was other people that talked about nation building. And nation building was about enabling. Nation building was supporting. Nation building was there. This is an opportunity for Iran to come back in a democratic way. Not that there's not warts there, not that there's not things going on there. This is an opportunity for Iran to come back.
And just
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, go for it.
Tom, you said something yesterday that was very important. You ever seen the movie Alexander the Great with Angelina? Is Angelina Jolie in that movie? Who's the mother?
Colin Farrell's in it?
Colin Farrell, but who's the mother of Angelina Jolie?
You ever see the
Who's
worst
mother of
movie ever
Angelina
made?
Jolie? In that movie, Alexander Rob. Who is it? Yeah, Angelina Jolie was the mother of Alexander the Great. I was right. So there is this fantasy with a son to outdo, like, you know,
father.
yeah. But in this case, Angelina Jolie, the mother, Olympia's, you know, had a falling out with Alexander's father, right? There was a big falling out there. So she wanted her son to do what? To outdo
the father.
Because now she's like, I've divorced your father. I have nothing to do with him.
Yes.
The best revenge would be you with my blood on my side of the family to outdo him.
That's right. Mothers want their sons to do very well. And there's an element of mothers that if the father and the son had a feud that I don't believe in you, get your act together, get serious. Mothers want the son to prove a point to the father that the son was better. Not in a bad way. It's in a very natural, loving way, right? But sometimes the son privately is like, Mom, don't give me that pressure. I don't want this job. Who are the only two athletes you said in baseball that did better than their fathers?
Oh, that loved the game and set world-breaking statistics? Ken Griffey Jr. and Barry Bonds.
You know what both of them had in common? Love of the game.
They love the game.
I don't know if there's a love of the game here.
I'm not that versed on all this, but I mean, we've met the guy, we've hung out with
These
the guy.
guys just
But
be
something
saying
like this,
shit.
as a leader, you cannot be on the fence. You have to not only want to do it, Pat. It's a must. Do it. And I just don't feel that
This is
vibe
just-
because then you mentioned
just
something
such
about
scam
time.
artist
How
energy.
long do
You
you
can
think
feel it.
the United States and Israel is going to give them? Because if you think about it, their Khomeini could easily, with Mossad and us and our intelligence, he could have been dead a while ago when Trump made that post where he's like, hey, we know where you are and we can take you out one out. They're giving the Iranian people grace to figure this out, but the clock is ticking. And I just don't think, Vincent Oshana's opinion, that's not the guy. But the Iranian people, they got to step up because, Adam, what would you guys say? 81% of the people are pro the regime change, but 20% doesn't. That's of 92 million. That's almost 20 million. That's 18.4 million people are still like, no, this guy, this Khomeini guy is who we want. But it has to happen. Like,
yeah,
they got to step up
when it comes down to merch, especially with all the timing that we have going on. Look, if you ever wonder why we don't do sponsorships, because our own companies are putting us in a position with the customers. I say this to you all the time. If you believe in a brand,
ordered intense strikes on Tehran just hours after President Trump announced a fragile ceasefire. Iran denied the accusations that it violated the U.S. and Qatar brokered truce. President Trump spoke to reporters on the White House lawn before leaving for the NATO summit in The Hague this morning. He expressed extreme frustration with both countries, but especially Israel.
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because the one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what they're doing. Do you understand that?
F-bombs and real bombs. President Trump also posted on
Oh
social
my
media,
God!
quote, Israel.
Wow. Fucking Amy, best headline of all time right there. F-bombs and real bombs
Do
is
not
so
drop
fucking
those
good.
bombs. If you do, it is a major violation. Bring your pilots
She
home
rules,
now,
bro.
unquote.
She's the fucking goat.
President Trump first announced the ceasefire on social media Monday in the wake of an Iranian missile attack on the largest U.S. base in the Middle East, in Qatar. Qatar condemned the strike as a, quote, flagrant violation of Qatar's sovereignty. Iran gave advance notice before the strike, and there were no injuries reported. This retaliatory strike followed the U.S. dropping bombs on 3 Iranian nuclear facilities Sunday, and 12 days of fighting between Israel and Iran after Israel launched an initial unprovoked attack. For more, we're joined by Trita Parsi in Washington, D.C. He's the executive vice president of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, author of several books, including Losing an Enemy, Obama, Iran, and The Triumph of Diplomacy. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Trita. So much has happened in the last 2 weeks, but let's talk about the last hours. If you can talk about Israel's attack on Iran, Iran's retaliation, then U.S. dropping these bombs, the significance of this, and then supposedly a fragile ceasefire in effect.
I think Trump is discovering the very core of the problem, and I think we can see his frustration here. And the core of the problem at the end of the day is that Israel does not want peace. Israel wants to continue this war. Israel wants only unilateral ceasefires in which it is allowed to continue to bomb
putting suppression on my turret. What an idiot.
That's exactly what it has done in Gaza. That's what it has done in Lebanon. And he wanted the same thing here. And he wanted to make sure that the United States could not keep itself out of the war that Israel unnecessarily started. I think there's a part of Trump that he genuinely wants to get to a deal. I think the manner and the pathways to that he's choosing are the wrong ones. But I think he was genuine about getting this ceasefire, staying out of this. We have seen the revolt that has taken place in large parts of his own base. And now he's discovering that the Israelis, at the end of the day, wanted to drag him to this point in order to keep him in the war, not allowing to get out of the war or not allowing a peace or a ceasefire to break out.
And Trita, I wanted to ask you, we've had the reports in the U.S. media that clearly that Iran warned the United States before launching its counterstrike on the U.S. base, but there's been a report by Amwaj Media, which is an operation out of Qatar that covers Iran and Iraq and the Arabian Peninsula, and they claim that the United States warned warned Iran before the attacks on the nuclear facilities, and as a result, Iran was able to remove most of its enriched uranium, and that there were no casualties on the Iranian side in those attacks. Have you heard anything differently, or do you put much credence in this report?
I do strongly believe this report. iDubbbz has proven itself to be one of the absolute
They didn't
top
expect that
news
one.
sites in order to understand what is
You
going on in
fucking
Iran.
losers.
And their sources have been completely impeccable. But I also think that this is actually in line with past patterns as well, in which both sides, every once in a while, when they want to do something, but they
That's
don't
what's
want it to
up.
be too
Fuck shield
escalatory,
bearers.
they don't want the situation to get out of control, have given each other direct or indirect warnings. In this case, clearly the Iranians telegraphed very clearly what they were going to do. The Qataris knew about it long beforehand. But it was also a way for the Iranians to do something that went beyond what they did after Qasem Soleimani was killed by Trump in 2020, in which they struck U.S. bases in Iraq. This time they struck it in a GCC country, making it quite different from what it was in 2020. But at the same time, it was nevertheless done in such a way that there would be no casualties, providing the U.S. with no reason to escalate further, rather give both themselves and the United States an exit ramp out of this, which Trump clearly took very quickly, moving towards a ceasefire that he had to impose on the Israelis, and we're seeing now how unhappy the Israelis are about that.
And you said that the current escalation is not about nuclear proliferation. What do you think is the motivation, especially for Israel?
Well, from the Israeli standpoint, for more than 3 decades now, this has not been about nuclear issue. It's been about domination in the region, a geopolitical rivalry that they have with Iran, a significant fear that they have that if the United States and Iran were to negotiate, if they were to strike a deal, reduce their tensions, Iran would end up not necessarily becoming a friend of the United States, but tensions between the US and Iran would reduce significantly without it necessarily reducing Israeli-Iranian tensions, which then would leave the Israelis in a position of abandonment, as they call it, and they would face Iran without having this type of automatic support of the United States. This is long in the making. If the Israeli concern truly was non-proliferation, then they would have supported Obama's Iran deal, the JCPOA, because it did close off all patterns for Iran to build a nuclear weapon. But Israel's preference was and remains an Iran that may have a nuclear weapon, but that is isolated, is at conflict with the United States, whose economy is being crushed, then an Iran that does not have nuclear weapons, but has improved ties with the US, is trading with the rest of the world, is rehabilitated into the international community, and as a result can challenge Israel's position in the region and its aim for military hegemony, even though it does not have nuclear weapons.
Trina, I wanted to get your comment on Vice President J.D. Vance. He appeared on Fox News yesterday to tout the long-term effectiveness of U.S. airstrikes on Iran.
Our hope is that the lesson that the Iranians have learned here is, look, we can fly a bunker buster bomb from Missouri to Iran completely undetected without landing once on the ground, and we can destroy whatever nuclear capacity you build up. I think that lesson is what's going to teach them not to rebuild their nuclear capacity.
So that was the vice president. And if you could elaborate further on why you're arguing that this U.S. attack on Iran has destabilized the world to, as you say, nuclear countries, nuclear bomb-capable, countries, both the United States and Israel attacking a non-nuclear country, Iran, what it says to other non-nuclear countries around the world, who gets attacked and who doesn't.
I think the vice president point is not one that needed to be made. I don't think the Iranians, under any circumstance, were under the illusion that the United States did not have the capability of bombing that facility. Whether the U.S. has the capability of truly destroying it or not remains to be seen, because we still have not gotten the final report of what type of damage was done here. I fear that the conclusion the Iranians will draw, which goes to your second point, is, and not just Iran, many other countries as well, is that you had here two nuclear-equipped countries attacking a non-nuclear state in the midst of negotiations, despite the fact that none of the nuclear-equipped
here
countries
comes the
had
forever
been
turn.
attacked by non-nuclear states. Israel was not attacked by Iran. Israel initiated this conflict. The United States certainly was not attacked by Iran. It initiated this round of attacks. There is no basis for claiming this to be self-defense, even anticipatory self-defense. What this then says to a lot of other countries, not just in the region, but throughout the world, is that you are completely unsafe vis-a-vis nuclear powers. And if you want to have some sort of an ability to deter nuclear powers from attacking you, you may have to become a nuclear power yourself. So I think this was a major blow to the Non-Proliferation Treaty, similar to the manner in which many people in Washington argue that Russia's invasion, illegal invasion of Ukraine, was a blow to the Non-Proliferation Treaty, since Ukraine actually hosted nuclear weapons before the breakup of the Soviet Union. So if that is the case in the Russian-Ukrainian case, it certainly is the case also in the Israeli-US-Iranian case. So I think that even though in the short run, some limitations may have been put, the Iranian program may have been delayed, I fear that this is going to dramatically motivate the Iranians to build a nuclear deterrence, and it will do so as well for other countries in the region, particularly Turkey and Saudi Arabia, and then of course beyond the region as well.
And Trito, what do you make of the reported divisions within the MAGA base over what is happening in Iran? Clearly, President Trump's scoffing at the Tulsi Gabbard, the Director of National Intelligence, assessment that Iran was not building a nuclear weapon, and
you moron.
Also Tucker Carlson and other key voices of the MAGA movement criticizing what's going on.
The whole movement towards some form of either confrontation with Iran, as we have seen by the United States, but also the endorsement and the support that was provided by the United States to Israel's war of aggression on Iran, are things that I think has put a tremendous amount of strain within the MAGA movement and within the Republican Party. The only element of the Republican Party that really genuinely has supported this is the more hawkish neoconservative base, which only has a base in Washington. There's no constituency for that outside of Washington. The rest of the United States much more falls into America First base of Trump support. And within that, you can see some very clear strains, because many of these individuals have truly adopted the view that the United States should stay out of these unnecessary wars, that the United States oftentimes is being dragged into these conflicts by some of its allies. And for some time, many of the folks on the right could manage to hold that view, but make an exception for Israel. But over the last year or so, I think it's become clear that that cognitive dissonance no longer was sustainable. Because if you make an exception for Israel, mindful of the fact that it is the country most likely to drag the US into another war in the Middle East at least, then you have kind of negated the principle as a whole. And I think we have seen that cognitive dissonance break down with individuals like Tucker Carlson and others going out long before this, really criticizing the role of Israel in terms of pushing the U.S. into wars. And now
61 damage.
We see clearly how betrayed much of that base feels. Now, I think many of them, of course, want to get back into Trump's good graces, but not without making sure that the U.S. doesn't get dragged into this war. And I think part of the reason why Trump also was quite eager to get to a ceasefire, why he's so frustrated with what the Israelis are doing right now, is precisely because he's very much aware of the strain that all of this has caused within his own support base.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Just hours after a fragile ceasefire between Israel and Iran begins, President Trump criticized both countries this morning, explicitly saying he's not happy with Israel. This all comes 2 days after Trump ordered U.S. attacks on 3 Iranian nuclear sites without seeking congressional approval. We turn now to look at the role Congress plays in starting wars. For more on this question, we're joined by Democratic Congressmember Ro Khanna, member of the House Armed Services Committee. Last week, he introduced a bipartisan Iran war powers resolution with Republican Congressmember Thomas Massie in a bid to prevent U.S. involvement in the Iran-Israel conflict and reassert that any U.S. military action against Iran must be authorized by Congress. We want to start by asking Congressmember Khanna to respond to Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth in a press conference talking about the Trump administration fulfilling the notification requirements of the War Powers Act by notifying Congress immediately after.
They were notified after the planes were safely out. Well, we complied with the notification requirements of the War Powers Act.
They were notified.
They were immediately thereafter.
Well, for more, Congressmember Ro Khanna joins us from the Cannon Rotunda in D.C., Deputy Whip of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, member of the House Armed Services Committee. Last night, I watched an hour and a half Q&A that was a MoveOn.org event titled Fund Healthcare, Not Warfare. Ro Khanna was the main guest. Congressmember Khanna, respond to what Hegseth is saying and what you're demanding.
Well, he's just violating the Constitution. You can't, as the president, engage in strikes on a foreign country when there's no imminent threat without coming to Congress for authorization. In this case, the missile strikes were characterized as a war on Iran. That was how it was characterized in papers across our country. That's how the Iranian people felt it. And that's why Representative Massie and I introduced the bipartisan War Powers Resolution. Now, the good thing is, I think actually President Trump paid attention. He saw that there was a lot of revolt within his own MAGA base, people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Steve Bannon, Tucker Carlson speaking out, and he has gotten a ceasefire. Now the key is he going to make sure that the ceasefire holds, and is he actually going to engage in the kind of negotiation that President Obama engaged in to make sure that Iran doesn't develop a nuclear weapon? The danger is Iran is just going to learn the lesson of Pakistan and North Korea and take their nuclear program in a covert direction.
And Congressman, how do you react to some of your colleagues, your Republican colleagues, who say the Democrats are crying now, but when Democrats engaged in bombings without seeking congressional approval, they were silent? Specifically, for instance, some of the bombings that President Obama did in Yemen,
that was bad.
The attacks on Libya and other countries.
Well, frankly, they're right. I mean, the Libya attacks were blatantly unconstitutional. Those strikes were also counterproductive. They incentivize countries to say if you voluntarily agree to give up your nuclear program, the United States may still attack you. And the attacks on Yemen were unconstitutional. Bernie Sanders and I passed the first War Powers Resolution to stop the refueling of Saudi planes. So I have been consistent, as have a few of us, speaking out against unconstitutional strikes, whether they're Democratic or Republican presidents. The question for the Democratic Party is, are we going to take the mantle of being the anti-war party? That's not pacifism. That means against these wars of choice. The American people are desperate for that. The anti-war candidate has usually won, and Trump outflanked us in 2016 and 2024 on an anti-war platform. I am pushing my party to be very clear that we will stand against these overseas wars of choice.
And could you explain what the 1973 War Powers Resolution calls for?
Well, there are two different issues. One is the Constitution itself, and the Constitution says that before you strike another country and declare war, you need to come to Congress. The War Powers Resolution says that if there is hostility that the president has initiated, he needs to notify Congress, and then Congress can vote to stop that hostility. So it is a check that
Congress has when the president acts in a way that defies congressional authorization. But what we should have in this country is not the need to use a war powers resolution. What we should have in this country is the president coming to Congress before they want to strike another country. And in many cases, they may actually get the authorization. Here, Donald Trump didn't want to come to Congress because he knew at least 1/3 of his own MAGA base was opposed to the strikes and would have debated and argued against it.
So you are co-sponsoring this resolution with the Republican Congressmember Massey. Trump aides have launched a new super PAC devoted to defeating Massey in his 2026 election. The new PAC, called Kentucky MAGA, will be run by two of Trump's top political lieutenants, his former co-campaign manager, Chris LaCivita, and longtime pollster Tony Fabrizio. Can you respond and also take this larger to the issue of super PACs that you have long taken on, rejecting super PAC money in your own campaign? And do you think the weapons industry are long profiting from these super PACs?
The biggest problem in American democracy is the role of big money. It has skewed our foreign policy into bloated defense budgets. It's skewed our foreign policy in the Middle East. It has prevented us from getting Medicare for all. It has prevented us from taking on a big pharma and lowering prescription drug prices. It has prevented us from getting rid of fossil fuel subsidies. It is why I don't take any PAC money. It's why Summer Lee and I have a bill to outlaw super PACs that still would be constitutional under Citizens United. If you can regulate the amount of money someone can give to a candidate, why can't you regulate the amount of money someone can give to a super PAC? And what Donald Trump is doing to Thomas Massey is unconscionable. Thomas Massey is actually a profile in courage. I believe him speaking up in our war powers resolution helped put pressure on Donald Trump to not escalate this war further and to get a ceasefire. And the reason that Donald Trump is targeting Thomas Massey is not just vindictiveness. When he's vindictive, he'll tweet out. He may encourage a primary challenge. Here he's putting his entire apparatus, his top political operatives, in a super PAC against Massey because he knew that other Republicans were thinking of joining that war powers resolution. He knew that he was bleeding his base, and he wanted to send a clear message, a chilling effect to the Congress not to do what Massey did. Massey got under his skin, and I'm glad that some of the Republicans spoke out, so we're not escalating the war. But it is just a perversion of democracy to see these super PACs. They took out my friend Jamal Bowman, and they threatened members of Congress in undemocratic ways.
And Congressman, I wanted to ask you, all of this expanding hostilities in the Middle East come in the midst of Congress grappling with what to do about the so-called one big beautiful bill, the budget bill of the signature budget bill of the Trump administration.
Yeah, we know what it is.
What's your sense of the impact of this continuing problems internationally on where this bill is going?
Okay, today, Grandpa.
The bill is a betrayal of Trump to his base. I mean, Trump promised no more money on wars overseas, and I'm going to help support and fund the working and middle class. Instead, what is he doing? He's increasing the defense budget by $150 billion. He's spending billions of dollars on this war in Iran, and he's literally ripping health care, Medicaid, food assistance away from the working and middle class, many of them his voters. At the same time, he's giving a total handout to technology companies by banning states, all 50 states, from having any AI regulation for 10 years. This will mean no state could have regulations to protect truck drivers. It would mean no states could have regulations to protect workers against AI surveillance. No state could have regulations to protect kids against algorithmic addiction. It is a terrible bill. Tax breaks for the billionaires, handouts to corporations, huge defense increases, and hurting the working and middle class, ripping away their health care and their food assistance.
I want to play a voice from Gaza, Ro. Why not a ceasefire there? Al Jazeera is reporting that Palestinians are saying, if you're going to have a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, what about extending that to Gaza? This is a Palestinian man named Khalil Mosbeh speaking from Khan Yunis.
Whoever stopped the war between Iran and Israel is able to stop the war, which has been going on for almost 3 years in the Gaza Strip. Massacres every day, killing of children, killing the elderly, destruction of infrastructure, destruction of education, destruction of healthcare, destruction of everything we own in the Gaza Strip.
In fact, many say, Rokhana, that Netanyahu launched this war on Iran to divert attention from the catastrophe that is Gaza right now. What about a ceasefire there, and how can you force that in Congress?
We can't. We ain't doing shit.
Every time I hear about Gaza, about the over 55,000 killed, many women and children, the over 130,000 wounded.
At least they're talking about it, I guess.
600,000 students who have not been able to go to school for years. The 400,000 starving. I think what a stain on the conscience, not just of our nation, but the world. It is why I voted against the offensive funding to Netanyahu almost 7 months ago. Now, look, I was encouraged that President Trump this morning finally said no to Netanyahu on a bombing in Iran. But he needs to say no to Netanyahu in continuing the bombing in Gaza. He has authorized $14 billion of sales and transfers since he has been president. He can simply say to Netanyahu, stop. And then we can convene the Palestinians, Egypt, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Israel to have a solution in Palestine that does not involve Hamas, that involves the civil voices in Palestine, and finally have a Palestinian state. But the question is whether Trump is going to stand up to Netanyahu's bombing in Gaza, stand up really to Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, who are pushing Netanyahu to continue this, and I really hope that he will, and the Congress can say we don't want to continue to fund it.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to Democracy.
United States of America regarding foreign policy and the war between Israel and Iran. And it has only highlighted how incompetent and how not at this moment and how unready and mentally unstable President Taco Tits is. Last night, he puts out this post on Lie Social. Israel and Iran came to me almost simultaneously and said, peace. I knew the time was now. The world and the Middle East are the real winners. Both nations will see tremendous love, peace, and prosperity in their futures. They have so much to gain, and yet so much to lose if they stray from the road of righteousness and truth. The future for Israel and Iran is unlimited and filled with great promise. God bless you both. And Fox News was just so proud of him last night, you guys. They were so proud after he sent out this post. They didn't play the tape through. They just thought, oh my God, he put out this post. It's amazing he solved the Middle East conundrum that has been fucking over the world for decades. Here's Jesse Waters on it.
No one knew a thing about it. We've got cruise missiles coming out of the water, 2.5 hours launched. They hit with precision timing while we crawl into Iranian airspace. And the retaliation, you could track on Uber Eats. They call us ahead of time. They tell us where it's going to be. I mean, at this point, we've got articles of impeachment against President Trump. Maybe it's time to carve Roosevelt off the of Rushmore and make a big granite hat, because this is one of the most oppressive things we've seen in 50 years.
So impressive, they're going to put him on Mount Rushmore. Here's Kellyanne McEnany, and she's so proud of President Trump.
Rather than World War III, we may get more peace. And rather than 34 felony counts
President Trump may end up with 34 Nobel Peace Prizes. That was for the leftists. You can clip this and make it go viral and go nuts.
Oh, we are clipping it, Kaylee. We are clipping it and making it go viral because you're a dipshit, a short-sighted dipshit that doesn't understand how serious this moment is. And your sole goal is not to report on the truth, but it's to report to comfort a broken, senile man's old ego. Well, after all of that happened last night, Pumps, you'll be surprised zero that the bombing continued. Right. And Trump has to go get on Air Force One this morning, and the press is asking him about the ceasefire that he negotiated that was immediately broken. And here's what he had to say about that.
Yeah, we basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
So if they don't know what the fuck they're doing, Taco Tits, why the fuck are you getting involved in it and taking a victory lap, and all of your cult is going around putting you on Mount Rushmore and you're getting the Nobel Peace Prize? This is so pathetic and it's so wildly dangerous.
It is so wildly dangerous, and I got so tickled about the Nobel Peace Prizes. But what I see in Donald Trump's response this morning is he honestly believes all the horse shit that Fox News spews and that MAGA tells him, you're so great, you're so powerful, you can do anything. He did not understand that he got played. He did not understand that Benjamin Netanyahu led that horse to water, and he went right, did exactly what he wanted him to do. Now he's got egg all over his face, and he seems genuinely shocked that he's not the supreme emperor of the whole world.
And let's just remember, too, he believes everything that Fox News says about him, but more dangerously, he believes and trusts Benjamin Netanyahu. Right. And he believes and trusts Vladimir Putin. And so the egg on his face is all day, every day, non-stop. And then this morning, it gets even crazier. So this is after he boards Air Force One and says that Iran and Israel don't know what the fuck they're doing, which, again, begs the question, why are you involved in it? And is that a classic case of projection on your part? Because you're the one that doesn't know the fuck what you're doing, and you're way over your skis on this, because Benjamin Netanyahu has literally been playing 5D chess trying to get to Iran for decades. And something I just want to point out here really quick. Last night, when all of the Trump cultists were making their appearances and, like, you know, he's going to win a Nobel Peace Prize and all of this stuff, they were talking about how horrible Iran is to women. And they were talking about how horrible Iran is to gay people. And I have two things to say. Number one, what about Saudi Arabia? They're horrible to women and horrible to gay people. What about MAGA? What about evangelical Christianity? So if you want to join us in the movement to support human rights, welcome aboard, but you don't get to cherry pick whoever Benjamin Netanyahu wants to bomb, because Saudi Arabia, I want to remind everybody, they funded 9/11, okay? So, I mean, this is just insane, and it's so intellectually dishonest, and all of these people are so over their skis on dealing with this, it's pathetic. But here's what Taco Tits put on after he said, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Israel, do not drop those bombs. If you do, it is a major violation. Bring your pilots home now. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. So first and foremost, do you think Benjamin Netanyahu, who is a war criminal right now, who starves out civilians in Gaza, is going to listen to you? He doesn't listen to anybody. He is a maniacal sack of shit. So you need to get that through your head. Then after that post, then he posts this, and this is just insane. Israel is not going to attack Iran. All planes will turn around and head home while doing a friendly plane wave to Iran. Nobody will be hurt. The ceasefire is in effect. Thank you for your attention to this matter, Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. This tells me right here that somebody in Israel, either Benjamin Netanyahu or some people, some underlings, said, oh, yeah, the planes are over there, Pawpaw. You know, they're like, oh, Trump's got a day pass again from the memory wing at the nursing home. Oh, yeah, our planes, yeah. You're seeing on radar that our planes are overrun. Yeah, we're just doing a friendly wave. Don't worry, we're doing the ceasefire, big buddy. You go on to the Netherlands. Nobody takes this man seriously. And the reason that Benjamin Netanyahu felt like he could be provocative with Iran is because the United States executive branch and the United States Department of Defense has never, ever, ever been this compromised in the history of our country. And you have the United States, which used to be a world leader in all of these things, getting dog walked by these dictators because Trump is so impotent, ignorant, stupid, and deranged that they just sit here and play him and manipulate him. And he actually went to Lie Social and said they're doing a plane wave. And nobody tells him, you're getting played here, buddy.
Nobody tells him because the White House and the Trump administration are like WWE. It's all fake. It's all grandstanding and boasting. Nobody has an ounce of sense. This man, we should be talking about this man conducting foreign policy on a failed social media platform all day, every day. We should be talking about the fact that he couldn't spell his name correctly yesterday, hence now he's signing all of his Lie Socials because he wants to prove he can sign his name. But I agree with you. We are the weakest we have ever been. Who is advising him? Is it Pete Hegseth? Oh, no, we figured out it. He's just going with his vibe. It's just a vibe. People's lives are at stake.
I'll tell you who's advising him. It's Benjamin Netanyahu. And Vladimir
that's
Putin.
fair. That's fair.
Who's advising the president of the United States. So this man who comes out with this America First agenda is always putting the needs of other countries to before our own. And I just want to say, and I think this needs to be hammered nonstop, because I watched some corporate news last night and I saw how all of the Trump sycophants were spinning this. Iran shouts death to America. Iran throws gay people off buildings. Iran is terrible to women. Well, number one, I'm so pleased to hear that you all care about gay rights and women's rights. But number two, Saudi Arabia funded 9/11. Saudi Arabia dismembered Jamal Khashoggi, turned him into acid and poured him down the drain. And the United States of America goes over to Saudi Arabia and plays patty cake. And guess what, Saudi Arabia, what they are with human rights? Women, none. Gay people, none. So if you're going to be for human rights, have some clarity about it. Don't cherry pick when you have to, we care about human rights right now because we're going to make Iran great again. This is the type of moral duplicity that exists in evangelical Christianity that sets the psychological soil for this type of dissonance to live and kill democracy. And it does it time and time again. And there is this whole movement right now that where if you speak out against Benjamin Netanyahu and you speak out against the Israeli government, then you feel scared that you're going to be labeled an anti-Semite. And nobody is more anti-Semitic than the deluded rapture preppers surrounding Donald Trump that want the Jews to be in Israel for their apocalyptic fantasy to play out when Jesus Christ comes down and guess what? Sends them all to hell to burn forever. Forever in their mind. I don't believe that shit. I think that's magical thinking bullshit. But these people do. And this is the way that these dictators gain access to power is through the weak intellectual Americans. And the intellectually weak Americans are the religious right. They are our weakness, and they have sought power for decades, and they've got it, and they have this fucking moron that they can dog walk as well. So all I know is this. Trump defers to Vladimir Putin. Trump defers to Benjamin Netanyahu. And Trump defers to these crazy, crazy hardline evangelical Christians who, by the way, we played a tape yesterday, just do a little casual tongue talking on their way in to work at the White House every morning.
Wix gives you the power of AI to build the website you need.
Sane, but then you talk to Democratic politicians and it's like, oh, well, I don't want to judge anybody's religion. Fuck that. Judge it. They're breathtaking hypocrites.
They are breathtaking hypocrites. And for them to sit around and act like Iran is the problem when they have the exact same thing. I mean, we're taking away women's rights. Women are dying in this country. They are taking every protection away from black and brown people. We have zero due process. The homophobia is at a fever pitch. And I look at Saudi Arabia, and that's such a great point you make. You know why Saudi Arabia gets a pass? Because he gives money to Trump and his family members. That's why. Because Donald Trump can be bought. Full stop. He doesn't give a shit.
The United States has had a long time problem with Saudi Arabia.
No, I know, but
because we're stuck on that oil tit. And
Yes.
it's Obama goes over there. Every United States president does it. And we've had a long lack of moral clarity regarding this. And both sides, the Democrats and the Republicans, like to say that, oh, they say death to America, Iran, and they're trying to get a nuclear weapon. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia is far more insidious because they come over and go, oh, we're going to host a golf tournament. We're going to sports wash our image. Meanwhile, they were the funders of 9/11. That moment when we saw as Americans sitting.
Did she say it 3 times now? Am I going crazy? Am I just like in a fucking purgatory thing where it's just Labimbo repeating herself to me? What? Oh, let's go.
That's exactly what the United States wants.
Oh.
So they're going to be in a delicate position trying to balance out, because we have bases. When you look at the U.S. locations in West Asia, so look at the map here. We have places. We have bases in United Arab Emirates, in Bahrain, in Kuwait, in Iraq, in Syria, in Jordan, in, of course, Egypt. What did you expect? So, and Oman to a degree. I know our Oman presence is very, very, very small, and of course Turkey. You have to add Turkey to the mix into all this. So, and this is where you're going to have to think in terms. What could be the Iranians thinking moving forward? That now they send the message to the Americans. Because now the U.S., what is the U.S. going to do? Retaliate? We all know what it means. If the U.S. retaliates, Iran is going to retaliate even further. But Iran will have better options than the U.S. because Iran will be able to target not just U.S. military bases, but also pound Israel, which this whole saga is about Israel.
It's no big deal.
So whatever way we look at it, Iran, in my opinion, and please guys correct me if I'm wrong, Iran has the upper hand. To a degree, it's limited. And why I'm saying limited is because I am also watching the behavior of certain so-called allies, the likes of Russia and the likes of China. China has already expressed publicly its support for Iran. Russia has been talking, and you will expect more from Russia than you expect from China. Why? Because Russia and Iran has more relationship than Iran and China. But so far, Russia is taking a step back. So it's almost like when it matters, you can count on the Russians. And I'm just thinking out loud here. I'm not saying that's what it is. Because the Russians also will have to think about their own strategic interests. Russia cannot afford to get involved in another conflict, let alone against the US. But also if Russia is thinking in terms, you know what, I have to please the Russian Jews in Moscow. There are some members in the Kremlin and so forth. And I have to please the Americans. So it won't matter if I drop or undermine the Iranians. Iranians are not going to forget this. But also you have to understand, I wrote books on one book on Russia and one book in Iran. And in both books, I addressed the old history that existed between Iran and Russia back then. Iranians never forgot what the Russians have done. And of course, the Russians never forget also. Because what am I getting at here is that, are we seeing a pattern here? because Russia did the same with Armenia when it dropped Armenia. Didn't support it. Are we seeing the same with Iran? And if it is the case, Iran needs to have a plan B in place. Should it count more on the Chinese than it does on the Russians? What do you guys think? Should Iran count more on China than Russia? Yes or no? Let me see in the chat box, guys, if you could please share your answer. In your opinion, should Iran count more on China instead of Russia? And we are just thinking out loud here, guys. I'm not saying that's what Russia is doing for now, except that I am starting to see the writing on the wall. You know, and as geopolitical analyst, I have to think far ahead. I have to think far ahead. Alistalokin, you say yes. Santang, you say yes. Shelley, you say China. Uncle Sam, you say China is a coward. Why is that? And guys, don't get Uncle Sam is just expressing an opinion. We are here to exchange ideas. We're
Uncle Sam.
Rush out and all. It just when you put an idea, you have to have to back it up with substance evidence per se. So I will be interested, Uncle Sam, if you can share with us why, in your opinion, China is a coward. So let me continue. DW, you put China will never abandon Iran. They will provide non-military aid. A good point. But at the same time, what does Iran need at this moment? So, okay, I saw this comment here. Iran does not need support. Okay, I wish you can elaborate more just to understand where you're coming from regarding that statement, because it's to me as an observer, it became clear to me that Iran will need more support. So, Vazuo, you said count on both. Okay. As you say, no, you can't count on the Russians. Okay. Taiwan still, you said the PRC.
Borat. She hang like sleeve of wizard. I don't know who these people are.
Israel decided that they would send a bomb or a set of bombs at Iran today, right? And they ended up killing some very, very powerful people, and all hell broke loose. Let me make this a little wider so we can see, like the ads on these pages, man. They ended up killing some powerful people. Hey, if my audio is distorted in any way, please let me know. Don't let me talk. Don't let me be talking and it sound crazy. If y'all can hear me, that's cool. Okay. These 3 men were killed today from airstrikes from Israel, right? Israel just got the bright idea and said, you know what? These people will not shut down their nuclear program, so guess what we're about to do? We are about, excuse me. Guess what we're about to do? We are going to bomb them, right? We're going to try to attack their nuclear centers, the places that they hold their nuclear weapons at. We want to attack it. So let's read this. Iran's highest ranking military officer, the head of its elite Revolutionary Guards Corps, and its Air Force and former national security chief have all been killed in Israel's unprecedented Operation Rising Lion. Their deaths will send shockwaves through the nation's military establishment and could seriously hamper the Islamic Republic's ability to respond to Israel's attacks. Here's what you need to know about them. Okay, it gives some like background details on these people, but they essentially killed some very high-ranking people. Man. And Iran does not play about their people. They don't play, period. That's why nobody has bothered them for a long time. And guess what happened? Iran let them know we're not the ones to play with. And guess what they did? They went ahead and sent some missiles back. They tore Tel Aviv up, right? Look at this picture. Them boys got the rain and fire on them. This is a picture of Israel right here, right? This says, this is a still video shows strikes in Tel Aviv, Israel today, June 13, 2025. Them boys went there. They said, when you go low, we going to hell with it. And they bombed Tel Aviv, which is the capital of Israel, which is the most populated city they got. They bombed it right up, hit residential buildings and everything. They didn't care. And that's kind of how you're supposed to respond when somebody just get to bombing your country for no reason, right? And Iran is on Twitter tweeting about it and everything. Like the Iran military, they on there talking about, just know we didn't start it. Like it's cracking over there right now. Let me see if I can find some tweets. And let me see if I can read them. But I've been seeing their military is for sure tweeting right now or posting or whatever you want to call it. I still call it Twitter, but y'all call it what you want. And we're gonna read it because let me see, what is it called? Iran. Is it the hold on. It's really cracking right now. Like I'm as soon as I go to the Iran Observer, like they still bombing them like right this minute. This video I'm looking at is from 7 minutes ago. They bombing the shit out them people. I mean, that's kind of like, I ain't gonna say that's what you get, but
it's funny. He was like, does my audio sound okay? It's like the best sounding audio I would hear out of somebody who only has like a few hundred views. There's about to be a press conference, but it's not live yet.
Why y'all bombing them people, man? I'm about to show you. I'm gonna send a picture to myself. Hold on. I'm gonna send a picture to myself real quick because I need to show y'all this. This is like a map of all the locations that have been bombed in Israel since they bombed Iran. I got this. I got to send this to myself and show y'all because they tearing that joint up. Let's read a little bit. Tehran launched retaliatory strikes against locations across Israel on Friday, following Israel's attacks on Iranian military and nuclear targets. Iran said Friday evening local time that it had fired hundreds of various ballistic missiles towards Israel in what it called the beginning of its crushing response. This is just the beginning, okay? Moments ago, with the launch of hundreds of various ballistic missiles towards the occupied territories, the operation of the decisive response to the savage attack of the Zionist regime has begun. They not playing. Iran claimed that it struck Israeli military industrial centers used for producing missiles and other military equipment, adding that field reports, satellite imagery, and intercept intelligence indicate that dozens of ballistic missiles effectively hit strategic targets. Following the barrage, Israel's military claimed that Iran fired fewer than 100 missiles towards Israel and only landed a few hits. Some of those were from interception debris. Okay, so Israel is like, Iran is not playing no games, and Israel is trying to play the propaganda game. So they're saying like, nah, they didn't shoot 100 missiles. It was less than that, and only a few hit. So they're really playing the propaganda game right now. The United States helped Israel to intercept Iranian missiles on Friday evening, 2 Israeli sources have told CNN. Other countries in the region have also supported Israeli air defenses, one source said, in a similar way how they have done in previous Iranian attacks on Israel. Okay. They saying that they ain't really hit like that, but the pictures and the videos say way different because it look crazy. They're leveling buildings out there right now. Let me give me a second. Let me pull up my email joint. Hold on. I got it right here. Right here. They said they ain't bombing nothing. They ain't lying. I'm gonna show y'all right here. Let me see something. Give me a second to pull it. Oh, this joint is kind of. Let me see. Dang, can I get this to pull up though? That's the question. There you go. All right, real quick. You see all those red pieces on that map?
Yeah, those are warnings.
These are locations where bombs hit.
No, that's incorrect.
Like these are where Iran sent missiles.
Okay, that's
Right?
correct.
They're tearing Israel up right now.
Okay, that's not correct.
So if Israel is saying nah, they ain't really hit nothing. Like we know America is helping them intercept missiles, right? We know that that's going on. We know that they're trying to do their best to intercept. Like my whole thing is, why don't we let them people fight their own battles, man? Like, why is it so important for America to keep to like baby these people and make them an eternal dependent of America? We are not the one. America is not the country that did anything to them. I could see if Germany was holding them down for the rest of life, but America doing it, that really don't make no sense. So that's the power when you talk about coming into this country and then like taking over like financial systems and stuff like that. You really have the power to make things like this happen for your people, and that's what they're doing. Smoke. Let me turn this back on. Smoke and explosions in Tel Aviv. During the attack, CNN's team in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem could hear large explosions, and video from Tel Aviv showed incoming rockets and smoke rising amid the city's skyscrapers. At least 34 people have been injured in Gush Dan, according to the Israeli Emergency Service, Magen David Odom. Okay, at least one woman is in critical condition and a man has been seriously injured, MDA added. Gush Dan, which includes Tel Aviv and Ramat Gan, is Israel's largest metropolitan area. Okay, that's like a county, pretty much, it sounds like. Information on injuries from individual hospitals across the country suggests that there could be dozens of injured people in hospitals, some of which had not been included in MDA's figures. About an hour after the strikes began, authorities told Israelis they could leave their bomb shelters. So they're trying to set y'all up. Y'all better not leave. And Caitlyn Jenner is out there too in a bomb shelter. It's crazy. A CNN journalist took shelter with their neighbors approximately 100 meters from where a missile landed. As the projectile made impact, her group heard a noise similar to a jet engine, then a large explosion followed by a smaller one. Images and videos released by MDA showed civil defense workers surveying mangled cars and collapsed building facades in central Israel. Yeah, I saw a bunch of that too. So the fact that they're saying only a few missiles landed, that's not what the pictures say. Pictures look like they destroyed half the city. The Iranian barrage came after Israel launched a massive two-pronged attack on Iran earlier Friday morning local time, with strikes aimed at destroying Iranian nuclear sites and decapitating its military leadership in Tehran. Okay. All right, man. That's the bulk of what's going on. So it's cracking right now. You know what I'm saying? This really got brewing today. I mean, it's been going on for a long time, but it's really cracking off today. So, y'all make sure y'all keep up with the news. But that picture right there is wild. That's a wild picture. Very wild picture right there. So y'all make sure y'all keep up with the news. Let me see what the people got to say. Esquire said them Iran tweets were real. You thought it was a troll. I thought it was real because it was like it said Iran military, but maybe the one that I was talking about might have been fake. Let me see if I can find it. I can't even. Let me see. Let me go to my likes or something. See if I can find it like that. Let's see here. Nope, I don't think I can find. Oh yeah, hold on. No, this says no. This is for sure. This is their. Oh, let me see. This is their verified page. It said we've arrived, and they show a picture of Israel on fire, pretty much. Let me see. Let me see. Can I show y'all this? Oh, let me just go ahead and send this to myself, guys. No, this is definitely
we get
legit.
banned for
They are not playing.
talking about the Houthis.
And this is a verified Iran military page. We've arrived. They say we arrived. It's going down. Don't play with us. Don't play with us. And you know. Vanderveer, have you been to Iran? I have not. Sultan Rahim, did you talk about Air India already? Whoa, what happened with Air India? I missed that. Let me look up Air India real quick, see what you're talking about. Hold on. Oh, there's a crash. Is that what you're talking about? Oh, all right. Let me pull this up. I seen somebody say something about this, and I didn't know about the story, but I'm about to read it now because I think it's actually crazy. Let me read this thing. Hold on, give me a second, y'all. First, let me pull up this Iran tweet just so y'all can see how wild it's getting. Trump got everybody using Twitter for like political stuff, so it's funny.
Twitter's the political website.
Give me a second, let me pull this up.
That's where we do the politic.
Je vais me mettre en position. En el blindaje.
You idiot. You missed that. I can't believe they keep missing a giant turret. My turret, no! You think we're close to 60 yet?
Vamos, céntrate. Nada. neutralisé. Je reste en observation. On my way. Going dark.
Come on.
Don't rush this. I only have one shot.
Bersaglio neutralizzato. Mi farebbero comodo delle munizioni.
Can't understand him. I think he might be French.
Your cooperation was appreciated. Enemy destroyed.
Come get some.
Ready.
Solid copy. Voy a por ti. Allá voy. Afirmativo, cubriendo.
I'm in position.
On Overwatch. El blanco sigue en pie. Allá voy. ¡Le disparan!
What? You got it.
Ci sono.
New mag loaded.
Let's do this.
Get back in there. Whatever you say. That armor's tough. Got some advent here. Vamos a movernos.
Will do. En movimiento.
Your wish is my command.
En route. C'est bon.
D'accordo.
Hostile target down. I'm all right. ¿Has visto eso? They're shifting their attack. Hostile terminated. Target eliminated. Can't fight it! J'y retourne. Beaucoup trop large.
Mi sto muovendo.
It was a useless shite, that boy.
Director of the CIA and commander of the U.S. Military Central Command, which oversees the Middle East region. General, thanks so much for joining us. Let me get your immediate reaction to what we heard from the president this morning.
Well, President Trump is obviously trying to reinforce the ceasefire that he essentially declared. I'm not sure that either of the countries completely agreed with it when it was made, but Iran seemingly accepting this. They, of course, were engaged through the and then we engaged directly with the Israelis and Prime Minister Netanyahu, who had previously said that Israel was very close to achieving its objectives, appears to have accepted it as well. Yes, there was that exchange. The Iranians in particular launched 5 volleys of rockets, which killed at least 4 Israelis. They responded to that. But I think that now that this is a bit more solid, and we'll see how it goes during the course of today, where you could see perhaps some further attacks on U.S. bases by Shia militias supported by Iran there, as we saw over the course of the last 24 hours, but with no American casualties.
General Petraeus, how long do you think this ceasefire can actually last?
Well, I think that the Iranians probably would be happy to be able to catch their breath, to see what they have left. You know, one of the big questions out of this, in fact, priority intelligence requirement number 1, or at least after, are there any further threats to U.S. facilities, personnel, and so forth in the region, clearly has to be, is there any highly enriched uranium left? And are there any of these centrifuges left as well? That's a big question. Did we really penetrate down into those spaces? I think the Massive Ordnance Penetrator is an incredible weapon system. We reportedly dropped 12 of them on the Fordo site alone, the deeply buried site. But we really need to figure out, does Iran have anything left? That would be very, very important, especially if they were able to cart it away clandestinely and might be able to reestablish some enrichment capacity and take what was already highly enriched uranium, 60%, the next turn of the enrichment process to over 90% for weapons grade.
General Petraeus, I want to play what the president said this morning when he was asked about Iran's nuclear facilities. Listen to this.
Iran will never rebuild its nuclear. From there? Absolutely not. That place is under rock. That place is demolished. The B-2 pilots did their job. They did it better than anybody could even imagine. They hit late in the evening. It was dark with no moon, and they hit that target with every one of those things, and that place is gone.
Can we definitively say, General Petraeus, that these facilities have been completely destroyed, completely gone?
Well, first of all, there was a very, very impressive U.S. operation following on very impressive Israeli operations. Of course, by the end, the Israelis were flying free. They had destroyed all the strategic air and ballistic missile defenses that Iran had. That said, I think the president probably is correct that the damage to Fordo means that what they would do if they need to rebuild the program is do it somewhere else. And there have actually been rumors at various times that there is another deeply buried site somewhere.
I'll get mad at Fox when they try to come in here late. All right, you guys. Of course, a few comments here as we begin on this Tuesday. The past few days have proven that President Trump means what he says. America can be proud that we have a president who puts America first and is a peacemaker. As he said on his Truth Social, both Israel and Iran wanted to stop the war equally. It was my great honor to destroy all nuclear facilities and capability and then stop the war. Now, an update on the State Department's 24/7 efforts to assist U.S. citizens throughout the Middle East. The department has provided information and support to over 27,000 people seeking guidance regarding the conflict between Israel and Iran. The vast majority of people we are in touch with are seeking information, which we provide regularly. The State Department began assisted departure flights from Israel on June 21st. Flights have departed Israel with hundreds of U.S. citizens and lawful permanent residents and their accompanying immediate family members. We are grateful to our partners in the region and around the world for welcoming American citizens. We also extend our deep appreciation for the government of Qatar's cooperation in the defense of the Udeid Air Base, as well as our deep appreciation for the the Al Udeid Air Base, as well as the deep appreciation for the American men and women in uniform who are there and for the vital role they continue to play for U.S. and regional security. Yesterday, Iran launched several missiles against AUAB. Many of those missiles were successfully intercepted due to the combined efforts of the U.S. and Qatari armed forces. Thankfully, no Americans or Qataris were hurt. In further announcements today, Secretary Rubio has landed along with the president at the NATO summit at The Hague. As the secretary has noted, under President Trump's decisive leadership, we're driving historic change at NATO. Also this week, the United States will participate in the 55th Organization of American States General Assembly in Antigua and Barbuda, where we will engage with regional partners to advance our shared goals to make for a safer, stronger, and more prosperous hemisphere. Deputy Secretary of State Christopher Landau will lead the U.S. delegation, reinforcing our commitment to supporting Rosa Maria Paya's candidacy to the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, addressing the crisis in Haiti, and countering the influence of the Chinese Communist Party in the Western Hemisphere. In addition, today, the Department of State's Rewards for Justice program announced a reward of up to $5 million for information leading to the location, recovery, and safe return of Mahmoud Shah.
I'm ready as I'll ever be.
He has not been heard from since that time, and the so-called Taliban government has not yet provided any information about Mr. Habibi's whereabouts or condition. We encourage anyone with information on Mr. Habibi to contact +1 202 702 7843. That is +1 202 702 7843 via Signal, Telegram, or WhatsApp, or go to rewardsforjustice.net. That again is an up to a $5 million reward for Mahmoud Shah Habibi for his safe return. And again, that is rewardsforjustice.net. Excuse me. Excuse me, Matt, please. I'm more of an announcement here. To conclude today, the United States condemns the brutal and cowardly attack on the Mar Elias Greek Orthodox Church and offers its condolences to the victims and their families.
Central Officer Bradford.
We call on the Syrian government to hold all perpetrators of violence accountable and ensure the security of all Syrians, including members of religious and ethnic minorities. As Ambassador Barak has said, the United States continues to support the Syrian government as it fights against forces seeking to create instability and fear in their country and in the broader region. And now I will take your questions. Daphne, please.
Thank you.
Sure.
Just on Israel-Iran, Trump has said that he was unhappy with both sides for reaching the ceasefire deal.
Matt's like
frustrated
laughing. You can hear him fucking because he was clearly like, she's like, no, fuck you, Matt. You interrupted me. I'm talking to the woman first.
Yes, as I noted in my announcement, and actually what, of course, we always appreciate about President Trump is you never really have to guess at what he's thinking, which is appreciated. One of the most transparent men we've known. Americans in the world have watched all of this unfold, I think, in a very clear way, and certainly with the leader of the free world, of the world, really, essentially, in Donald Trump, making it clear his opinion. And this is what also, I think, keeps things moving. With any ceasefire dynamic, it's fragile. And in the meantime, of course, things did come together, and there has been quiet in that region. He did make clear his feelings about that. But as I mentioned in the opening, that he said, just a couple of hours ago, both Israel and Iran wanted to stop the war equally. It was my great honor to destroy all nuclear facilities and capability and then stop the war. So obviously, the president has believed from the beginning that diplomacy can stop wars, that it is the thing that we should rely on. He leaned into that, and it's continuing to work. This is a dynamic now that is in play and is, I think, steady, as he has, I believe, also recognized based on his comments.
And then on his
Yes.
comments about China being able to continue to purchase oil from Iran, how did this come together? Was this part of the Israel-Iran ceasefire deal, and what does that look like going forward? Will sanctions that have been imposed be lifted? Will there be waivers? How does that look?
Those are all very good questions. Yes, and it's obviously a very fast-moving, we've used the word fluid here many, many times, a very fast-moving environment. The president has signaled what he expects, what he is looking forward to. This is a cabinet and a government that acts to the nature of what he says and what he wants. And in this case, of course, I'm not going to discuss what that process will be, the nature of any of the applications via the various departments in this government. But clearly, we are focused on making sure that that guiding hand of President Trump prevails and moves this government forward. So we will have to wait and see when it comes to what that ends up looking like. All right. Yes, Andrea.
Well, just to follow up,
Yes.
does that mean, just to translate, are we lifting sanctions? Has anything happened to make that possible?
I'm not going to get ahead of the president or try to guess at what his strategy will be, but it will be one that will benefit this country, and that, again, he's very clear. I think the difference is, obviously, sometimes you don't hear ahead of time about the trajectory of a president. With President Trump, he speaks honestly with us. So I would suggest to not translate, to not speculate or guess, but to watch, because things happen quickly, and I think we'll find out sooner than later. Yes, ma'am. One more.
Quick follow-up on something. You quoted the president saying it was my great honor to destroy all nuclear facilities to stop the war. As far as we know, the bomb damage assessment has not been done. The Joint Chiefs Chairman was talking about how long it might take. Do we have something more conclusive about destroying all of the nuclear facilities?
Well, a conclusive comment for me would be coming from the President of the United States. I have great admiration for you, Andrea Mitchell, but I think he might know more than you do at this point, more than I, more than any one of us here. At the same time, obviously, the information that we receive, that the American people receive, and which will be public, will take some time. But President Trump has indicated his pleasure at the success of that raid, which obviously was very limited in scope. And that's a very good point, I think, at the when it comes to the nature of what's occurred, and I'm pleased that the president is pleased. Sean Tandon.
Sure. Could I pursue that? Another comment from the president this morning, he was saying that basically stop the bombs was the message that he sent to the Israelis. Does he believe that the Israelis complied with this? Is he happy with how it turned out?
Well, I think that there's early on, and again, I'm here at the State Department. I know my colleague Caroline is very articulate and clear on the nature of the president, whom she represents, and the State Department at the White House. But I think when we clearly look at the nature of how the day has transpired, there was some activity back and forth, and that has stopped, and the ceasefire has taken effect, and the president is pleased. So I think we can take that as an indicator of his feeling about it at this point.
Sure.
One more.
Sure, and they're both statements both from Tehran and from Jerusalem and
Yes.
Tel Aviv today. But one of the things that from the Israeli military chief was saying that they reserve, this is just a phase, and they reserve the right to go back in. Do you think that's consistent with the call for a ceasefire in terms of the Israeli statements on this?
Well, I think the statements that we've looked at that we care about are the fact that both, certainly Israel has agreed to the ceasefire. And we believe there's a statement from Iran that has done so as well. So those are the statements that we care about. All right. Yes, sir, in the back. Right there, sir. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Sammy. Obviously, pretty epic diplomatic developments last night.
Yes.
Can you walk us through any of the diplomatic steps that were taken that led to the ceasefire, and specifically Secretary Rubio's role? What are some of the ongoing efforts to make sure the ceasefire sticks? And then a separate but related question. The President spoke this morning about the great trading potential with Iran. Does this administration envision a broader rapprochement with Tehran that could lead to diplomatic ties being established, even the embassy being reopened?
Well, on both those issues, I can't speak directly to them, but I can say a few things in that certainly I wasn't there. The Secretary of State was in a dynamic with the President that is a private dynamic as that team was addressing a war and the nature of how to stop it. So I can't speak to how that transpired or the decisions that were made, but obviously a successful evening, successful aftermath when it comes also to a very quick ceasefire. In the meantime, for your other question, which was, remind me again your second question?
Well, President Trump this morning spoke a little bit about the potential for trade with Iran.
Oh, the trade question.
I was asking more about the
yes, obviously, again, while I can't speak obviously to the choices President Trump will make, what we do all know is that he is a businessman. Americans appreciate that about him, the nature of how he looks at the issue of national security and safety, and he has in the past addressed the issue of relationships with this country, keep other nations secure, that we are a good friend to have, that a friendship with the United States assists and helps facilitate the national security of another nation.
Show me that you like me.
So I look at that and his approach in certain things, and that's been certainly his attitude about it, and it seems to be a correct one. It's one I agree with. So I think we'll see that if that in fact is the case here, and we'll find out. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Is there any sort of monitoring mechanism for the ceasefire if it continues to hold? Will there be a third party that is making sure that both sides are adhering to this ceasefire?
Well, as the State Department, I can't really speak to that. I think that's a DOD question and certainly a White House question.
And then how do you view the next steps for nuclear talks potentially resuming in light of this ceasefire? Is there anything on the schedule? Any follow-on conversations between the two sides to try to resume the talks that had been scheduled?
I can't speak to a schedule. I'm not going to guess or speculate about when something might happen. What we do know, and President Trump throughout this process had been tweeting about the fact that this would be a good time for negotiations to renew, for these talks to renew. Of course, with some disappointment that it got to this point. He has been committed to diplomacy and to discussions. Obviously, he's displayed that for these last 5 months, and I would think that has not changed. So the commitment, not just from President Trump, but also from Secretary Rubio, to minimize the need and go out of your way for the need to not engage militarily is clearly a hallmark for him and his view of national security and foreign policy, as it is for Secretary Rubio, and I would expect that approach and that commitment to remain the same. Yes, go ahead.
Thanks, Tammy. Just to follow on that, over the weekend, the president, many other cabinet members, they said that the strikes by the U.S. military on Iranian facilities had obliterated the nuclear program. Because of that, do you see that as buying more time for these negotiations to play out? Has the urgency at all changed? And there are reports that Qatar has tried to mediate nuclear talks, try to restart those. Are you receptive of Qatari efforts at this point?
Well, that's not something I can address in any detail at all. I do know that the president was very confident in his assertion of the destruction of those sites. That was necessary because of the point that he's had from the start of this, which is that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That has been a very singular, clear point, and the understanding is now they're not going to have one. And that clearly might open the door for the people involved in those kinds of decisions about how to move forward. But that was, and the strikes indicated that. It was a very distinctive, limited strike regarding the issue that was in the forefront of the president's mind, that he made clear over and over again, that they will not have a nuclear weapon. And now they will not have a nuclear weapon. How we move forward from here is up to the President of the United States. Saeed, yes, sir.
Thank you. Now that we have the ceasefire between Iran and Israel seems to be holding, are we likely to see a renewed effort to have a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas in Gaza? I mean, just for figures, Tammy, maybe 400 people got killed in the exchanges between Israel and Iran. In the same period, 700 Palestinians have died, many of them at the aid distribution center.
Yeah, this is why, and we are reminded about why the ceasefire efforts are important. It is a reminder about why the president, and why we're lucky for President Trump to be our president and for Secretary Rubio to be focusing on changing the status quo on this planet and changing the old dynamic of wanting new ideas It has been his hallmark from the start, and that has not changed. What we can say, and just as a reminder, Saeed, there is a deal on the table. Hamas must stop acting recklessly and accept it. As Special Envoy Witkoff has said, Hamas's recent response to the offer was totally unacceptable and only takes us backward. It hasn't been that long, right? A lot of stuff is happening in a short period of time. But the fact of the matter is that we've never stopped working for a ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. We've never stopped wanting that to end, to get us out of that repetition of something that has certainly made the first victims, the people of the Gaza Strip, and then everyone else. It's a reflection of what needs to end and what has been the problem. President Trump has made clear to, in this case, Hamas specifically, that they will face consequences if they continue to hold hostages, which they do, including those who have already passed away and those who are still living. Hamas has rejected repeated ceasefire proposals and therefore bears sole responsibility for how this is continuing. Saeed, if you have a chance, I don't know if you do in your work, to pose the same question to Hamas. It would be, I hope you might be asking them.
I'll do it through my articles. I have no direct communication.
Yes, sir, they're in the middle here.
President Trump has long said that Iran should not have nuclear weapons.
That is correct.
That is clear. Do you think it is important for Iran to change its foreign policy because the U.S. always says it is the biggest state sponsor of terrorism and destabilizing region?
I obviously can't speak to what's in the mind of the so-called leadership of Iran. I do know that the future of Iran is in the hands of the Iranian people. And whether or not certain individuals change their approach or belief, I think what has happened, the whole world has noted that the world has changed and that nothing will be the same. And how that plays out, we are very lucky that we have President Donald Trump, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and a cabinet that is united in the nature of what we're trying to do for the next 3.5 years. One more, yes, sir.
One more. And
please.
Kurdistan regional government leadership and strongly welcome President Trump's statement about peace. Do you want to comment on it?
Well, no, there's again, things are happening and moving along so quickly. Obviously, everything in that region, in the Middle East, has changed. And we will have to see where those who are leading this charge and this change, again, the American leadership here with Trump, Rubio, and J.D. Vance, of course, just strong leadership across the board. We're very lucky.
That's her answer of, I didn't read what the Kurds had to say, and I don't care. Go fuck yourself, Kurdish man.
In this administration, think about it. We are in the middle of June, and we've seen the results now of men and women who are focused. So we'll see, for the Kurds and others as well. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Tammy. Two questions for you. Number one, especially considering the Secretary is now at NATO.
Yes.
Does the Secretary feel like European allies had America's back to the extent that they should in this Iranian operation? I'm not talking about militarily, but from a general support standpoint, beyond just platitudes of concern about the Iranian nuclear program. Do you feel like you got backing from Europe on this?
Well, I'm not going to comment or speculate on the feelings or assessments of our partners in any kind of dynamic. That's between them. It's about the leaders of the world. Right now, what I can tell you is that President Trump and Secretary Rubio are right there in The Hague at NATO for conversations with our partners throughout Europe. And I think that everyone expects that to be very successful. It's going to be a very exciting time. It's a perfect time for those conversations to be had, I'm not going to speculate on the nature of those any conversations or can speculate on the feelings of people either.
Second question for you.
Yes, sir.
In terms of regime change in Iran, the initial message coming out of the administration was, we're not after regime change, we're after the nuclear weapons program. Then the president remarked today, regime change is not a good idea because of the chaos that it would cause. So what is the administration, specifically the State Department's message here to Iranians who are suffering under the oppression of the regime? How do they move forward, does America have their back, considering the president said regime change is not a good idea right now?
Well, again, that's in the perspective certainly of the president and what his actions, he feels, what actions are important, what our intentions were. It was very clear from the start, from the very beginning, for years, the president has spoken about the problem of Iran and how they can't have a nuclear weapon. This is not a new idea, and it's certainly a globally held idea. But we've said here at the State Department repeatedly in a number of different dynamics that the fates of countries belong in the hands of the people in those countries. That is the overriding general message of the Marco Rubio State Department. It is the kind of thing that when we think about, not just democracy, but the nature of the decision of citizens to decide what kind of leadership they want. That is what our position is for certainly Iran and every other country on this planet. Yes, sir.
I haven't received any signals or message from Iran that they are willing to come back to the table this first. And secondly, are you still sticking with the proposal that you sent to Iran, or you are open to discuss more broadly?
Well, again, as we know, many things have changed in just the last few days. And so I won't speak to what messages may have been sent to Iran, which would have been, of course, to the White House and to if Secretary Rubio as the National Security Advisor. So I would ask you to check with the White House for that. And the next one, yes.
Yeah, on your opening remarks, you said that the United States is ready to help the Syrian government to fight against forces seeking to create instability. Would you elaborate that? What kind of support are you willing to offer to the Syrian interim government? Are you willing to help them or provide them military support?
Well, I think already we know, of course, of the assignment as a special envoy of Ambassador Tom Barrack has been a very clear indicator of our commitment to helping Syria be able to be a functional and steady and stable government. He, of course, is the ambassador to Turkey, and our commitment through his work is about getting the structure, the stability of the government as functional. We also, of course, as you know, have lifted many of the sanctions to make it possible for other nations in that region to assist the new government also in becoming stronger and able to, in that region especially, deal with terrorist groups, especially deal with ISIS. And that is our commitment. So it is, I think, manifesting now very clearly, and Ambassador Barrack is there as our envoy in that regard, and it's a very exciting time with a lot of potential. Yes, sir. Yeah, yes, sir. In the gray suit there. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Tammy. You've been in the negotiations process with the Iranians for almost the last 2 months at the State Department, and the Iranian foreign minister just last Friday, he said that they suspect that the negotiations with the U.S. Used as a cover for the Israeli attack. And a day after that came the U.S. raid on Iranian nuclear establishment there and the buildings. Are you able to restore the trust between you and Iran? And how do you see these claims from the Iranian side?
Well, that's certainly a question that I can't answer, but we've got the best people in the world who are doing this for a living, who have committed their lives
This guy.
to
Bro,
making
how
a
do you
difference
not see
here
the
in the
fire
world.
in front of
The
you?
president
Shit's going down.
has not indicated that, matter of fact, he really opened his presidency with a willingness to talk with everyone. And as peacemaker, that is what he's done, and I would suspect that that approach will continue. All right? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. Do you think that there's any lesson for North Korea to learn from the U.S. strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities, given that North Korea has been doubling down on its nuclear program, despite the Trump administration's commitment to the complete denuclearization of North Korea?
Well, again, the nature of the choices that are made, I won't speculate about what other countries should think or do. At the same time, President Trump, in his first term, made a significant outreach to North Korea. And what I can say, of course, and they've got their own nuclear program at North Korea, that we remain committed to the complete denuclearization of North Korea. That remains a commitment. If the North Korean nuclear issue can't be resolved through dialogue, I'm not going to speculate on hypotheticals at this point, but thank you very much. All right, yes, there you are. Hello.
To follow up on North Korea, has there been significant outreach from the State Department to the North Koreans?
I'm not going to speak to any, whether they exist or not, any diplomatic efforts outside. All right, all right. And yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Tammy. I just wondered whether you have any further information on reports of a drone attack that happened to multiple Iraqi military sites early this morning, local time, Tuesday.
Let's go.
Do you know at all whether Iran was behind those drone attacks at all?
I would suggest that the DoD might be the place that it might have an answer to that. Anything else?
Don't
All
answer
right.
the most
Daphne?
important
You're
question.
good?
Great,
All right.
great job.
And then, yes, go ahead, sir, at the end.
Classic, classic
the
Trump.
material that was removed from those nuclear
Great
sites
admin.
or satellite pictures of trucks lined
Oh,
out.
nothing. I can tell you nothing. Just saving some time here. Yeah, I'm not going to speculate or discuss what may or may not have been removed from a particular site.
Well, then can you tell us, based on what you do know, I mean, how many years?
I can talk about the English royal family. I love them. Yes.
How
go
many
ahead.
years would this have knocked back the nuclear program? And could that have been avoided if the U.S. had remained in the JCPOA?
What a fucking obvious
what's
one-off.
happened with
I wonder
Iran,
what she's going to say about this.
We can look back several decades about the nature of the choices that certain administrations made that helped facilitate the nature of the building
We're a smart admin now.
of that program. Donald Trump inherited a world, he'd left a world that was at peace, and he inherited one that was tipping over. And so his commitment, and what we look at here right now, is recognizing the status of things and what needs to be done. And that's what we're focused on. All right. And Matt Lee, I have a feeling you might have a question. I vaguely remember that.
But now it turns out that...
Oh, you have a different one.
I answered, so I do have a different one.
Okay,
but
good.
all I was trying to find out was whether you didn't mention if Mr. Hajiji was an American, which it turns out that he is. But has he been wrongfully determined to be wrongfully detained?
We have determined that he has been disappeared and that he has not been heard from. And that is why there's the rewards for justice, is that he was taken and he has not been heard from since.
Okay.
And we are hoping that this appeal may bring forward, with up to $5 million, it makes a difference in everyone's lives,
Sure it does.
that we might get some information about him.
Okay, then just the other thing was, you had been asked earlier and yesterday, I think, about this money that is apparently going to go to fund the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Have
Yes.
you been able to uncover anything about that?
Well, here's what has always been the case with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. I now know that there's, I think it's close to 44 million meals, 44 million meals that have been distributed, which is a pretty darn good record, and they continue now at 4 sites to distribute them. We have repeatedly noted that we have not funded this entity, but it is, I believe, really the response of the call from President Trump for that region and that area in particular, that we've got to have new ideas about how to change the nature of what's occurring. The region has stepped up, other nations have stepped up, agreeing that the situation in Gaza has to be dealt with differently. We have to refuse to let it continue. And while we have a humanitarian crisis manifesting, is to do our best in an area that a terrorist group refuses to cooperate, ignores ceasefires, continues to hold hostages, and refuses to put down their weapons, that we are committed to endorsing, helping, promoting efforts to make a difference. When it comes to how that will manifest for the GHF, I can't say right now. But again, it's nice to know that 44 million meals have been distributed. That, like everything
I should have taken the other one. It was research.
For the last few days in the Middle East, everything has changed. How that manifests in the Gaza Strip is yet to be determined. But I'm sure we have another briefing on Thursday, and who knows, we'll have something new at that point as well. All right, yes, go ahead. And this will be it,
Tammy,
yes.
this weekend, Keith Kellogg went to Belarus and it secured the release of 14 political
Yes.
prisoners. Do you have any more details on those efforts? And did the Lukashenko regime get anything for releasing these prisoners, sanctions related?
I do have a few things I can say to you about that, and this is the condition of our world. This is a huge story, and it really is, it comes up later, but it tells you the nature of what's transpiring. While in Minsk, the U.S. delegation led by General Keith Kellogg, Special Presidential Envoy for Ukraine, met with the leader of Belarus and his team. Special Envoy Kellogg discussed the Russia-Ukraine war and how President Trump is pushing hard to stop that war and end the killing. And Deputy Special Envoy John Cole led the discussions on U.S.-Belarus bilateral relations, which resulted in the release of 14 long-held political prisoners from Estonia, Japan, Latvia, Poland, Sweden, and Belarus. And that is the result of what you can do with diplomacy, with envoys, and with a commitment to peace and freedom for people around the world. And we are blessed to have President Trump as our president, the wisdom of the American people, and of course, Marco Rubio is our Secretary of State. We are 5 months in or so to this administration, and it's an honor to be here. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you on Thursday. Thank you.
This is going to be one tough son of a bitch to take down. Some people are far too trusting to ever see that coming. Right behind you.
Where out there, and again, I'm sure that intelligence officials are working very, very hard to confirm or deny that. So again, Fordo, I'm sure the damage is so very substantial that it would be unwise to rebuild that particular facility, and also probably structurally unsound. But if there is HEU somewhere else, highly enriched uranium, and if some centrifuges were moved before these strikes on the different facilities, that's another matter. And that, again, will be a very key intelligence question that has to be determined in the days and weeks that come.
In an official statement, Israel says it has accomplished its goals in Iran ahead of this ceasefire deal. How does this square with the possibility that Iran could still have enriched uranium?
Well, I'm sure that the Israelis are ready to go after that if that is the case. I'm not sure all of us get quite how significant 10-7 was and this change in the strategic mindset of the Israelis, that they will not allow a threat to be established, not just in their neighbors, in their neighborhood with Hezbollah in Lebanon or Hamas or the others, but they will not allow a threat to be established in the region if it is one that can actually threaten their security, as Iran's capabilities clearly had done.
I want to get your reaction, General Petraeus, to something the former U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said about how the Biden administration war-gamed a potential military conflict with Iran. I'm quoting now. In that scenario, the Iranian regime could hide its near weapons-grade material, green-light weaponization, and sprint toward a bomb. Thus, Mr. Trump's strike has risked precipitating what we want to prevent. How big of a risk is that? What do you think, General Petraeus?
Well, I don't think you can dismiss the risk, as I have obviously described. And again, that's why the intelligence authorities have to pursue this. But the damage overall to the entire nuclear enterprise, two dozen or so nuclear scientists, the facilities in which they did their work, all of the different enrichment sites and storage sites. Again, the damage done by the combination of Israeli and U.S. strikes is very, very substantial. And I think it will be very difficult, unless there is some other site out there, and that's never been confirmed, to which they took some of the highly enriched uranium and some of the centrifuges. That would be the worst case. And that clearly, again, is the question of the day.
In another important development today, General Petraeus, the president is on his way right now to the NATO summit in the Netherlands. He says he'd like to see a deal with Russia ahead of that summit. And we're now learning he plans to meet with the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, on the sidelines of the NATO summit. Could the momentum from this recent ceasefire help facilitate a deal?
Only if the U.S. and all the other European countries that are members of NATO would do so much more for Ukraine that they could change the dynamic on the battlefield and finally convince President Putin that he cannot achieve further objectives at acceptable cost. And he's been willing to take enormous cost, as you know, assessing about 1 million wounded and killed over the course of this latest war, and 500,000 of those unable to return to the front lines because they were killed or so seriously wounded.
General David Petraeus, as usual, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Wolf.
Right now across the United States, hospitals, dams, and power plants are on high alert for potential cyber attacks from Iran. They could all be targets after the U.S. airstrikes on the Iranian nuclear facilities. CNN cybersecurity reporter Sean Lingus is joining us right now. He's here with me in the Situation Room. Sean, what more can you tell us about these potential threats on U.S. soil?
Right, Wolf. Well, the Iranians are pretty capable in cyberspace. They're not quite as advanced as Russia or China or the U.S., but that doesn't mean they can't do damage. In the past, we've seen opportunistic cyber attacks by the Iranians against hospitals, against water facilities. After the October 7th Hamas attacks on Israel, Iran scanned the internet for vulnerable equipment, and they found some in a small town outside of Pittsburgh, and they disrupted a water facility briefly there. So they're capable. They're also a little less predictable than Russia and China in cyberspace. I mean, and these guys really want attention. Part of the play is psychological. They want people to write about their cyber attacks. They want to instill some sort of fear in their victims. And so when I talk to critical infrastructure executives across the country and U.S. government officials, are trying to preach vigilance to say, okay, let's not let them win in this game of trying to psych us out. It's a very real threat, but it's one that has to be put in the proper context, Wolf.
And as you know, Sean, the Department of Homeland Security here in Washington is also warning of threats against U.S. officials on U.S. soil. What are you learning about that?
Yeah, we had obtained a bulletin, intelligence bulletin from the Department of Homeland Security on Sunday that said basically the Iranians have not given up their quest to avenge the killing of Qasem Soleimani in 2020 by the U.S. military. We've known there have been assassination plots against current and former U.S. officials, to include the President of the United States. And so that threat is still there, but what DHS analysts say is that it's kind of contingent on how Iran perceives their threat to them. And so it's something that we're going to be watching very closely, Wolf.
Clearly, the U.S. is on alert for threats like that. Thanks very much, Sean Lingus, for that update.
Lingus?
Star Trek tells us
old system of international relations now over? And if so, what comes next? Hello and welcome. My name is James Kerr-Lindsay, and here I take an informed look at international relations, conflict and security. So, our first question comes from It Is William. Are we in a new age of impunity, or can the old rules-based order be re-established? So, thanks so much for a really, really brilliant question, because this is something I think that anyone who's watched the channel for any amount of time will know that this is something that I've been really worried about, that I think that we've seen a gradual deterioration in that old rules-based order in recent years. And while I have hoped that maybe we could manage it, that and deal with it and prevent it, even roll it back, I'm increasingly asking myself whether that's the case. And I think that what we've just seen in Iran is very much a part and parcel of a general sense that the old order has been cast to one side. Now, I've made my views clear on what I think we've seen there. I'm not willing to see it as black and white as some people are. But what I can say for certain is that I think that the United States' decision to attack, while, as I say, it would argue that it was taking on Iran's nuclear capabilities, I think by any reading of the rules of aggression, that was an illegal attack. And I think this comes on top of so much else that we've been seeing in international relations, not just in the past few years, but this is something that goes back over 20 years. I think, we all look to what Russia's done in Ukraine. It's been absolutely appalling, and that it has really driven the coach and horses through established principles of international law. But I think that if we are to be realistic and to be fair and to take a full rounded picture of what we've seen, is that this order has been gradually collapsing for the past 20 years, if not slightly longer. In fact, we can say for the past 25 years, that there's been a steady number of incidents that have worn it down. Now, some of those might have been done for the best of reasons. So, for example, Kosovo in 1999 is a very obvious example. This was when NATO decided to get involved. It saw what was happening in Kosovo. It saw the Serbian attacks there. It couldn't go through the Security Council. Russia had blocked it, so it decided to act anyway. Now, I remember very well when the debates on that was taking place, and there was a real sense of, well, this isn't legal, but it's legitimate. And I think, this was something that a principle that emerged at this time. It was very much tied in with the idea of responsibility to protect, which, for anyone who might not know, this was a big sort of, if you like, innovation that occurred after 1999 and at the start of the turn of the millennium, where the international community said the old idea of sovereignty could not be used by states in all circumstances to justify human rights abuses, and there were times when the principle of sovereignty would need to be cast to one side in order to do the right thing where there was egregious human rights abuses. The problem with all of this was, although this was sort of widely accepted, it did open the door for then countries to make the argument, well, we're getting involved in this situation because we believe that there is a human rights abuse that's taking place, and we need to act. And that, it's generally accepted now that the principle of sovereignty doesn't matter. And I think that did enormous damage in actually opening the way for other countries, and often acting very much out of self-interest, to claim that human rights abuse is taking place in a neighbouring state, or in a state where there were it had a kin ethnic group, so a group that they would say was closely related to them, that was being attacked, that their human rights were being affected, so they had the right to step in. And I think that we've seen that was very, very clearly the case, that it was Russia's use in the case of Ukraine. But I think we've also seen it in a number of other cases. But of course, you had the Iraq War as well in 2003, which a lot of people have been drawing parallels with what we're seeing in Iran at the moment, that claims that there was weapons of mass destruction. This was never proven. In actual fact, after the US intervention, after the US invasion of Iraq, that they never found those weapons of mass destruction. They weren't there. And I think that this has all contributed to what we've seen, but it has definitely been speeding up in recent years in a way that is incredibly worrying. And it's not just what we've seen in Russia, Ukraine. As I say, it has also been the fact that Trump has been so willing, so open about questioning the borders of not just...
Chevy makes affordable vehicles that...
Fuck yourself.
All XCOM operatives are secure. Firebrand is returning to base.
Everything by the numbers. Mission accomplished. A daring rescue, Commander. An effort that will no doubt boost the morale.
Yeah, thanks. I was pretty proud of it, considering how south it went so quickly.
Peacekeeping forces are being
Or talking about taking over Greenland, which is, under the rule of Denmark, which is a NATO partner of the United States. So I think that this is all incredibly worrying. but we've also seen it sort of breaking down in other places. So, for example, we've seen the way that Venezuela has openly challenged Guyana's borders. We saw that how Rwanda intervened in Democratic Republic of Congo, although in a good news story that looks like a peace agreement has been reached. How deep it goes and how long-lasting it'll be will be something else that we have to see. But nevertheless, what we have seen is a gradual breakdown of a lot of these rules. And I have long been thinking about how do you stop this, or more importantly, how do you reverse it? And I'm really starting to worry now that we might well be at a point where it's impossible to reverse it. That we're just seeing so many examples and so many countries feeling that they can rewrite those rules. And the trouble is that with every country that does that, you have other countries that say, well, why can they get away with it? Why should they have the right to get away with it if no one's going to act? And the thing about international law is that, the international system, it works differently from domestic law. In domestic law, you do something wrong, you commit a crime, you have a police that can come along and arrest you. International law works very, very differently from that. You don't have a sovereign, you don't have an overarching sovereign authority. Each state is sovereign. So there's an ability via the Security Council, for example, for countries to act against those rule breakers. But a lot of time, the rules are followed because states want to uphold international law. But just like in real life, even if you get people who are generally speaking law-abiding, that if they start to see that others are systematically breaking the rules, then they start to say, well, why are we following them? Why are we trying to do this? And so I think that this is an incredibly, incredibly dangerous time, and that, as I say, a lot of those rules are being broken. You hear it online a lot. You have this that, people sort of saying, oh, there is no such thing as international law. No, that's absolutely not true. There is something called international law, and it has actually held up remarkably well on the whole, but it is now breaking down, and it's been replaced by something which says that might is right, that big powers can do as they want. So what you're now starting to see is that rolling down, that sort of other countries are now starting to say, well, look, maybe we should be doing this. So I think it's an incredibly dangerous time, and I think the point you said, are we entering an age of impunity? I think that's exactly the risk that we see. Now, how do we reverse that? I just don't know how we reverse it. I don't know what we can do apart from some countries starting to try and make the case that we need to return to a rules-based order. But it's going to be difficult to do that when you have large countries such as the United States, such as Russia, not following that order. I think Europe potentially has an ability to do that. But again, even in Europe's case, there is a lot of people who will claim that it's all hypocritical, that Europe has, it's bent the rules when it suits itself. There's also the fact that in parts of the world that Europe is seen as sort of either colonial, post-colonial, neo-colonial, but there is that colonial legacy that means that if Europe just comes along and says, well, do as we tell you, that there is a pushback on that. Europe has really got to live by those rules itself, and it doesn't always do a particularly good job of doing it, but it needs to be able to talk to other parts of the world. I've long said that I think Africa is a potential partner in this. I think Africa has a lot to lose by this by a watering down of international law, that there is a lot of potentially contested borders in Africa. I think African states don't want to see this breakdown, and I think that Europe could be a very good partner to say to the Africans, look, we really do need to try and sort of maintain international law, but a lot has got to be done to address accusations of hypocrisy. It's very, very important, and I think that there is a real legacy that Europe hasn't always followed the rules that it so clearly champions. So I think there's a lot that needs to be done, but it's actually got to be started by Europe sort of being very clear and having a very clear policy in itself of what has gone wrong, how it intends to fix it. But I think that the big problem is that when you've got the really big actors in international relations that aren't following those rules, then it becomes very, very difficult to enforce them and to get other countries on side to that. So JK Reb 57 asks, will the removal of the veto from the United Nations Security Council make the UN more relevant and capable of solving global issues? You know, this is a really, really interesting question. It's one that I gave a lot of thought to because, of course, there is this argument that, well, if you remove the power of the Permanent Five to have this veto, then that will be fair, it will be a better United Nations. And more I think about it, less sure I am of that. And I think that that's for several reasons. Now, look, I think the starting point has got to be, look, we know that you've got the permanent 5 members of the Security Council that were essentially the victors of the Second World War, a war that finished 80 years ago, you know, the better part of a century, that they have had this power in international affairs. And many would say that, you know, this is absolutely outrageous. All right, you've got Russia, you've got the United States, China, but what is Britain doing there? What is France doing there? Why isn't India there? Why isn't Brazil there? Why isn't South Africa there? Why isn't Nigeria there? You know, we can hear all those arguments. So, and I've spoken about Security Council reform before and how you might be able to bring in some of those countries maybe on a semi-permanent basis. But the idea of getting rid of that veto power, I'm not sure that it really does represent the best way forward. Now, it's absolutely open to abuse, and we have seen that. We have seen the way that Russia used its veto to block any condemnation in the Security Council of its invasion of Ukraine. We have seen, for example, that had there been any effort to try and condemn the United States bombing of Iran, then Washington would have used its veto in the Security Council to prevent that. We've seen how, for example, the United States has often blocked Security Council resolutions which have been very critical of Israel. We've seen how Russia has used its Security Council veto in order to support friends and allies and effectively use it as a diplomatic tool to increase its power in the world stage. It can say to countries, listen, if you're friends with us, we'll block resolutions against you. So it is definitely open to abuse. What worries me is that if you get rid of it, and I'm perfectly open to, you know, hearing other alternative views on this, but it's just, this is a sense that I have, that if you get rid of it, then you're making it even less likely that countries such as the United States and Russia will actually pay any attention at all to the UN Security Council. At the moment, you've got a situation where what you're saying to them is that they can express their displeasure with something that's going on in the world. So even if the rest of the world is very much in favor of a course of action, you're acknowledging that China, Russia, United States can say, we disagree, and that our view is sufficiently strong that it stops this from going ahead. Now, again, you know, that can be seen as a tool of abuse, but it's also a very, very powerful tool of buy-in for these countries. I just worry that if you remove that, so for example, then you get a situation, for example, where the international community condemns Israel, and the United States at the moment says, right, okay, we don't accept that, we're vetoing the resolution, and then everyone says, well, this is an absolute shame, this is you know, it's terrible. But they go on with their things, and the United States says, right, okay, right, we've used our veto, fine. If you get to a situation where that's taken away, and then what you do, or what worries me, is that you incentivize countries to take even less notice of the United Nations. So at that point, the United States says, we absolutely fundamentally reject this. The resolution has gone forward, condemning Israel, or, you know, in the case of Russia, condemning one of its allies. It just simply says, well, you know, this all just proves to us the United Nations is irrelevant. We're not going to follow that resolution. And we get back to the point that I made in the previous question, that once some countries start to systematically say they're not going to follow UN resolutions because they feel they weren't right, then you're opening the way for others to follow. And I think that one of the great advantages of the UN Security Council system as it's been structured, and it has its flaws, is that we still have thousands of resolutions that have been passed which represent the settled will of the great powers, that we see this even now on a regular basis, that UN Security Council resolutions are passed, and the fact that they have the support the United States, of Russia, China, Britain and France says that this can be taken as essentially the word of the international community. Now, I know there'll be a lot of people in Africa and Asia who say this is outrageous, maybe, but this is exactly how it works. If you can get Russia and the United States and China to all agree on something, especially in the current international environment, then that gives that statement from the UN a lot of significance, if you like. And I think the danger is if you take away that veto, then in fact you make that less so. So while I can definitely see an argument for doing this, and it would seem from a justice argument, from a sense of political equality, that it would be a good thing to take away the veto, I think just in terms of real political implications for it, that it could actually do far more harm than good. I hope you're finding this useful. If so, please consider giving it a like and perhaps subscribing to the channel if you haven't already. Thanks so much, and now on to the next question. Nettlechater442 asks, why is the credibility of such a highly respected and accredited institution as the ICC not being respected regarding their current warrants? So this really ties in with the previous two questions, and I think this is why, you know, in this Q&A video I really wanted to focus on these issues, because I think this is all part and parcel of a general weakening of international law that we're seeing at the moment. So you've raised the question of the International Criminal Court. Now, for viewers who might not be aware, I mean, the International Criminal Court is a relatively recent development in international relations that was set up after the criminal tribunals for former Yugoslavia, for Sierra Leone, to try political leaders and military leaders for the very worst examples of human rights abuses, for genocide, for ethnic cleansing. And it was seen as a hugely important step forward. And while it has been incredibly significant, I think it's also important to note that some countries, in fact, a number of countries, have refused to accept it. They don't accept the Rome Statute, which set it up. The United States is a very, very obvious example of a country that refuses to accept the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court. Russia doesn't either. Israel doesn't. You know, you have a number of countries that do this. But balanced against that, there are a lot of countries that have signed up to it, that say, yes, we do accept the jurisdiction of the ICC and we will adhere to it. Now, what we've seen is that there have been a number of cases that have been brought against leaders from Africa and Asia. And that was all very well, and it was very important, but many felt that this was small fry. These were the small fish. They weren't the really big actors that were committing war crimes. And what we've actually seen is that there has been more and more of a move to take on those bigger actors. So it's all very well saying, right, okay, let's go after, you know, a political leader from a relatively small African country. That's not to minimize for one moment what they were doing. But that's rather different from what we're seeing at the moment, which is now the ICC has been issuing indictments against Vladimir Putin, for example. It's issued indictments against Benjamin Netanyahu. And at that point, what we're now starting to see is that then it becomes a lot more difficult to enforce those warrants on several levels. So what we're seeing is that there are some countries that just don't want to get into the difficulties of trying to arrest a leader, but they want to maintain their political and diplomatic relations with the country concerned. So the country I'm thinking of, for example, is Mongolia. So after Vladimir Putin has been issued with the ICC warrant, that, you know, he hasn't been able to travel to many countries which are part of the Rome Statute, but he did go to Mongolia, and Mongolia is a signatory to it, and yet didn't arrest him. And I think that, you know, there are those who are sort of saying, well, this was outrageous, but one can also see that when you're in a very difficult geopolitical situation, as Mongolia is, squeezed between Russia and China, and obviously having looked for a long time towards the Russians, that to arrest Vladimir Putin was just absolutely, that just wasn't going to happen. And so I think you do have this problem that you then have that sense of impunity by leaders that in certain cases they can act. I think the other problem starts to come in is that then you have a sense that this is politicized, that what they're doing is going after certain leaders, and leaders who have quite a lot of support for one reason or another. And so what we've seen exactly is with Netanyahu is the Americans have been absolutely clear. We don't care what the ICC says. It's irrelevant to us. And Netanyahu been welcomed to the United States, and many people have been angry about that and said that this is double standards. And to come back to my original point that I made in the first question, is that this all feeds this sense of impunity that all helps to break down international law, because once countries start to say very obviously, we're not going to, enforce ICC arrest warrants for whatever reason, or these are illegitimate warrants. And in fact, it's worth noting that the United States was so angry about the one against Netanyahu that it's actually sanctioned members of the court, which is a very, very serious development in its own right. It's not just saying we don't believe that this is validity. It's saying we believe that this is politically motivated and we think that this is an outrageous abuse of power by the ICC, and so we're going to go against we're going to go after officers of the court. And I think that this is a very, very dangerous development in all sorts of ways, but it does again contribute to it. So I think that what you then see is that countries in Africa and Asia say, oh well, that's obviously we understand how it works now. You're happy to come against Africans and Asians, but you're not going to go against Europeans or Westerners or, sort of Russians or Chinese. They can carry out things as they want because they're the big powers. But of course, when it means coming after, an African leader, well, yeah, that's absolutely fine. So that all helps to delegitimize things like the ICC. This is delegitimizing, other institutions as well. And this is all part and parcel of the bigger problem that we're seeing. So I think this is a really great question, and you raise yet another element in the bigger picture that I think is extremely troubling. So Mirabeau851 asks, what keeps you a liberal internationalist and not falling into a more pessimistic view of realism? Mirabeau, thank you so much for this question, because this is obviously something that I do think a lot about. I'm really, really worried about a lot of the things that I'm seeing happening. I think that we are seeing a move to authoritarianism, but I'm also sort of really, really concerned about just this sort of populist nationalism that's emerging, that pushes back against liberal democracy and treats liberal democracy as though it's just absolutely terrible thing. The sooner that it's got rid of, the better and everything. And I don't really understand that mindset. I think that it's very much about, democracy is about giving people a chance to have a say in how their lives are run, and it just seems to me the most natural thing in the world. Why wouldn't you want people to have that right? And tied to that, this idea of liberal democracy, where you recognize that within society there are people who are different. We can accept those differences, we can tolerate that difference, we can support that difference. And I think that, when I look around and I have seen, how, for example, women have been discriminated against, the disabled have been discriminated against, the elderly have been discriminated against, people from ethnic minorities have been discriminated against, people with, minority religious views. Why would nobody want to actually live in a society where people can actually, that difference can be accepted, respected and supported? It just strikes me as the most natural and normal thing in the world. And so in that sense, I think part of the thing that keeps me that liberal internationalist is because I believe in it, and I see it under attack, but I still think that it's important. Now, people could just simply say, well, that's naive, and maybe, but, I think it's important that we still continue to push for it, because I think that's the sort of society that I certainly want to live in, and I would like to think that most people watching this would want to live in. Now, you know, that's not to say that you're going to agree across the board. You might have your own strongly held views on something, but you can tolerate that difference and allow it to exist. And I think that, you know, my sense is that a world that would be built on liberal democracy is a world where it's far less likely you're going to see conflict. You're far less likely to see nationalism. And I think that this is why, as I say, it's not just about an optimistic nature, and I have to say that by nature I am optimistic. I was having a very interesting chat with a friend of mine the other day about this and about nature. You know, some of us in this world are more optimistic and some are more pessimistic. I think, you know, and we were having a really fascinating discussion about whether you're born innately optimistic or pessimistic, or whether it's social factors that change you. Please drop your comments below. I'd be interested to hear that. And my sense is that I've always been much more optimistic about things, you know, and I like to think that that's helped me get through difficult points in life that we all go through and things like that. And so I think it sort of helps. So it's two things. I'd say ultimately it's my own sense that liberal internationalism, the idea of cooperating with each other, is a good thing. But it's also, I guess, my innate optimism that, you know, I like to see the positive side of people. I like to see the positive side of the world. And I think that we can actually get to a world where we can reduce conflict, that we can reduce inequality, that we can reduce poverty, we can help people develop, that we can treat those who are less fortunate than ourselves. I think this is just fundamentally where I come from, that, you know, I think we can deal with conflict and try and resolve it. That doesn't mean I'm some sort of naive pacifist, far from it. I do believe that armed force needs to be used on occasion, but I also understand that, as I say, I think fundamentally the international community is served much more effectively when we pursue, you know, liberal democracy and liberal internationalism. No One That Matters 44 asks, what is your critique of John Mearsheimer? How is he viewed in professional IR circles, and what does he get right? So look, thanks a lot for this, and I know where this is coming from. So some of you who were watching the live stream at the weekend will have seen me criticise Mearsheimer, and in fact, I think it's tied up very much with the answer I just gave in the previous question, that by nature I am a liberal internationalist, and Mearsheimer stands absolutely opposed to that. So for anyone who doesn't know, Mearsheimer is considered to be the leading thinker of a school that's called offensive realism. And essentially realism in international relations is the idea that the fundamental unit is a state, and those states will act within an anarchic system of international relations. Now, when we use the term anarchic, we don't mean anarchy in the sense of sort of, you know, how it's used in a popular level. I mean, it means, it comes from Greek, it means without authority. And so in that sense, it comes back to the point I made. We don't actually have an overarching sovereign in international relations. We don't, it's not like a domestic situation. Each state is sovereign. And so Mearsheimer's view is that each state is sovereign, but not each state is equal in its power. And what you do is you have certain countries which are the major hegemons within that system, and they will be out to increase their power. And I think that I have several criticisms of Mearsheimer's view. I think partly that I don't believe that that is the case. I don't believe that all powerful countries are just out to constantly increase their own power at the expense of others. I think we can see lots of examples where countries work in a more cooperative level, that we see countries that are willing to give up a degree of that sovereignty, of that power, to work with one another. I think that, you know, for example, the European Union is a very good example of this, where countries have recognised that it's actually more beneficial to work with each other. I think that, you know, the argument that he's made about the United States, and that what has happened is the United States has exerted its power to have a hegemonic relationship, hegemonic control over Europe. I don't think that's particularly accurate. I think there are elements of it that are accurate, and I've talked about it. I think, for example, the recent debate about the United States wanting to increase power, cut the spending in Europe and have Europe spend more on its defence, I think was counterproductive, because in many ways Europe had become, if you like, a protectorate of the United States. But it's not as simple as Mearsham would make out, because the European Union is an incredibly important economic actor, and with the relationship with the United States, United States is not the hegemon economically over Europe. In many ways, I'd argue it's the other way round, that Europe now sets the standards for many areas in international trade, that we have. And I often talk about this, what we call the Brussels effect, which means that, Europe now sets the standards, for example, on producing electrical goods. And because Europe is such an important economic actor, other countries just fall into line and say, right, okay, we'll adopt those standards as well. And I think that again shows that, it's not as simple as it's made out. And that has only been able to happen in Europe because countries have been willing to pool their sovereignty and work with each other. I also think, there's two other points that I find very, very troubling about his views. One is there's a lack of morality. He doesn't believe in morality. It's a very amoral view of the world, and you can tell from my previous answer and maybe sort of looking at how I've addressed things, that's not where I come from. I believe in a better world. I believe that we should be working to try and enforce international law, that I believe that countries should be cooperating with each other. We all benefit from that cooperation. And his view doesn't really have a basis on we should be trying to encourage countries to cooperate. He just takes a view, his view is that his outlook is that it's all about power, and that countries don't have to cooperate in that way, and they won't cooperate in that way, and they shouldn't cooperate in that way. They will just exist to strengthen themselves. And I think my final, but perhaps most important, and this is where I think he's done a lot of harm, is that he has pushed this idea that the United States and NATO, this has just been a continuation of that offensive realism of powers wanting to increase their strength, their dominance in the international system, and so any expansion of NATO must be seen in those terms. And he has become, if not an apologist for Russian behavior in Ukraine, but certainly the person that those who want to support Russia's invasion of Ukraine will hold up to say, this is the person who shows that Russia was right, that Russia's argument that it's all about NATO expansion and that this is about the West trying to exert its hegemony over, Eastern Europe, and of course Russia is right to see this as an extension of a dangerous extension of European and, Western American power into Europe, and so it had a right to respond. And I think that is wrong on so many levels. One, it comes back again to this view of morality and amorality. I think it's wrong because it misunderstands exactly how NATO is structured and what NATO does, and the complex relationship between United States and Europe at a political, at an economic level. I think it also fundamentally discounts the element of soft power that comes into all of this, that ultimately Russia does not have much soft power, whereas the West has a large amount of soft power. The countries that want to join NATO don't just want to join NATO because it's a military alliance. They want to join NATO because it represents a club of successful, liberal, democratic, open economies, that there is a model that it represents, that those countries want to align themselves, and they don't want to align to the Russian model. And I've heard people say this, from countries which are generally thought to be more pro-Russian, but they've even said to, that they don't, Russia doesn't actually offer a lot to them. certainly in that soft power element, you know, and I remember very clearly once, you know, an official from one country turning around to me and said, listen, you know, we're quite happy to have Russians come and buy property in our country, but we don't want Russian shops here. What Russian products can you think of that we would possibly want? And that's a really, really interesting example of that soft power, that lack of soft power. And I think that NATO very much represents an arm of a more general sense of the West that countries want to join up to. So the idea that, you know, NATO expansion is something that's driven by the United States as a relentless attempt to pursue hegemonic control just doesn't tally with the reality as I see it. And so I think that these are all the reasons why personally I push back against Mearsheimer's views, but also I think that the way that it has been manipulated, and he hasn't tried to push back on it, for the justification for the war in Ukraine, I think has meant that a lot of people have, you know, I don't think people were particularly supportive of his views in the first place. I mean, there is a body of school of thought that does sign up to it. I don't happen to, in terms of international relations. I accept there were those. But also at the same time, I think a lot of people now have questioned what he's saying. And you can really pick it apart and say, look, this is wrong. I mean, it's not just wrong in terms of an empirical sense that it's wrong. I think that, you know, people feel that it's wrong because it's been used and manipulated to make very, very troubling arguments. Unfortunately, that's all I have time for in this video. Thanks so much to everyone who...
During the Stars and Stripes.
Numbers.
Day war, massive victory for Israel, massive victory for America, biggest victory for President Trump. We'll get into all the permutations of that, how it happened, what's going on right now, and how about that horseshoe right that decided that the left was right and President Trump actually wasn't MAGA enough. But first, there's a lot happening in the world right now. You may have noticed a lot you need to be aware of, and more than ever, you need the truth, the real story behind the headlines. There's only one place you're going, America. So let's begin with this. President Trump has achieved in the last week and a half the complete destruction of the Iranian nuclear capacity. Israel, with American backing, has achieved the large-scale destruction of Iran's ballistic missile capacity, its ballistic missile launchers. Israel, on its own, destroyed the entire top layer of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps in Iran, the IRGC. Israel took out the top nuclear scientists. So, worst-case scenario, what you are talking about here, along with President Trump's authorization, his courageous authorization of that B-2 strike on Fordo, what you are talking about is setting back the Iranian nuclear regime by a decade, maybe more, maybe permanently. Because even if they still have some leftover remnants of their nuclear machinery, even if they somehow still have some enriched uranium they've squirreled away somewhere, they can't actually enrich it more. They don't have the centrifuges to do it. They don't have the factories to do it. They don't have the scientific know-how to do it. All of that is gone. And the United States achieved all of that without losing a single soldier, not one. That is a piece of magnificent statecraft, truly magnificent statecraft by the President of the United States. The 12-day war is indeed over. Now, there are a bunch of sparks last night. We need to go through the timeline to explain exactly what happened here.
The 12-day war
but
is
here
indeed
is
over.
the bottom line. The bottom line is that Israel achieved its goal. It had a dual goal: to prevent the nuclearization of Iran and to massively degrade its ballistic missile capacity. Both of those goals were achieved. I've been talking for days about the fact that Israel is actually running out of targets. So the fact that this war has now come to a close, apparently, that was going to happen anyway. Israel was always going to have to draw it to a close. Meanwhile, Iran desperately needed this war to come to a close because the regime was on its last legs. And for the United States, the goals were achieved. I don't know what else to call that, but a masterstroke by the President of the United States. That's what this was. So, that doesn't mean there weren't some sparks, again, last night. So, last night, Iran decided that it would be a brilliant idea to fire some missiles at Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. So, it turns out that that was all pre-coordinated with the United States via Qatar. Again, that's not exactly shocking. If you go back to 2020, the President of the United States then, Donald Trump, killed Qasem Soleimani, the head of the terrorist regime that was spreading its tentacles all over the Middle East in Iran. And the Iranians basically pre-coordinated with the Americans some sort of symbolic strike that was really directed at domestic consumption. Fire off a couple of missiles at an Iraqi airbase and then call it a day. Well, the same thing happened last night. Iran issued this attack on this Qatari airbase, the U.S. base in Qatar. And then they announced that they were basically done. They said that they had released the number of missiles equal to the number of bombs the United States used in its strike on Saturday. The statement put out by Iran said the base that was targeted in the attack by the powerful Iranian forces was far from urban facilities and residential areas in Qatar. This action did not pose any threat to our friendly and brotherly country, Qatar, and its noble people, which, by the way, shows you exactly where Qatar is, that Iran fires missiles at an American airbase in Qatar and then apologizes to Qatar. Pretty incredible stuff. Now, the IRGC, of course, released a statement claiming they had launched a devastating and powerful missile attack against Al Udeid and said that they would not leave any attack on their territorial integrity, sovereignty, and national security unanswered under any circumstances. That, of course, is complete crap. It is crap from beginning to end. According to the New York Times, quote, 3 Iranian officials familiar with the plans said Iran gave advance notice attacks were coming as a way to minimize casualties. The officials said Iran symbolically needed to strike back at the United States, but at the same time, carried it out in a way that allowed all sides an exit ramp. They described it as a similar strategy to 2020, when Iran gave Iraq heads up before firing ballistic missiles at an American base in Iraq following the assassination of its top general. So again, that was perfectly predictable. In fact, some people predicted it publicly. I know, you listen to the show. Okay, meanwhile, President Trump then went ahead and posted on Truth Social talking about how essentially the Iranians had told him in advance that this was going to happen. Quote, Iran has officially responded to our obliteration of their nuclear facilities with a very weak response, which we expected, and have very effectively countered. There have been 14 missiles fired, 13 were knocked down, 1 was set free because it was headed in a non-threatening direction. I am pleased to report that no Americans were harmed and hardly any damage was done. Most importantly, they've gotten it all out of their system, and there will hopefully be no further hate. I want to thank Iran for giving us early notice, which made it possible for no lives to be lost and nobody to be injured. Perhaps Iran can now proceed to peace and harmony in the region, and I will enthusiastically encourage Israel to do the same. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. And that's Trump just dunking on them, saying you guys have nothing. You don't have the capacity to hurt us.
So?
If you tried it, we would wipe you out. Meaning the top levels of the Iranian government. Ayatollah Khamenei would just be in pieces if Iran had actually attempted to attack American air bases, for example, around the region in a serious way. And honestly, it was all for domestic consumption for the Iranian government, which seems to be possibly on its last legs. Iran's supreme leader actually shared a flyer showing an American flag burning with the caption, quote, we did not violate anyone, and we absolutely do not accept being violated by anyone, nor will we submit to any act of aggression. This is the logic of the Iranian nation. Sure, my dude. How little did anybody care about this attack? The oil markets actually declined. Okay, the price of oil went down as the attack was happening because nobody believes that the Iranians were serious about attempting to fire back against the United States or to close, for example, the Straits of Hormuz. I pointed out a couple of days ago on the show, again, China is the party most damaged by the closing of the Straits of Hormuz. And in fact, China had actually called on everybody to not close the Straits of Hormuz. Wink, wink, Iran. So Iran really had very few cards to play here. They were firing something symbolically to demonstrate they weren't dead, essentially. But that's about all they had. We'll get to more of this in a moment. First, Pure Talk, my wireless company, a veteran-led company, believes every man off the target tree in Iran. But Israel has been non-stop flying sorties for nearly 2 weeks over Iranian airspace. So they've hit the vast majority of what they were looking for. They have degraded probably 75% of the ballistic missile capacity of Iran. They've destroyed probably 75% of their ballistic missile launchers. They, along with the United States, thanks to President Trump's brave decision on Fordo, took out the Iranian nuclear facilities. Israel has killed virtually every top nuclear scientist in Iran. They have killed the top members of the IRGC. Again, this is a triumph by Israel and by the United States. And it's particularly a triumph by President Trump, who was able to achieve every American goal held in this particular area without a single American casualty. 0. That's astonishing. Astonishing. 0 American casualties to degrade the nuclear capacity of a country that has been vowing nuclearization for decades. So President Trump, as we say, late last night, he came out and he announced that it was time for peace. And then he followed up his statement about the ceasefire, quote, Israel and Iran came to me almost simultaneously and said, peace. I knew the time was now. The world and the Middle East are the real winners. Both nations will see tremendous love, peace, and prosperity in their futures. They have so much to gain and yet so much to lose if they stray from the road of righteousness and truth. The future for Israel and Iran is unlimited and filled with great promise. God bless you both. Now, he's softening the blow on Iran. The future for the Iranian regime is not particularly bright because, again, the Ayatollahs have run their country horrifyingly poorly. And they will continue to make bad decisions. And of course, if they attempt renuclearization, there will be activity by Western powers to stop that, particularly Israel. If you think that Israel's Mossad agents on the ground are simply going to go to sleep for the next 10 years, wrong you are. But the destruction of the Iranian nuclear capacity may in fact be permanent in the same way that when Israel destroyed the Osirak reactor back in 1981, that turned into the permanent end of Saddam Hussein's nuclear ambitions. President Trump also said, quote, we couldn't have made today's deal without the talent and courage of our great B-2 pilots and all of those associated with that operation. In a certain and very ironic way, that perfect hit late in the evening brought everyone together, and the deal was made. And, of course, he's right, because effectively Iran had nothing to negotiate with at that point. Okay, now, there was a bit of a tete-a-tete between Israel, Iran, and the United States that broke out as of Tuesday morning. So here's what happened. Just before the ceasefire went into place, Iran fired a barrage of ballistic missiles into Israel. One of those ballistic missiles struck a apartment building in Beersheba, which is in the south of Israel. Apparently, there are at least 7 people who have been killed, 86 wounded, because this is what Iran does. Israel, just before the ceasefire, took out a bunch of IRGC leaders at their headquarters. Iran took out a bunch of elderly women and children at a Beersheba apartment complex. That was essentially how this war always was fought by Iran. Then time for the ceasefire came, and Israel stopped. And Iran didn't. Iran instead sent a couple of missiles into northern Israel after the ceasefire, basically because this is what they always do. This is not a shock. Again, when Israel essentially wiped out Hezbollah in southern Lebanon back in October of 2024, and then a ceasefire was declared, Hezbollah attempted a few actions violating the ceasefire just to see if they could get away with it. And so this is what Iran was doing. And so Israel prepared to fire back. President Trump then went on Truth Social and said, Israel, do not drop those bombs. If you do it, it is a major violation. Bring your pilots home now. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. And then he had this rather heated exchange with a reporter talking about how upset he was that Israel and Iran were still firing at each other, essentially.
They violated it, but Israel violated it too. Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because the one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that.
Perhaps by mistake.
You know, we basically have 2 countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
Okay, and then President Trump walks away. Now, there are a lot of people on every side who are very upset with President Trump about this. I am not. And the reason I am not is because I think
it's because I love him and his penis is so big.
End of story. That's what this is. The president is saying, everybody, if it's weapons down, it's weapons down. And in fact, the way that this actually ended up materializing is, according to Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's office, the ceasefire was set to begin at 7 a.m. At 3 a.m., Israel carried out a powerful strike in the heart of Tehran, hitting regime targets and eliminating hundreds of Basij members and Iranian security forces. Shortly before the ceasefire took effect, Iran launched a barrage of missiles, one of which tragically claimed the lives of 4 Israeli civilians in Beersheba. At 7 a.m., the ceasefire officially came into effect. At 7:06 a.m., Iran fired 1 missile at Israeli territory, and at 10:25 a.m., it launched 2 more missiles. The missiles were either intercepted or landed in open areas, causing no damage or casualties. In response to these violations, the Israeli Air Force destroyed a radar system near Tehran. Following a phone call between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, Israel refrained from launching further strikes. In the conversation, President Trump expressed deep appreciation for Israel, stating it had achieved all of its war objectives and voiced his confidence in the stability of the ceasefire. Hey, so President Trump was just saying to everybody, guys, stop it. Now that we're done, now it's done. Okay, and by the way, I don't think it's bad for Israel, for President Trump to be seen basically yanking Israel's chain there, because what that's saying to Iran is if it were not for President Trump telling the Israelis to stop, then those bombs would still be falling on your head. So you cut that out right now. That is the way I think that President Trump means that to be read.
Stop it right now.
And I think that's the way that it will be read by Iran. In fact, President Trump then came out within a couple of hours and put on Truth Social, Iran will never rebuild their nuclear facilities. Now, that is despite the fact that Tehran is openly vowing to restore its nuclear facilities. According to Iran's nuclear chief, Mohammad Eslami, quote, the plan is to prevent interruptions in the process of production and services. Iran is assessing its damage to the nuclear industry following Israel's intensive 12 days campaign against it. And he says that arrangements are going to be made for its restoration. Now, again, if President Trump identifies Iran rebuilding its nuclear facilities, he's going to do something. And by the way, Israel will do something. They're not going to sit idly by while Iran rebuilds any sort of nuclear capacity. But here's the bottom line. Once again, President Trump handled this situation better than any president of my lifetime. If you had told me at the beginning of this war that Israel would be able to do what it has done, that America, with effectively one B-2 sortie, would have been able to cripple Iran's major nuclear facility at Fordo and also finish off Natanz and Isfahan, which, by the way, is what I suggested from the beginning of the war. We were talking about the possibility of America getting in. I kept saying one B-2 flight is basically all that America would be required to do, and that would be it. And then we would get to the end of the war. And that was true because President Trump lives in the world of reality. I can't say it enough. He lives in the world of reality. We'll get to the fallout for all the people who got this so disastrously wrong in a moment. First, my work schedule has been incredibly busy, as of late, you may have noticed, especially because of the extended exercise in the Middle East. Are you out of your damned mind? And I think that it's actually worthwhile to replay the footage of the people who said this sort of stuff, because perhaps you should take their opinions with a grain of salt. Perhaps you should not take them quite so seriously when they claim that they know what the hell they're talking about. If you got this one this wrong, that does raise some questions about just how seriously we ought to take you on matters of the factual. Here is just a small slice of some of the people who claimed that this entire situation, that Israel bombing the Iranian nuclear facilities or American support for that, or America doing a B-2 raid, that was somehow going to lead to World War III. Just a few of these folks.
A war with Iran is a world war. This is not 2002. Iran is now part of a coalition that includes the biggest economies in the world and the largest militaries in the world. So a war with Iran means a war in effect, or, by proxy, but still a war with Russia, China, Turkey, and a lot of the rest of the world. So that's a world war. It's not just as simple as we're going to take out their nuclear facilities. Okay. How are you going to do that?
In the next 200 days are some of the most perilous times for the American Republic in its history. Because if we don't get this sorted, we're going to be drawn in totally into a conflict as a combatant.
And if it's not Ukraine, it's Israel or someone else. There's so many. Our foreign policy is so suborned, so much not in America's interest, so much used by the military-industrial state or particular lobbies in favor of particular places. We could be yanked into war for absolutely no consequential reasons whatsoever.
This war, which we do not need to fight, which is not in our interest, has the potential to be devastating to our country, let alone the region. What is the moral relativism in any of that?
Do you think that we are moving toward war with Iran?
Yes, I do. And it looks like the chosen destination is indeed Armageddon. There doesn't seem to be any real appreciation for the implications for us and frankly, for Europe and the world as well as the Middle East.
Whatever you put the risk at here, which if this thing keeps escalating, the risk of this going to a real ground war, another war in the war on terrorism, let me be very clear when I say this. I don't know that America will survive this. We went into the terror wars in a much stronger place than we're going into this one, and this is a much tougher opponent than Saddam Hussein or Muammar Gaddafi. We didn't go into the terror wars $37 trillion in debt. We didn't go into the terror wars with the cultural and political and racial divides. We have mass protests in the streets right now over Donald Trump trying to enforce his immigration policy. This is going to be, this has the potential to be an utter disaster.
America cannot have a war with Iran, by the way. It would lead to a regional war.
I really
it would
hope
be
this doesn't
costly, bloody, threatening.
I really hope this "I
really
told you so" by Ben
be
stays, and I told
further
you
weakened
so
by
by
this.
Ben.
I think we're going to see the end of American empire. Obviously, other nations would like to see that, and this is a
Oh my
perfect
God.
way to scuttle the USS
Delusional.
America on the shoals of Iran.
These are the people who kept telling you it was going to be World War III. And there are lots of them. Lots and lots of people who are telling you it was going to be World War III. Now, I just want you to note the complete and utter disconnect from reality. Utter disconnect from reality. Last night, as Iran was firing its obviously pre-coordinated strike on Al Udeid Air Base, reported by everyone, coordinated, a vanity project in an attempt to prop up the Ayatollahs, Tucker Carlson took to the airwaves to lament the great tragedy that was befalling Qatar. And notice the hand-wringing. Notice the sackcloth and ashes. Notice the hand to the heart here. Notice the deep and abiding pain he feels, apparently at missiles that didn't hit Qatar. And notice that he did not express any of that same pain, I noticed on this broadcast, about a jihadi suicide bomber killing 20 Christians at an Orthodox church in Syria the same day, or any of that same sympathy for the victims of October 7th.
Violence in Syria.
It's just
I
sort of
can't believe
fascinating.
it.
He also, by the way, says that Qatar only put Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar out of the goodness of their heart. They're just that nice. They're just that kind. Here was Tucker's response to what was effectively just the final gasp of Iran before the end of the war.
It's so distressing. It's so
Who could have seen this coming? I know. Who could have seen it coming?
Well, I'll just say, I just want to say it should go without saying, but I mean, I'm praying for the success of, whatever America does, because I'm praying for America, but I'm concerned, and I hope that people who have audiences will be responsible, and just remember, like, life is short. You're going to have to give an account. Like, try to be honest, try to be humane, try to care about other people. I don't know.
Commander, there were a few wounded during the latest.
So people should be honest, you see, and humane, and care about other people. And because clearly, that's Tucker Carlson. So honest, so humane. All leaders kill people. All leaders kill people. So honest, so humane, so truthful with his audience. I'm just going to read to you a few of Tucker Carlson's tweets about what he said would happen. Not once, but over and over and over again. What he said would happen. Quote, "It's worth pointing out, a strike on the Iranian nuclear sites will almost certainly result in thousands of American deaths at bases throughout the Middle East and cost the United States tens of billions of dollars. The cost of future acts of terrorism on American soil may be even higher. Those aren't guesses. Those are the Pentagon's own estimates. A bombing campaign against Iran will set off a war, and it will be America's war. Don't let the propagandists lie to you." Tucker Carlson, March 17th, 2025. Or how about this one? Quote, "Whatever you think of tariffs, it's clear that now is the worst possible time for the United States to participate in a military strike on Iran. We can't afford it. Thousands of Americans would die. We'd lose the war that follows. Nothing would be more destructive to our country. And yet we're closer than ever thanks to unrelenting pressure from neocons." Because obviously President Trump is the neocon. He's the one who made the call. "This is suicidal. Anyone advocating for conflict with Iran is not an ally of the United States, but an enemy. So anyone advocating for a strike on the Iranian nuclear facilities, or for just getting out of the way and letting Israel do it, is an enemy of the United States, according to Tucker Carlson." April 7th, 2025. Tucker Carlson, June 5th, 2025. Quote, Mark Levin was at the White House today lobbying for war with Iran. To be clear, Levin has no plans to fight in this or any other war. He's demanding that American troops do it. We need to stop Iran from building nuclear weapons, he and like-minded ideologues in Washington are now arguing. They're just weeks away. If this sounds familiar, it's because the same people have been making the same claim since at least the 1990s. It's a lie. In fact, there is zero credible intelligence that suggests Iran is anywhere near building a bomb or has plans to. None. Okay, he said this the same week that the IAEI came out and said that actually they're violating all of their nuclear obligations. Anyone who claims otherwise is ignorant or dishonest. I assume he means the President of the United States. If the U.S. government knew Iran was weeks from possessing a nuclear weapon, we'd be at war already. Iran knows this, which is why they aren't building one. Iran also knows it's unwise to give up its weapons programs entirely. Well, do they have one or not? Muammar Gaddafi tried that and wound up sodomized with a bayonet. As soon as Gaddafi disarmed, NATO killed him. Iran's leaders saw that happen. They learned the obvious lesson. So first of all, NATO didn't kill him. Members of the Libyan population killed him. I opposed the NATO action against Gaddafi, for the record. And so, here is where he goes with this. Quote, it goes without saying, there are very few Trump voters who'd support a regime change war in Iran. Donald Trump has argued loudly against reckless lunacy like this. Trump ran for president as a peace candidate. That's what made him different from a conventional Republican. It's why he won. A war with Iran would amount to a profound betrayal of his supporters. It would end his presidency. Okay, Tucker Carlson saying that Donald Trump, if he decided on an airstrike on the Iranian nuclear facilities, that would amount to a profound betrayal of his supporters and would end his presidency. That may explain why so many of Trump's enemies are advocating for it. And then there's the question of the war itself, says Tucker Carlson. Iran may not have nukes, but it has a fearsome arsenal of ballistic missiles, many of which are aimed at U.S. military installations in the Gulf, as well as at our allies and at critical energy infrastructure. The first week of a war with Iran could easily kill thousands of Americans. It could also collapse our economy, as surging oil prices trigger unmanageable inflation. Consider the effects of $30 gasoline. Okay, I'm just going to say that today, the average price of gas in the United States is $3.22. It is actually down slightly from where it has been. So has a word of this come true? Even close? No, but don't worry, there's more. The second week of the war could be even worse. Wait, that would have been this week, the second week of the war. Iran isn't Iraq or Libya or even North Korea. While it's often described as a rogue state, Iran has powerful allies. It's now a part of a global bloc called BRICS, which represents the majority of the world's landmass, population, economy, and military power. Okay, so just to point out, BRICS is an economic alliance. It is not a military alliance. And his idea, apparently, is that Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, among others, would have come to the defense of Iran. This is what he was saying. I pointed it out weeks ago when he said it. Quote, Iran has extensive military ties with Russia. It sells the overwhelming majority of its oil exports to China. Iran isn't alone. An attack on Iran could very easily become a world war. We'd lose. Did you notice all the losing? I didn't either, because we didn't. Because this is not the world of reality. And by the way, it is obviously a rip against the President of the United States, who decided that he was not going to follow in the footsteps of this complete and utter tomfoolery. And then he says, the one thing that people like Mark Levin don't want is a peaceful solution to the problem of Iran, despite the obvious benefits to the United States. They denounce anyone who advocates for a deal as a traitor and a bigot. They'll say or do whatever it takes. They have no limits. These are scary people. Okay, that was Tucker Carlson, June 5th. Did any of that remotely come true? Don't worry, there's more. Quote, the real divide isn't between people who support Israel and people who support Iran or the Palestinians. The real divide is between those who casually encourage violence and those who seek to prevent it, between warmongers and peacemakers. Who are the warmongers? They would include anyone who's calling Donald Trump today to demand airstrikes and other direct U.S. military involvement in a war with Iran. So apparently you're a warmonger if you did what President Trump did, or if you encouraged him to do the thing that he did. Not full-scale nation building, not full-scale Iraq-style invasion, not any of that. If you told President Trump, or if you said that President Trump should do the thing that he did, again, the bravest action I've seen from a president of the United States, and the most successful foreign policy move of my lifetime. If you said that, according to Tucker Carlson, you hated the United States, you were actually an enemy of the American people. Now, as I said yesterday on the program, there are reasons you could theoretically steel man for opposing President Trump's strikes. Maybe there are some thorough constitutionalists who just want all American foreign policy action approved by Congress. Sure, fine. They're wrong on this score in terms of their interpretation of Article 2 power, but fine. Maybe there's some people who were truly pragmatically worried about a replay of the Iraq War. I think it's unbelievably dumb. I don't see any indicators that an Iraq war was on the horizon or that President Trump, of all humans who campaigned against the Iraq war, was going to enter America into one. But then there's a third group that I mentioned yesterday. People for whom intervention against the Iranian nuclear facilities was itself a supposed betrayal of MAGA. In other words, they would rather Iran have gone nuclear than that America fly a B-2 sortie at exorbitantly low risk to take out Fordo. People who declared that it was a betrayal of MAGA to do this, like Tucker Carlson. Now, all those people seem very surprised by the outcome of the 12-day war. I'm not accusing these people of being in the pay of foreign powers. I think they're promoting ideological poison all on their own. And whether these folks slather a layer of pseudo-patriotic paint on top of their neo-isolationist, Howard Zinn, blame America trash, that's irrelevant. If the guest list for your program looks like the reading list from the Democratic Socialists of America or National Students for Justice in Palestine, that's because you agree with them. And everybody should know that you agree with them. Just say it, because you do. America is a free country, thank God. Everybody's allowed to say what they want, and you're allowed to consume it if you choose. Even RuPaul has an audience. Now, meanwhile, of course, it's not just the horseshoe theory right that was very critical of President Trump. It was, of course, the radical left. Now, a lot of news has been breaking, so we did record part of the show a little bit earlier before all of the breaking news. The Democrats have decided to full-scale embrace their radical insane people. One of those people is Mahmoud Khalil. You remember Mahmoud Khalil. He was picked up and was prepared for deportation by the Trump administration. He, of course, had a green card. And then he claimed that his support for radical terrorist groups like Hamas and Hezbollah, well, he actually had a right to do all of that. Well, a judge ordered that he be released. The first thing that he did, this wonderful addition to American life, he didn't go back to being a productive citizen because he wasn't a productive citizen in the first place. He's not even a citizen. Mahmoud Khalil instead went directly back to Columbia University to protest while wearing a Palestinian flag. On the day after the President of the United States authorized the taking out of the Iranian nuclear facilities. And he was celebrated. The left was so excited because that's what they believe America needs more of. People who love terrorists and who support terrorist regimes.
Colombia, you won't hide. Ben is so funny.
Colombia, you can hide. Colombia, you can hide. You're supporting genocide. You're supporting genocide. You're supporting.
I'm so glad that we released this person back into the public as opposed to deporting him to a country that is more in line with his viewpoints. We definitely need to import more people like Mahmoud Khalil. Now, you should remember that he's a Syrian-born Palestinian. He came to the country in 2022 as a guest, according to Hussein Abu Bakr Mansour, writing for the Free Press. Ostensibly to study at Columbia University, while here, he spent his time organizing campus protests in support of Hamas and Hezbollah, both officially designated by the United States as foreign terrorist organizations. In these riots, buildings were vandalized, windows smashed, classes disrupted, students threatened with physical harm. Of course, had Mahmoud Khalil told the truth about why he was in the United States in the first place when he was applying for a visa, he never would have been let in. The Trump administration decided to revoke his green card. He served as the negotiator for the Columbia University Apartheid Divest, a student organization that cheered for the total eradication of Western civilization. Now again, this is the left celebrating people like Mahmoud Khalil.
Oh no.
And it is the left that has made room in its coalition for groups like the National Students for Justice in Palestine. They released a statement on the bombing of the Iranian nuclear sites. And here's what the statement says, quote, "We must be clear. Nuclear development is neither a crime nor the reason for the U.S.'s war against Iran. The U.S. empire cannot permit the continued existence of a country that dares to stand against Zionism and imperialism." And they called for the end of the United States. Quote, "For nearly 50 years, the United States and its Zionist vassal state have attempted to dismantle the sovereign state of Iran. Since the start of the joint U.S. Zionist genocide in Gaza," now again, it's not a genocide in Gaza by any stretch of the imagination. Right now, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is handing out literally tons of food every single day, and Hamas is shooting members of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation in order to try and stop them from disintermediating Hamas, which was stealing all the aid. According to the Students for Justice in Palestine, the Zionist entity has taken every opportunity to escalate these attacks on Iran's government, infrastructure, and civilians, most recently slaughtering over 400 Iranians and injuring thousands more in the past week alone. That's the slaughter, not Iran willy-nilly shooting ballistic missiles into populated areas. Israel doing targeted strikes on military facilities. And the Students for Justice in Palestine then suggested that the proper solution would essentially be the destruction of the United States. They said, quote, the domestic repression against immigrant communities and political activity in the U.S. parallels the country's increasingly hostile and erratic global stance. War crimes against Iran and the rapid militarization and expansion of the police state are both expressions of the same condition, an empire in crisis. We reaffirm our commitment to the struggle against Zionism and the global struggle against imperialism from Gaza to Tehran. Okay, so why do I bring up National Students for Justice in Palestine? Because the current possible frontrunner in the race for New York City mayor is a person named Zohran Mamdani. Zohran Mamdani was a founder of a local chapter of Students for Justice in Palestine, because that's who he is. He co-founded his school's chapter while at college at Bodouin. For years, according to National Review, Mamdani has been a vocal supporter of the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement designed to academically and intellectually isolate Israelis and Zionist Jews from Western scientific discourse. In 2017, he recorded a rap song sending his love to the Holy Land Five. Those would be the leaders of the Holy Land Foundation for Relief and Development, convicted in 2008 of providing material support for terrorism to Hamas. And when October 7th happened, he called for ending the occupation and dismantling apartheid. Nothing about the actual victims of October 7th. This is the person who, according to the brand new Emerson polling, is the front runner in the ranked choice voting in the New York Democratic primary tracking. Again, according to Emerson, the final Emerson College polling, Hill survey of New York City Democratic mayoral primary, which happens today, finds former Governor Andrew Cuomo leading with 35% support, followed closely by Zohran Mamdani at 32%. Comptroller Brad Lander, who got himself arrested over immigration to try and grab some headlines, is at 13%. However, when you actually complete the ranked choice voting, and again, the way ranked choice voting works is that you have a list of candidates, and you actually list them in order of preference. And if your top candidate is, say, Brad Lander, and your second candidate is Zohran Mamdani, and Lander gets knocked out in the first round, then your vote now counts for Mamdani. So, the ranked choice voting simulation over 8 rounds ends with Mamdani at 52% and Cuomo at 48%. Spencer Kimball, executive director of Emerson College Polling, says, quote, over 5 months, Mamdani's support has surged from 1 to 32%, while Cuomo finishes near where he began. In the ranked choice simulation, Mamdani gains 18 points compared to Cuomo's 12, putting him ahead in the final round for the first time in an Emerson poll. Voters who have already cast their ballots during New York City's early voting period break for Mamdani. He currently holds a 10-point lead over Cuomo, 41% to 31%. In contrast, among those who plan to vote on Election Day or have not yet voted at the time of the survey, Cuomo leads with 36%, followed by Mamdani at 31%. This is how psychotic Democrats have become. It's a Democratic primary, of course. The current mayor, Eric Adams, is not running as a Democrat. He is running as an independent. Zohran Mamdani is as radical as is possible to be. He's a full-scale communist. I say that advisedly. The word communist has a meaning. This is a man who has taken full-scale nationalization of the groceries positions. And when it comes to the Middle East, again, I say, President Trump has made it so that Democrats will now embrace legitimately the worst people on earth. Zohran Mamdani is one of these people. And he has nothing but love for all the enemies of the United States. So, how did he respond to the news that President Trump had struck the Iranian nuclear facilities? Quote, these actions are the result of a political establishment that would rather spend trillions of dollars on weapons than lift millions out of poverty, launch endless wars while silencing calls for peace, and fearmonger about outsiders, while billionaires hollow out our democracy from within. Andrew Cuomo, by contrast, said, quote, Iran cannot have a nuclear capability. That's number one. It's dangerous. Not only for the region, it's dangerous internationally. It's dangerous for the United States.
Sound bad?
So,
I like him more
again,
now.
that is a rather large contrast, and Mamdani is the one with the vast bulk of the momentum at this point. So, who the hell is Zohran Mamdani? Well, originally, he was a failed rapper. I speak here advisedly since I am, of course, a very successful rapper. But Zohran Mamdani is a failed rapper. He went by Mr. Cardamom when he was cutting his rap. Here is one of his early rap videos, and Democrats in New York believe this person should be mayor. This spoiled brat, beneficiary of America at every possible level, who believes that America is deeply evil, exploitative, and genocidal in its pursuit of foreign policy.
Okay.
This one should become mayor of New York.
From the Financial Times, Israel-Iran latest fragile truce appears to take hold after Trump rebukes Israel and Iran. The U.S. president has accused both sides of violating the ceasefire. Now, the latest update is Trump warned Israel not to drop the bombs. They went and did it anyway. And the Financial Times acknowledges that even after Trump said don't do it, they say a truce brokered by the U.S. president went into effect on Tuesday morning, but Israel swiftly claimed it had been broken by Tehran and struck an Iranian radar station. However, it said that after a conversation between Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, it would refrain from further attacks. Trump posted, "Don't do it." Israel did it. I think this is this game where they're basically saying, I will have the last word in this regard. And Trump is trying to get them to back off and stop. It was a real smack in the face to Trump that Israel bombed this radar station, despite the fact Trump said, don't do it.
Good.
It was an hour and a half before the news was reported, so there had to be time to call it off. That being said, Trump, I think, being the adult in the room, likely said to Israel, just stop, Iran, don't retaliate. But support right now, I think I actually have this from CNN. A majority of Americans disapprove of Trump's Iran airstrikes, CNN poll finds. Now, it's hard to know exactly where Trump's polling stands. In the past week, he's had tremendous polling. Insider Advantage has Trump up 10, Trafalgar up 9, and Rasmussen up 5. Now, over the period of the bombing, Reuters Ipsos has him at minus 16. But let me just track the previous Reuters Ipsos, which had him at minus 12, meaning a 4-point swing in the negative. It's hard to know exactly how this will affect Trump's approval rating, but we're going to be joined by Dave Smith, who's been particularly prominent on this issue. Despite the fact that he is a comedian, he certainly has a lot to say about this, as he is entitled to. So let's we're going to pull this in, loading up the live player now, and we should be good to go. Dave, you there?
What's up, brother?
How's it going? You can hear me, see me?
I hear you and see you. How are you, sir?
Pretty good, pretty good. I'm curious how you are.
Bad audio.
How do you feel about this ceasefire?
Well, I mean, it's wonderful. It's kind of hard to say what's going to happen right now. It's been a wild. I mean, I got to say the last week has probably been up there with the wildest weeks since me and you have been covering politics. And it's hard to say because Donald Trump has signaled almost everything over the last week. And so he's talking about evacuating Tehran and regime change a few days ago. Now he seems to be signaling, he seems to have taken the off-ramp or desires to take the off-ramp that essentially the Iranians allowed by doing what they did after Soleimani was struck again, by striking back but not really striking back and giving America advanced warning and making sure, essentially
we also
told
them where we were going to bomb them.
We can't look like we're doing nothing in response to this to our own people, but we really, really don't want it. We don't want to fight for obvious reasons. And so Donald Trump wants to be taking this off-ramp. Now he seems to be frustrated with that. Benjamin Netanyahu and many of the hawks never wanted an off-ramp. And as you know well, this has always been about regime change for them. Yep. So I would be thrilled if this is the end of it. But at the same time, I do think it's a moment, like let's just say this sticks and this is the end of the immediate conflict right now. It is a moment for Americans to kind of reevaluate a lot of things here. Because number one, I think that the Hawks' foundational claim to this entire issue, which I would argue is every bit as phony as their claims for all of the other wars in the last 25 years. But the foundational claim about Iran has been that like Iran cannot be allowed to get a nuclear weapon. And this is something obviously that Donald Trump has bought into very much too. But this claim kind of relies on an argument that Iran is so uniquely crazy and evil that if they got a nuclear weapon, they'll just use it. They'll just nuke it. Now, forget the fact that they're not pursuing a nuclear weapon. They don't have a nuclear weapon. They don't have the capability to deliver one if they were to get one. But it's like, I mean, Tim, a lot of really bad people have gotten nuclear weapons in history. Joseph Stalin got nuclear weapons. Mao Zedong got nuclear weapons. Right now, you know, Putin and Xi and a lot of bad people have nuclear weapons. And the idea that Iran is so uniquely evil because they just don't care about their own survival, that claim seems to really be falling apart. I mean, if Iran wanted to, they could have killed a lot more people, and they didn't for the reason that they do care about their self-preservation. They would much rather rule their country than be violently deposed.
Well, let me ask you this. You said that they wouldn't be able to get a nuclear weapon, but I think the U.S. has stated that they were weeks away from being able to produce one. Do you think that's not correct?
Oh, I mean, look, I think this is totally phony. I mean, all of the intelligence until the day after Israel started bombing them was that they're nowhere near, even Benjamin Netanyahu, who is the most, you know, that has the longest track record of predicting how close Iran is to a nuclear weapon and is always wrong. He said in his interview with Brett Baer, maybe a year, maybe 13 months. Then all of a sudden, the next day, Tulsi Gabbard comes out and completely contradicts her testimony and the DNI annual threat assessment that both said that Iran does not have nuclear weapons and is not pursuing nuclear weapons. So,
well,
yes, I think that was...
What did she say, specifically?
Something, they could be weeks. Oh. No intelligence report or anything like that, but that they could be weeks away from getting a nuclear weapon. The fact is that this is going nuclear, but the best person at breaking this down, of course, is Scott Horton. But this is something, there was a focus group test in 1990 where they decided that, like, you know, the whole idea of going in there to like liberate people, like using that as a justification for war. You know, we got to drive Saddam Hussein out of Kuwait to put the king back in power. That didn't really resonate with the American people, but the nuclear threat always did. And it's not a coincidence that that threat has been used both in the war in Iraq and in the propaganda for this war. But listen, so Muammar Gaddafi got rid of his nuclear program, and they still went in and overthrew him. It's never really what this has been about. And as I bring up all the time, whether you look at the clean break doctrine or you look at General Wesley Clark's comments about the 7 countries in 5 years, the game here has always been to have regime change against all of the states that are hostile to Israel. That's been what these guys have been fighting for forever. And I just think it's a real moment for Americans to wake up and go, look, what did we just do? We just launched a war against a country that hadn't attacked us, that hadn't that wasn't an imminent threat, that poses no real threat to the United States of America, and we did it. And then when our president, after blundering and getting us into this mess, makes the heroic decision to end the thing, what does Netanyahu do? He tries to get it going again. I mean, like, why would we put ourselves in this position where we're allowing a country to constantly be pressuring us into another war that almost everybody knows would be a catastrophe if we were to go through? Like, does anyone not think that Benjamin Netanyahu wants us to continue this war and have a regime change there? Who thinks that would work out well?
He certainly does. There's been a couple polls that I've read that show the majority of Americans oppose the strikes on Iran. Even among Trump, among the Republican Party, there is a higher rate of disapproval for the strikes than general disapproval for Trump. But you mentioned Muammar Gaddafi. And one of the arguments I heard as to why Iran does want to enrich uranium and does want to produce a nuke is because Gaddafi agrees to give up his nukes, and they go in and they kill him. And so the argument then is the Iranians are like, your word means nothing. If we abandon our efforts, you're going to come in for regime change. So it actually, I think a lot of people have made the argument, and it makes sense, they were pursuing this because of the threat of regime change.
Well, we're certainly our actions both in Libya and now just our actions over the last week do nothing but incentivize them to want to get a nuclear weapon, which is, you know, when you think about it, it's just like the most counter.
Well,
Isn't
now
that government
I'm
for you,
definitely
Tim?
gonna
You know,
do
like
it.
a stated problem, and then you pursue the policy that is most likely to make this a self-fulfilling prophecy or something like that. But at least where we were before the war, and now we'll have to see, you know, a lot of this depends on what happens next, but at least before the war, what Iran was trying to do was to negotiate America back into the JCPOA. And it was Donald Trump who allowed the hawks to put the poison pill in the negotiations that they had to give up all enrichment and their civilian nuclear program, which is something they just weren't going to do and isn't really a very reasonable ask. But look, they have an inspections regime that's inspecting the nuclear sites there in Iran. And so, look, it just seems to me that what they wanted, the most reasonable explanation is that they wanted to have essentially a latent nuclear deterrent, and then they wanted to have a negotiation chip in the negotiations. So they wanted to have something that they could negotiate away in exchange for reducing sanctions or something like that.
So this morning, I wake up to Donald Trump dropping an F-bomb over
This
Israel
BB
and Iran
motherfucker better
violating
not
the ceasefire.
blow up my nuclear
But Trump was
shit.
actually much more stern with Israel,
Call the
saying
generals.
that the moment they
That-
announced
that's,
this, Israel goes and drops bombs, the likes of which is never seen. Iran fires one rocket that hits nothing, and now Israel's prepared to do this launch. He said he's very upset with them. He posted on Truth, do not do it. An hour and a half later, it was reported that Israel did strike a radar station in Iran, seemingly in defiance of what Trump instructed them to do. I'm curious what you think. How will Trump react to this? Is he going to try and pull the, okay, Netanyahu kind of just spat in my face, but I don't want this war to break out? Or does he hold a grudge against Israel for basically spitting in his face?
Well, you know, what Donald Trump has already put up with from Netanyahu and still just been his #1 supporter is pretty remarkable. I mean, Netanyahu, as you remember well, Tim, came out and stabbed Donald Trump in the back after the 2020 election, after Donald Trump had done everything for Netanyahu, everything, moving the embassy to Jerusalem, getting us out of the JCPOA, of course, because we could have avoided this entire thing, but for Netanyahu, Donald Trump decided to pull out of it. If you remember back in...
Real quick, the JCPOA, that's the Iranian nuclear deal?
That's the Iran nuclear deal that
Christ,
Obama got us into with the Europeans and the Iranians. And Donald Trump, if you remember, Donald Trump really upset the hawks in 2016 when he had I forget exactly what he said, but this is when Donald Trump was very new, when he first started running for president, and people asked him, how does he feel? Someone asked him, like, how does he feel about Israel-Palestine? And he said, we should be neutral and we should stay out of it. And that is, you know, to Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro, that's basically like saying Adolf Hitler was a great guy and we should do what he said all over again. Like, it's like the worst thing you could say.
They're going to clip you for saying that.
Yeah, well, probably. But and then Donald Trump, being the savvy businessman and politician that he is, he went and gave a speech at AIPAC. And the first thing he said to AIPAC was, I will get us out of the Iran deal. The Iran deal is the worst deal that's ever been made. And they loved it. Anyway, he did everything for them. And then Benjamin Netanyahu congratulated Joe Biden on winning the presidential election before our media was even calling the election for Joe Biden, when it was still very contested, before the court cases, before any of that. And so I don't know. Will Donald Trump take this? It seems to me, I've seen a long track record of Israel being this country that is essentially America's welfare mom. We support them in everything they do. They always turn to us. They always talk a big game, how they can do it all on their own, and then, oh, they actually can't. If you remember, Tim, way back 72 hours ago, everybody on Twitter, all the hawks were lecturing me about how Israel doesn't even need America's help. Israel's doing this all on their own. All they need you to do is just shoot down some missiles when they're lobbed back in their direction. But America's staying out of it. Oh yeah. But turns out actually they can't do that. They couldn't keep their war in Gaza, their destruction of Gaza, going for another 2 months without Americans supplying the munitions and the intelligence. So the thing is, they always rely on us, and then they spit in the faces of the American presidents, and every single one of them just takes it. and keeps moving forward and keeps supporting them. And so I don't know, Trump is a different animal.
Yeah.
The clip you're talking about was the angriest I've ever seen him at Israel.
At anybody.
So, you know, we will see. Well, I mean, it wasn't quite what he did to Zelensky, but it was pretty angry.
I could, you know, there's an argument on the Zelensky thing, but he's being asked by these reporters, and you can tell the moment where he broke and he said, you know what, we've got two countries, and he says, they don't know what they're doing. Wow. I mean, the story is the expletive of Trump.
What a big penis thing to do.
I'm actually kind of happy right now, to be honest. I'm not a fan of U.S.
I'm happy
intervention in
that
foreign
he
countries
showed me
because
his large
you are
penis.
dropping a match onto a powder keg. You can make all the arguments for, look, when they come out and they say that there's 60% enriched uranium can be used for dirty bombs, it can be used for weapons, all that stuff, I say, okay, that's bad. I don't know that's a justification for the U.S. potentially triggering a complete destabilization of the region, U.S. boots on the ground. You may be talking about a cure that's worse than the disease. That being said, if the ceasefire holds and now Trump has a grudge against Netanyahu, and this puts a barrier between the U.S. relations with Israel in such a way that Trump is basically like, you've betrayed us too many times. Not, you know, I know there's going to be a lot of people who are going to take that one too seriously. No, I mean, like, Trump's going to have a personal grudge over Netanyahu dropping a bomb when he said not to do it, putting him at risk and making him look like a chump. This could actually, hopefully, bring Trump back to a place where he's like, I don't want to be involved in their problems anymore because they're going to screw us over. This was a mistake. And hopefully it turns out, okay, we get rid of their nuclear program. Now Trump doesn't want to listen to Netanyahu anymore because his word isn't worth it. And it removes us from these regional conflicts, potentially.
Well, I mean, that would be the best case scenario. And so, sure, I hope that's what comes of all of this. The reason why I'm kind of skeptical about that is that, look, Donald Trump he can call it the 12-day war, and if it ends at 12 days, that's great. But he just launched a war of aggression on behalf of a foreign country that literally, I hope everybody really appreciates this. This is a tremendous irony of this whole situation, is that what stopped this from being a catastrophe was Iranian restraint. Iran chose not to kill Americans. Like, he put American soldiers in that position where it was the decision of the Iranians to give advance notice so that we could clear people out of there.
Everyone gives advance notice, including us.
Israelis died in this thing, and Israeli civilians died in this thing. Iranians died in this thing. This was horrible and didn't need to happen. And so, look, maybe that is the outcome of all of this, but Donald Trump could have just done that without launching this war. He could have just said, hey, we're not participating in any more of your wars. This is not our problem. And it's not even, look, obviously, like, as you've known me for years, Tim, like, I'm a real non-interventionist, and I have a very strict standard for when I think war is morally acceptable. But even if you were going to argue, like, for a war of choice, for a preemptive, aggressive war of choice, right now we are $37 trillion in debt. We have major issues in our problems. How many illegal entries did we have to the country in the last administration? None of us really know. Maybe 10 million. We don't really know how many people came in under Joe Biden. And now Donald Trump is trying to, in the weeks leading up to this, trying to implement his #1 policy priority, which is deportations. There are protests in the streets against him. He needs all the political capital he can for that. We've got 100,000 plus ODs every year. We have major, major problems. Almost every city in this country is falling apart. And so to now, at this point, choose to get involved in this when he could have just said all along, no, we're not doing this. We will fight a war if we are legitimately threatened, not for other nations.
I will be very, very, I hope I'm wrong. And that my fear was, Iran's going to mine the Strait of Hormuz. They're going to retaliate. They're going to say we won't surrender. I wouldn't give Iran the credit I think you're giving them when you say they chose, to give us advanced warning. I think the reality is Trump's not a man you play chicken with. He's pissed. And so Iran's basically saying we don't want to go to war.
It's actually because Trump's penis is so big
But I agree with that. I mean, look, Iran is, it's not just that it's Donald Trump, but I'm sure it's also, that is a big part of it. But the U.S. government, it's funny because the Hawks always talk about, like, the threats or the chants. They chant death to America or something like that. Like, we've got to go deal about that. We got to start a war based off chants.
They're doing that in California, too.
Yeah, right. But like, let's. All I'm saying.
And we
here
should go to
is
war
let's
with
have
California.
An objective standard and look at both sides and hold them to the same standard. Okay, so they chant things. The U.S. government, after putting Iran on the axis of evil after 9/11, even though they had nothing to do with 9/11, we invaded their two neighboring countries, like the two countries that touch Iran, Iraq and Afghanistan. If you could picture the map in your head on either side of Iran.
Yep.
We invaded and destroyed both of those countries. They know who they're messing with here.
Yep.
They know, and of course, and this is my point, they don't want it. Just like all of the, as evil as all of these people. Look, Mao Zedong's the worst human being who ever lived. He killed more people than anybody else. But he wasn't just going to launch a nuke at somebody because he wanted to rule. He didn't want to be destroyed, and he knows if he launches a nuke, nukes are flying back at him. The point is that the Iranians actually, while they are a theocratic repressive government, do not appear to be suicidal. And if they were suicidal, they could have killed a bunch of Americans. And yes, then they probably Donald Trump. I mean, look, this is the risk that Donald Trump put us in, though. Like, let's say they were suicidal, or let's say they just went for it and they did just kill a bunch. What do you think? As you just pointed out, what would Donald Trump's response have been to that?
Regime
I mean,
change.
I don't think there's. Yeah, that's right. And what would it take to have a regime change? You know, back in the 90s when we invaded Iraq the first time, we invaded the country and still didn't get a regime change.
Yep.
And now, true, that was because they backed off. But the point is that the regime withstood an invasion. Iran is a much stronger, much bigger country. We would have needed to send the 82nd Airborne in if that had happened. And so it's just like I hope people appreciate the catastrophe that we just flirted with. Like this would have been probably a much tougher war than Iraq or Afghanistan. We could have gotten ourselves into another 20-year catastrophic quagmire. Thank God we didn't.
Did you vote for Trump?
I did.
Do you regret it?
You know, a lot of people made a big deal, but I did say that I regretted it the other day. You know, look, voting to me, I have a different kind of theory of voting than most people do. I think it's kind of like, look, either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump was going to be president, and I do, you'll have to wait till the end of the 4 years. And if this is the end of this war, then overall, right now, I'd probably say, yeah, we're still better off that Trump's in there than if Kamala Harris was in there. But at the same time, that's over. That's in the past. I voted for him. Now I just have whatever I have. There's not that much influence, but I got an audience and a show or whatever. And so when he goes to make a catastrophic decision like this, I'm going to use, the most influence I can to be like, no, screw you. Do not do this. People who voted for you will turn on you over doing this. And I think that a lot of people, because Donald Trump is so enormously popular with Republicans and just is the most popular political figure in the country, so many people, and for understandable reasons, that they won't criticize him. They'll criticize everyone else around him, but they won't criticize him. And that's just, to me, that's the role Tucker Carlson is supposed to play. Tucker Carlson is supposed to keep his influence with Donald Trump. But I'm not. I'm me. I'm just supposed to tell the truth. And so, my job is to make people laugh at comedy clubs and tell the truth on podcasts. That's all that I get paid to do. So my job is to tell the truth and go, hey, no, this is a horrible decision for a president to make. And look, if that had happened, if Iran had killed some Americans and then Donald Trump had to do a full regime change war or something like that, then that probably would have been worse than even what Kamala Harris would have been, which would have been a disaster also. So who knows? We never get to run the counterfactuals. There were a lot of positives that came out of Donald Trump winning the presidency once again.
I made the joke on X that somewhere in a parallel dimension, Kamala Harris is president, and we've already got regime change as the people of Iran clap and cheer for the American troops entering Tehran as liberators. And I think Trump is the... Here, I'll give you the quick version of what I think. I think Israel pressures Trump into the strike. Trump is wishy-washy. J.D. Vance clearly didn't want it. Tulsi Gabbard clearly didn't want it. Trump has said for decades, Iran, no nuclear weapon. He's convinced of it. He says, okay, fine, limited strikes. Now he's getting pissed because it seems like, of course, Israel's intention was never just striking the nuclear facilities. They started bombing the IRGC and other targets immediately after the U.S. did. So they clearly want more. I think if it was Kamala Harris, we'd be escalating every step of the way right now. And it's not because of her, but it's because what she represents the Democratic Uniparty machine that has wanted boots on the ground in Tehran for decades now. Trump made the mistake of bringing on Bolton in the first place, but he's one of these guys, and you can see it from Hillary Clinton to the rest of the D.C. war apparatus. Bolton said in Trump's first term, this time next year we'll be celebrating in Tehran. I think Kamala Harris wins. I think they push for it. I think Trump might actually back off right now. I'm hoping he does. And I'm hoping that the end of this is we actually are happy that we voted for Trump, and we say of all the outcomes we could have gotten. So, like, you know, here I'll put it this way. I always call myself a reformer, not a revolutionary. If the worst thing we get from Trump is he launches a strike, I don't like it. I will say I disapprove of it. But then we don't get an expanding war, I'll consider this the correct option still. I'll be very happy that was the outcome. I don't think we're ever going to get a Rand Paul president who shuts all that down, at least not in the immediate. So I'm feeling pretty good right now. I don't know. I mean, I hope the ceasefire holds, but I'm wondering what you think going to happen next.
Well, you know, I don't know, and particularly Trump has been so kind of erratic and all over the place in the last week. I mean, going from first he's negotiating, then Israel strikes, then he says, aha, the negotiations were just to fool you. So who knows what he's doing with all of this, you know? But if that's the case, look, I mean, there's no question things look much, much better today than they did just 24 hours ago. Literally 24 hours ago, as we're speaking right now, the breaking news was that missiles have been launched at U.S. bases. And it wasn't for about another hour yesterday that we found out that, oh, they had given advance warning. So like 24 hours ago yesterday, it looked like we might be getting sucked into a major catastrophe here. So things are looking much better today. Thank God for that. You know, I will gladly trade people saying, oh, Dave was an alarmist on this for avoiding the catastrophe. That's fine by me. And look, the real, you know, we can't go back and run counterfactuals, and we're not going back in time. So what's done has already been done. So at this point, yeah, let's really hope that Trump walks away from this thing, and let's really hope that maybe a lot of people learned a bit of a lesson by just seeing, even seeing today, how much the hawks are turning on Donald Trump. And like, there's a real asymmetry to this here, right? Because people could say, oh, hey, Dave, you turned on Donald Trump just last week, and now the Hawks are turning on him this week, so you all turn on Donald Trump if you don't get your way. But the fact is that I turned on Donald Trump because a war with Iran could be a catastrophe for the United States of America, and they're turning on Donald Trump because the regime change would be good for Israel, and they don't care if it would be a disaster for America.
You know what I'm hoping? I'm hoping that, you know, Trump met with Bannon. He had a phone call with Tucker Carlson. Tucker says he apologized because he pushed a little too hard. I'm hoping that Trump had this conversation. They spoke to him and they said, here are the potential risks. Here's what you're getting yourself into. And then he was like, I'm going to go middle of the road on this one because Trump just wants everyone to love him. I'm hoping what happens now is he sees how much of a hassle it is and how damaging domestically it is to get in the middle of a foreign conflict, especially considering Netanyahu bombed that radar station after Trump said, don't do it. I'm hoping the end result is that Trump leaves this saying, it's not worth the effort. I don't want to be involved in these things. Everybody's pissed at me no matter what I do. So maybe just don't get involved at all and let the angry people be angry. If he had focused solely on the domestic issue and his domestic agenda, and we weren't having this conversation, the Hawks would be hawking and begging him to do it. The people who voted for him wouldn't be complaining about it. Trump would have no flack in any direction. And he'd be carrying out his agenda, which has been improving his polls. So hopefully that's the lesson he gets, and he carries that out.
Well, that's right, because the Trump agenda has always been popular. even when people like personally have issues with Donald Trump, which there are always a lot of voters out there who are like, I don't like the way he's always calling people names, and I don't like the way he does this, and I don't like all the stunts. But the agenda of bringing back jobs to America and not having de facto open borders where we don't even know who's in our country, and not getting into any more of these stupid wars, and improving the economy, and you know, more energy, and more, like, all of this is wildly popular, because, like, why wouldn't it be? Right. Who's against any of that, you know, except for like deranged, you know, like progressives or something? No. Who's against any of that? And so, yeah, hopefully he can pivot away from this and pivot away from these entangling wars, and get back to what the whole mission was about, right? The whole Donald Trump presidency was about, we're not doing the neocon stuff anymore. We're doing America first stuff now. And hopefully that's where we go in the future.
I agree. And I do think that whatever Trump decides to do, his core base, those who will defend him no matter what, will defend him. If Trump came out and said, I don't want to be involved in any more of this, so we are ending our involvement in this, then you're going to see the most prominent Trump voices cheering for that decision. And of course, we would as well. So I hope that's the route he takes. But we are out of time. So Dave, where can people find you?
Oh, my show is part of the...
I'm going to take my contact